All right. Take care.
I think I'll make those work. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay.
This is the
Sitting right there on the TJ. Sorry. Right there. Question for you.
Question for you. Transition slides and stuff we have is for people to click on within their presentation. Can you handle it for us?
Yeah. How are you? It looks like that. So good, how are you?
Is there a coat rack somewhere?
No, we just put our stuff on the chair.
Any chair, back
On the chair.
And push comes to my higher.
How about me? No, I'll tell you if you don't want to.
You know, I got out of
This is this.
I know. It was just sticking up just a hair, but it's good. Just a hair.
Okay.
There's a lot of static. You're good.
We're just not doing it.
Morning, Sarah. Oh, so much fun.
You know, I'm here for it. Oh gosh, you're fine.
I know. But what they had was
What meeting have I forgotten about?
somebody just had to have shoulder surgery, so they canceled it. So I don't know if we're going to have it next week or just wait. I'll find out.
Right. I have the opposite problem.
I should have gone ahead and canceled it last week. Oh, well. Everybody said they were going to be there.
Where?
Park board. Because Sharon and I are there.
Nobody else?
Well, they had quorum confirmed, and then somebody had to have surgery. And somebody got so that took care of that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Yes.
There's a mixer on the table, so it should be fine just to kind of keep it.
Thank you.
And she does like theory all the time.
Oh Lord, and a microphone right in front of us.
Yeah, I know. It can be moved.
It's taped down.
Oh, no.
It's in the middle.
Good, how are you?
Good morning, Zach.
Good morning, Zach.
Good morning. Hi. Good to see you. Me too.
Oh, you're dressed up this morning.
Look at everybody.
Oh, we're doing that picture this morning, so.
I was wearing a jacket that has the, like, canvas.
Are you?
You did it right. I tapped in that shoulder.
Okay. How are you? Good.
I went to Did Eric talk to you about making the other shoe? It just wasn't an informal thing.
You have to call and make reservations for the bus. Period.
In the next few weeks, we were going to sit down for just to chat. Maybe. I'll put him on the spot.
Well,
Hey,
We're going to do the picture in front on the stairs, down the hall, straight.
oh, Dan, oh, okay, all right.
I think that works really well. And we're able to make sure that it's working.
Did you guys see the?
Yeah. So that's just an informal. Just to chat. We have some communication people.
Somebody asked me.
We're doing
This is a first for this Greensboro and Cedar Lake. They plans to attend. Period.
Larry Davis.
Hey, Cody.
Oh, yeah. You guys have before.
Your Nick self.
Yeah, we know. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I think you were an elected official in Cross Paths meeting.
I was, yes, I
I
was.
only got like to you since
They,
the new power day.
I reversed the lobotomy and so I can speak more fluently.
Good to see you. We have a big
I'm good. Okay. I'm coming right. I didn't see what you had. Hey.
Okay, is this a T? That's a T. It's a T. Okay, that's why I came in. Printed out. Like what's on the screen is different.
Yep, no problem.
About the same time to get.
Can you download the PowerPoint from SharePoint and put it in there? Because it's taking me to SharePoint.
Let me see.
Just download it maybe as a PDF.
Yeah, it bumped me up the second time. I complained about it.
Okay,
started
so-
cussing, and then halfway through putting the
I normally
password
start
back
at
in, it just
9
didn't.
or shortly after.
I've put it in 100 times.
Start by cussing. That's what I did. I just sent it.
Got it. So I'm gonna restart connected again, even though I haven't, yes. Oh, yes, I sure will.
And it's a very weird password.
It is. I don't know what that upside down.
It is a lowercase t, right?
It's supposed to look like event staff, and I actually put a plus sign, that's why the T is all T.
Right, yeah. Okay, it's a T. I did that several times, but now I'm putting it in correctly and it's.
I did too, so I had to, it's a T, that's why you're not seeing.
Maybe that's right.
It's a T.
Now, what comes up says
Yeah, that-
GCC events plural, but what they wrote on there was events
Yeah,
singular.
right, and that's what I keep getting, can't connect to this network. I keep getting that.
They got a yes one too, but all the old ones, I think they swapped it out.
You know what, I got a hotspot on my phone.
Look at you. Look at you.
Although I don't think I have a charger for this though.
Public safety people, they're always ready.
Always ready, baby.
Like, well, I gotta go home.
That last council meeting was so lonely.
I know, I'm sorry.
To my right, it was just two empty chairs.
I tried to get them to let you sit at their table.
I would have loved it. I would have sprawled out.
Oh, great.
Just, actually, it's long enough, you could probably just lay down.
Yeah, take a nap.
Take a nap.
I'll be right here.
Somebody tap me on the shoulder if you have a question.
So
So that's my.
I should have had April come on. I didn't think about that.
I would love to join you.
April, next time they bail on me, you come sit with me, okay?
It's a learning opportunity.
I mean, I was so fevered and miserable at home. Pregnancies were so challenging.
That's the story she tells everyone. Yeah.
Well, it's wild because my daughter and I, they were some couple of hours, but 36 hours. She said that was 36 hours. Yes. Like crazy high fever, nothing to touch it. We finally took him to the pediatrician thinking must have been like a secondary thing that was going on. Loved it.
That must have been fun around the house. That was sick.
You're all set? Yeah. No one was like puking or anything, so we were.
That's a plus.
Yeah, yeah. Over Thanksgiving, we were all feeling
That's the worst. You can deal with it.
It's concerning.
Are you on the line?
Yeah, but mine clicked in from last year, which is so weird. Or last time we were here, which was like 4 years ago.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah.
So, my sister, she lives
And they like, somebody like,
super excited now. It's just like,
I watched the movie on last night. I couldn't let see it. And it said
it's not, I told you,
6 times the charm.
said people
that's
party with friends or something.
see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. What do you pay, you know?
Excitement of it. Oh my God.
And then all
All of our friends. She's on friends, but I have like and she
without the revolver.
They're much less.
The other one was,
That's true.
I had and it wasn't for the right reasons, unfortunately. She's a good person. I'm like, yeah, it's a long,
Interesting part is normally there's that down there.
yeah, I was learning, but I wouldn't give any of it up.
I've never been on it with the camera. Did she make it?
But that's why
About 5 minutes out.
get to this week.
How did she that late?
Same energy.
Any just
All night, every time.
I feel like I just say stuff.
It's not very late, because I'm like,
But in 2 weeks.
Well, I don't know why we agreed.
I feel like mentally I don't get gas
How
out.
many times did I ask?
We're already on schedule.
I just wanted to.
All right, Larry, sit beside him for a reason. Take that fork and stand on his leg.
Now, you can just hit the
Maybe.
Zoom and
I know
roll it down.
GPD has to. Yeah.
So, I've been in the past.
It's like, no, it's long though.
And it runs like it's not going to be right.
It's really long.
We met in 2002. And I was playing.
Not fast.
Yeah. No one else.
I disappear. So we did that for class. Yeah. And then this was about this bike I was bringing up there. It was so good out there. So yeah.
No, they were smart.
What's up?
I was couldn't figure out why my charger wasn't working, but the.
You never hear about this.
But you didn't turn the button on.
Yes.
You're a really big
That
baby.
I've been through.
It depends on the day. Today they're eating.
Didn't match their
It's a lot easier to push through at threesome than it is at. Also, you don't have kids at home. They wear my ass out.
Yesterday, so it's really a secret.
I am, but I got lucky. I think my PC just removed the site, so I didn't even have to sign on. Doesn't matter what slides. Hey, Joe, what are you doing over there? You playing block glass? You playing block glass?
Figure out how to use it. Surgery. But I didn't realize it was around last year. Yeah, I didn't realize, I didn't put that together until literally last night. I would like to know what the workers' comp is. Correct. Like, if it hit you with a throat. I know. Oh, it's Monday, whatever. It's just one long day. But then it's the weekend. It's like you forget everything. Right. It's like we just and then Monday. And you're like, yeah, what happened last week? What are we doing? I told you, you know, John was there. Oh, that's good. Kids tell me what. And they would come up with those dates, but we never. That's actually not true. I was thinking about it. And never been that TV doesn't matter. You just have a great mom and she got
Stand for the lady. All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know we're all getting settled in, but we want to get on pace for our two-day retreat. So good morning, Mayor and members of council. Also to our staff members that are here, our members of the media. I see some other partners that are in the room as well. We have a host of presenters for you over the next 2 days, but also we have some exciting information that we want to provide you so that you all as council can work toward looking at what your priorities that are already existing, but some ways that we can continue to achieve those. So we want to get the morning kicked off. I'm going to ask Mayor Vaughn if she would come up for just a few minutes for a welcome, and we'll get started. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
It does feel funny welcoming council to the council retreat, but we do welcome everybody else here as well. You know, we had a retreat about 2 years ago that was, I believe, at Revolution Mill. And we kind of went off script for a little while, and I think we had the best discussion of our retreat when that organic conversation happened. So we do have an agenda today, and we hope to follow that agenda. But I also don't want to miss an opportunity to have a discussion if it is particularly relevant. We don't want to go off in a completely different direction, but I think our best conversation was when it just occurred naturally. So I hope that we're going to have some of those moments today and tomorrow where we really have an opportunity to communicate with each other and to address where it is that we want to go in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we get started, it is very befitting that we all take a moment to recognize our beloved Yvonne Johnson, who was our Mayor Pro Tem, a longtime member of our council, served as mayor, but more importantly, she meant so much to all of us. We probably could take a half a day to talk about all the things that she meant to each of us, all the sayings. Actually, it would probably turn into somewhat of a comedy session. I hear that some of you are already using the line that you have insurance when you get close to other people's cars. USAA. But you know, it is. We all miss her so dearly. But more importantly, we're so thankful to have had the time that we've had with her and the things that she implanted in all of us. I continuously hear all of us, whether it's staff and other council members, talk about some of the small things that she nudged us into. But more importantly, and what I hope you get out of the next 2 days is one of the things that she left us with, and that is everything that we do is about the community, and everything that we do is about serving the community of Greensboro and ensuring that Greensboro is taken care of at its core. So again, thank you, and we want to take just about 20 seconds to have a moment of silence to remember Yvonne Johnson. Thank you. And now the time for me as a city manager to relax a little bit. So I am excited to introduce our facilitator for today, Consultant D'Alva Arnold. Some of you have already met her, whether it's via phone or through a Zoom call. And so I'm excited to introduce D'Alva Arnold, who is the founder and CEO of D. Wilson Agency, an award-winning management consulting firm providing transformational strategy, innovation, and leadership solutions. With over 20 years of corporate leadership experience in developing enterprise initiatives and high-performing teams, D'Alva has built strategies, authored impactful leadership programs, and fostered meaningful engagement for Fortune 1000 companies, as well as public sector and nonprofit organizations. Under her leadership, the consultancy, comprising executive-level consultants and coaches, has supported a portfolio of clients representing over $34 billion in revenue, spanning 20 industries and impacting 2.5 million employees. D'Alva has worked with the City of Greensboro's leadership team and has extensive experience collaborating with city councils, municipalities, and public sector service organizations at state, local, and federal levels. Committed to philanthropy and community impact, she actively serves on boards and advisory councils focused on workforce development, economic mobility, education, and wellness. She is dedicated to strengthening communities and enhancing the well-being of others, and reflecting in her 2 gubernatorial appointments, serving as the Governor's Economic Recovery Group and the NC Capital Facilities Finance Agency. D'Alva has been recognized for her impact through innovative strategy, strategic advisory, and her commitment to the development and success of individuals and organizations. She holds a Master's of Business Administration and a Bachelor of Science in Accounting from Winthrop University, along with a Harvard Management Development certification. Additionally, she is a certified executive coach from the University of Georgia and holds a 6 Sigma Green Belt certification. I present to you D'Alva Arnold, our consultant and facilitator for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you, City Manager Davis. I appreciate that, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to be here today. I look forward to working with you over the next 2 days and really guiding the conversations and meaningful discussions around the work and your direction for the staff going forward. I think the work that you do during this time, or all councils do through this time, is really critical in terms of aligning staff with your priorities, making sure that everyone starts out on the same page at the beginning of the year, and making sure by the end of the year you have something to map back to. You should always be able to look back to some of the discussions and the decisions from this session and this time to make sure that it's reflected in the city's future and some of the things that have been done. I also want to just thank you for being servant leaders. It takes a really big heart to serve the way that you do. Many of you are also have other concerns and jobs, and it's a commitment to be here. For some of you, it may be a commitment to be here for 2 days and to be able to step away. But this is what you've committed to, and it's such valuable time for the city. So thank you for your heart and your servant leadership. I'm just excited to be here. So the goal of the retreat is simple. Very, very simple. To emerge with a set of strategic priorities or imperatives that guide the work of the staff for the year. That's it. What we're going to do is do exactly what you've asked us to do. Thank you. I've had the opportunity to have one-on-ones with pretty much all of you, and that time was really critical, but it informed our work over the next 2 days and our process and our approach for the retreat this year. So based on your feedback, we have structured the 2 days into 4 themes. One is growing. How do we move from good to great? There's so many amazing things that are happening here in Greensboro as a successful, established city. How do we get to great, which is always the goal. The second theme is groundbreaking. What priorities, new paths, and innovations will set us up for continuing to build a great city? What's next? The third is goals. What are we committing to in the next 12 months? And when do we get to specific measures? We'll talk about that on day 2. I heard from each of you, and I know the city manager was already focused on accountability, oversight, and that leads to the 4th one, which is governance. How do we lead effectively and efficiently with accountability and appropriate oversight for you as a council and for the manager as he leads the staff? So those are the 4 themes in terms of our focus areas for the next 4 days. You won't see that showing up a lot in terms of the agenda, but just know that those are some of the things, and that's how we built the agenda. On the process a little bit, I want to think about the retreat as a long discussion. a long discussion in which we can expect a mix of information. So we've invited some leaders and experts and people with a lot of knowledge and data around the city of Greensboro, around some of the focus areas that we'll focus on over the next 2 days. And we'll have those as inputs, and then we'll open the floor for discussion. So we will have time and space to discuss as a council, what does this mean for you? How do you move it forward? What would you like to see? What part works for Greensboro? What part may not? So we are going to be very intentional about protecting that time. I'm very much aware that we're behind schedule already. We'll try to make up for that time. But in that instance, we want to make sure that we establish some working agreements as well. On Thursday, we're going to ask you to commit to a set of priorities so that there's clarity for staff when they leave here in terms of what you want as a council, what you want to see, and I'll say commit to maybe reaffirmation of those that are already there. Certainly, there's a lot of work underway. You won't throw that away. But to officially reaffirm those, add to, provide different contexts as necessary on Thursday. To get there, we need to have process and order to do that. So we're going to talk about a set of working agreements. Lindy, if you could help me work through that. I'm going to ask you just to adopt a set of working agreements for us over the next 2 days to really guide our time together, to make sure that we can be efficient with our time. And if you could drop it down, please. So the first one is just to respect every voice in the room, right? The different perspectives, different experiences that you bring to the table really make for a rich and powerful council. And so this is not a place where you want everybody to think alike. You want to hear different voices, respect different voices in the room. The second is assume positive intent. You're all servant leaders. You're all here to represent your constituents and to represent the city of Greensboro collectively. And so in doing that, we're going to assume that everybody's starting at the right place in terms of positivity and intent to work together. Honor your time together by being concise and intentional in your discussions. Be succinct with your words and respectful of time. We're going to ask that you also honor a 3-minute talking limit. I know sometimes when there is a lot of passion in the room, there's a lot to say and get out. It's not that you won't be able to get it out, but we want to make sure that we have time for everyone to share. Look for what connects rather than divides. Often when you're coming at something from 2 different places, you're often working towards the same goals, but from a different perspective. So look for the common threads and the things that you do have in common there. Find common goal and shared values. Listen to understand, then to be understood. And then practice both and thinkings. Sometimes, again, when you're coming at 2 different things, it's not always the either or. Sometimes it's both and, because 2 things can be true at the same time. So I'll stop and ask now if these are things that we could agree to for the next 2 days, and if there's anything that we should add here or remove. Violent agreement, thumbs up from everyone? Yeah. Very good, thank you. I also want to just call your attention to, there's some index cards on your table. I know that when anyone has to step away for a long period of time, sometimes there are things that come up. If there are any things that we could support you with in terms of being able to stay in the room, like you left the dog outside, or you forgot to have someone pick the kids up, write it on the card, and Lindy here will be able to help us with that so that you're able to stay present in the room without distractions from outside, okay? Thank you. So before we get started, the other thing we want to do is really take a look back. It's always good to reflect. Sometimes in discussions like this, we can tend to focus on all the things that we need to do, all the things that may be gaps or may be considered issues or broken. But we don't ever want to do that without losing sight of what has been great and what is great about the city that you have. And so we're going to take a quick look back at all the accomplishments from 2024.
The city of Greensboro provides a high quality of life as a result of well-managed city programs and services. The work stays true to the vision of creating a community with endless economic opportunities. The corporate landscape continued to expand in 2024 with respect to new and existing industries. For example, Ford Technology Molding Corporation is building a $28 million facility enhancing the east side of Greensboro. J&P, a major distributor for HVAC, plumbing, and other industrial equipment, is investing $30 million to consolidate its Greensboro operations into a new facility, creating 40 jobs over the next 5 years. Clearly Clean, a leader in sustainable packaging solutions, is building a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility. This capital investment of $27 million is expected to add 80 jobs to the workforce. IQE, a leading global supplier of advanced semiconductor products for wireless devices, confirmed its commitment to expand its Greensboro operations. The company is investing $300 million, creating more than 100 jobs. Congratulations to Syngenta, one of the world's leading agricultural companies. Employees celebrated the grand opening of a $140 million state-of-the-art laboratory and office expansion on its 70-acre campus, which houses 700 employees. Stay tuned for another stellar year of economic development as we usher in 2025. Workforce development is operating in lockstep with the influx of economic development. Staff provided more than 160,000 services to job seekers and engaged with more than 1,100 businesses last year. With new jobs comes the need for increased residential development. The city experienced record numbers with 70% more permits approved last year for new apartment units. Additionally, housing and neighborhood development supported nearly 700 families with new housing that is either completed or under construction. These efforts resulted from $30 million leveraged through community partnerships. Adequate infrastructure is a key component to meet the demands of new growth. The city is generating
I don't know if I would advertise that.
for a regional approach for water and sewer services. For example, Water Resources collaborated with NCDOT to construct a 750,000-gallon elevated water tank to service the Toyota electric battery manufacturing plant. This supports economic development in the region. From a public safety standpoint, GPD made strides last year in making Greensboro safe for all. Crime trended down in nearly every category. In 2024, there were 43 homicides compared to a record high 74 in 2023. The planning department is moving forward with phase 2 of the Reynoldman Road Corridor Plan. This covers a 2.3-mile stretch of Reynoldman Road from the I-40 interchange down to the city limits. The plan coordinates multiple city projects, painting a new vision for the area's future. The National Park Service listed the South Bimbo Road Historic District in its National Register. This is the first historically black neighborhood in Greensboro to be listed and the city's 13th overall. The 10-year process involved collaboration between residents, the city, and local universities. The city had much to celebrate in 2024. The community witnessed the much-anticipated groundbreaking ceremony for the innovative Windsor-Chavis-Noco Community Complex. The facility will be a one-stop shop for library, recreational, and health services. Community Safety enhanced the GSO Homeless Outreach Mobile Engagement Initiative and partnered with Greensboro Urban Ministry to facilitate the city's winter shelter program. For the 49th consecutive year, Financial Services received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. For the 4th year in a row, the city earned a perfect score of 100 on the Municipal Equality Index. The Human Rights Campaign rates municipalities on the basis of their inclusivity of the LGBTQ community. The dirt was turned and construction began on the final mile of the downtown Greenway. The long-awaited completion of the 4-mile loop will happen this year. The launch of the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program resulted in more than 330 applications from residents requesting the installation of temporary or permanent traffic calming devices to make their streets safer. When it matters most, our employees demonstrate what it means to go above and beyond as public servants. Water Resources, Police, Fire, Guilford Metro 911, 911 and the Equipment Services Division provided mutual aid to our neighbors devastated by Hurricane Helene. These selfless acts of support in less than ideal circumstances exemplifies our organizational philosophy of what it means to be people-centered. This is merely a snapshot of the achievements realized in 2024. Let's draw from this and keep the momentum going as we continue to make bigger strides in 2025.
Awesome. Congratulations to council on staff on all of your council accomplishments for 2025. And leading into that point, we want to talk about a shared vision. So as you may represent different districts, some of you are at large, you really govern as one body and as one team. And what's critical there is really to think about what is your shared vision as a council. At this point, we had an activity plan for you, but what we won't do is do that. But I will ask you to use your cards and just take 30 seconds and write a quick statement, or even if there's words that call out for you in terms of what is your vision for the city of Greensboro. If you think 5 years out, what's your vision? What's your vision? Top of mind, top of mind. What are your hopes? What are your aspirations? What would you want to make sure that Greensboro carries forward? What's important to Greensboro at this time? Keywords or messages that you want us to hold forward, and we'll grab those and work our activity behind the scene. Thank you. We'll take another 30 seconds. Thank you. Okay, very good. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to welcome City Manager Davis to talk about ways to grow that are appropriate for the city of Greensboro. Every city is different. You have different resources, you have different assets, you have different aspirations, your culture is different. And so smart growth, which I just stole your thunder, didn't it? There certainly is a framework for that, but not an absence of the essence of who Greensboro is as well. And then Executive Director of Action Greensboro, I couldn't think of the name of the organization. Cecilia Thompson will join us for a brief deep dive into the Greensboro Vitals Report, which is of information. Thank you.
Thank you, D'Alba. And Mayor and Council, before we go into our presentations, one of the reasons I wanted to take a moment to talk about smart growth is some of the conversations that I've heard you all have, some of the conversations that I've heard from the community. In the short 4-5 months that I've been the manager, I've had an opportunity to engage with a number of existing groups. A few of you have pulled together groups, whether they are small or large, Dr. Wells. That's an inside joke to Dr. Wells for her group. But one of the things I wanted you all to start thinking about as we land in a space tomorrow and as we think about our strategies and approaches to growth, a few things I want you to know. One, smart growth is looking at ways to have compact and mixed-use development, making sure that we have the right transportation choices, making sure that there's preservation of open spaces and natural areas. I know that several of you have been very intentional about making sure that our parks and recreation systems, that our greenways are a huge attraction and a key staple in our community. Ensuring that we have affordable housing. I know that we need a diversification of housing stock, but all of you as council have been engaged this year in areas that we know there are a part of our population that need affordable housing and attainable housing. Ensuring that through those processes we have a level of community engagement and participation from our communities. Those things are going to be very important. You will hear us talk some about that tomorrow. Making sure that mixed income and diverse neighborhoods are part of the way that we grow. And then lastly, making sure that we have sustainable infrastructure in areas that we're growing. It would be at our own detriment if we didn't give a significant focus in the area of transportation so that we can ensure that our communities and folks in our communities have access to all parts of our city. So with no further ado, I'm going to ask Cecilia Thompson and Sarah McGuire from Action Greensboro to come up to provide their presentation, and they will open up for discussion. Some of you may have heard this presentation before, but it is a community vitals report that I think it is tremendously essential that we hear this report before we go off into other conversations. So Cecilia and Sarah, come on up.
Can I make one comment about the report? And Cecilia, please correct me if I'm wrong. This is data based on today, and it doesn't necessarily take into consideration the growth that we are expecting through the increased job opportunities, because we haven't seen that yet.
Correct.
And so I think that when we're looking at these statistics, they're going to get a lot better over the next couple of years, based in large part to the actions of this council and others.
That's right. So the job growth trends that we'll show are 20-year trends from 2021 to 2022. And so those do not see, many of the companies that are planning to come here have not fully, established themselves. And so those job numbers will not be reflected in this data.
Yes, so none of the big employers yet have really established themselves and have hit those employment figures that they thought they would, and the spin-off businesses are still coming.
Correct. And another point that we'll make in the report is that some of these job locations, particularly in terms of Toyota, their employees may or may not live in Guilford County, and so we may or may not see those numbers as they start to move in. There's positive news in the sense that Brent Christensen told me that about 1,500 people have been hired already by Toyota, and all of those sit here and live here in Greensboro. And so that's good news, but there is sort of a question mark in terms of that full number of employees. And so we'll definitely get into that data. So good morning, everyone, and thank you all
for having me and Sarah McGuire, our Director of Young Professionals, here to present the results of our 2025 Community Vitals Report. We have a very small team in Action Greensboro. We all wear different hats, and so Sarah's playing a huge role in the writing of this report. We also want to thank the members of the City of Greensboro staff who helped pull a lot of data for this report, and so to Larry Davis and John Decker and his team for pulling a lot of data that'll be included that you'll see in this report. And so we released this about 2 weeks ago, and when I start to frame this data, I really think about this as sort of a community's check-in, right? When you go to your annual physical every year, sometimes you're a little nervous about going. You're wondering what your blood work's going to look like. You're wondering what kind of feedback you're going to get. But regardless of that feedback, you know it's for the better of your body and for your life. And so we like to present this as this is not an opinion necessarily of anybody on the Action Greensboro team or broadly in the community. This is really an aggregation of a lot of data points that we think are indicators in terms of our community's health. And we have been given a pretty short timeline to present this data, and so some of the parts that you are content experts on this. This is intended for the community at large to understand, and that we can create a more informed citizenship here. And with those informed residents in our community, we can have more appropriate feedback and engagement with our community, and so how we look all together at improving the community at large. So when we put all of this data together, we found that there are 3 challenges for our future that come from this data. The first is civic engagement, and I will say informed citizen engagement is really a purpose of this report. When you have speakers from the floor, you want them well informed when they come with concerns and opportunities for growth. A particular data point that we'll highlight in here is voter turnout, and while that Guilford County sees really on national trends at a federal level and a state level, voter turnout is pretty standard, and when we look at the nation at large, but when we look at municipal elections, they're particularly low, and so really between 15 and 16% of our total registered voters are coming out during municipal elections. It is an election year, and so we want to bring that to our attention. The second is stimulate economic growth that works for everyone. We know that we're creating a lot of jobs, we're doing a lot of efforts around workforce development, but are we seeing those outcomes in an equitable way that are supporting every one of our residents in our community? And so we'll look around wages and per capita income when it comes down to race in particular. And the third is how do we turn the diversity that we have in our community in terms of our greatest strength? We know that. We know the diversity of Greensboro, our 7 colleges and universities, bring a whole lot in terms of our economic development opportunity, but how do we continue to invest in those resources to use for the better? So first of all, just highlights on community architecture. This is 20-year trends between 2012 and 2022. You'll see that the largest decrease for both the Greensboro and Guilford County is our white population. This is a decrease of the population overall. This isn't that we lost 7.6% of white people. It's really the total population loss. And then the greatest increase is this other category. And so this is U.S. Census data. And so when you fill out the U.S. Census, you provide your race by typically 5 categories. If you select other, it mostly means that you're more one race or you identify as biracial. That is a trend in the nation in terms of diversification of our residents across the country, but we're certainly seeing that here in Greensboro and Guilford County. So 7.8% and 8.3% on the county side in terms of that other category for our race and ethnicity. The second is age demographics, and so we are seeing a pretty big increase. Again, this is not unlike sort of population change overall in the country and the world around aging populations of boomers, but we are seeing an increase of 60 to 79-year-olds here in Greensboro and Guilford County. We're seeing an increase in 10 to 19, which is positive in terms of an influx of talent that's coming in, but we are seeing also a decrease in that 40 to 49, which is sort of a mid-career place, and so that's something that we should look into in terms of an indicator of how do we retain that section of our workforce, particularly as that sort of a mid and older part of our workforce in particular. Population growth in the last 10 years between 2013 and 2023, we gained 40,000 people. That's good news. Our population continues to grow, and so now Guilford County sits at about 550,000. However, when we look at our peer communities, we are growing at a slower rate than our other peer communities, and so we're at 8.6 compared to Mecklenburg and Wake at 17.5 and 22.2. And so our growth is positive, but not in terms of the pace that our other communities are growing. And that may be a choice of whether or not we want want to stay a smaller community, and that's two things. I like when our facilitator said two things can be true at the same time. We can want to stay a smaller community, and we can also recognize that we're not growing at the pace that others are. So moving into city and county government, you are going to know more about this than the average person in our community, and so we wanted to educate the community at large about what are the functions of the city and the county and how are they different. When someone comes to a city council meeting and they start to complain about their schools, this is an opportunity for learning. And so you'll know this, that 52%, the highest portion of your budget is infrastructure, followed by public safety. On the other side is, of Guilford County, 47% of their budget is made up of education, which includes Guilford County schools as well as GTCC, followed by human services, HHS, public safety, and then quality government. So similar in terms of those buckets, but really unique and distinct differences in terms of service areas. We'll also look at city and county revenue, again, very similarly in terms of the largest source of funding that both the city and the county receive are through property tax, followed by sales tax and intergovernmental revenue. And so those are very similar in terms of how funding comes into both municipalities and the city and the county. And then this, I think, is really one of the most important slides that we have, is really looking at our tax base and tax base growth. And so in 2023-24, Guilford County taxable property per capita, this is looking at land, is $130,449. This is on the lower end of our peer counties, higher than Forsyth, but lower than Durham, Wake, and Mecklenburg. When you look at the other side of this chart, you'll look at total tax collected per capita. Guilford County is $953. Again, very similar in terms of those trends, higher than Forsyth, but lower than Durham, Wake, and Meck. So this relates to tax rates and those changes. And so again, going back to that, two things can be true at the same time. Someone looked at this data and they said, well, we have a higher tax rate because we provide really great services. That's true. But we also have a higher tax rate, in my opinion, because our property tax, our tax base is not growing at the same rate that our peer counties are. And so again, these things need to be recognized when folks either misunderstand what our tax rates are or maybe think that you all just make up this number, but you're really looking at the revenue that you're bringing in, particularly from the tax base. So moving into jobs and economy, this goes to the slide that Mayor Vaughn mentioned. This is looking at the year of 2021 to 2022, those 20-year timeframes. So when you look at the 20-year growth trends in Guilford County, you're looking at 9.4%. This takes into fact that in 2021, we were looking at legacy companies that were exiting Greensboro. So we're coming out of a larger hole than other communities are in terms of that growth. And so you'll see that we are pretty neck and neck with Forsyth County in terms of that 20-year trend of 11.1%, but pretty far behind in terms of other peer counties in terms of 42% in Durham, 56% in Meck, 66% in Wake. When you look at the 5-year growth, that's more sort of standard across the board. Of course, Wake County and Durham County are growing pretty significantly in terms of new jobs to those areas, and then really flat across that 1-year trend. And so we do have a lot to make up for, but we have to also recognize where we started when we were really in the early 2000s of companies that were legacy industries that were leaving Greensboro, and how our economic development teams, including the city and the county, have really redefined what our industry sectors are. We're really sort of reshaping what they look like here in Guilford County. So as Mayor Vaughn mentioned, these are projected new jobs that are coming to Greensboro and Guilford County and the region. And so this is the good news, right? We are not making up pace in terms of our peer counties, but there's a lot on the horizon that we are planning for. When we presented this 2 weeks ago, Brent Christensen was out at the Mojave Desert watching the Boom supersonic plane take their first test. And so that was a good example of really great things that are coming to this community. But one thing to also note is, again, where these workers will sit, whether or not they live in Greensboro or Randolph County or Forsyth or Alamance. And that will go back to a lot, I think, of the conversations that this group is going to have around housing and amenities and how do we make sure that folks choose Guilford County and Greensboro to live in. So change of employment, this slide is particularly interesting because it is ranked by industry sector from the highest wage to the lowest wage. And so you'll see the highest wages in Guilford County are in management of companies and enterprises. The lowest wages in Guilford County are around arts, entertainment, and recreation. When you see those gains of new jobs on the in this 10-year change in the green category, you'll see that we are making a lot of growth. However, we are growing a lot of what we would call mid to lower wage jobs in this community. And we have lost particularly jobs in the finance and insurance sectors as well as information. Not tremendous numbers, but notable in terms of around 4,000 jobs that we've lost in that 10-year time frame in those industry sectors that we really need to retain, particularly because of their wages. So speaking of wages, we'll look at the average wage by county. Ours is $57,599. This is the lowest of our peer counties, and so upwards of Durham County. I think it also makes sense in terms of industry mix. The kinds of jobs that are in Durham County are more on that information and finance insurance, and so how do we sort of make sure that we're retaining the jobs that we need to in those sectors to maintain or to increase the wages in Guilford County. And then per capita income growth, I think the most notable thing that we want to point out in this slide is while we are growing in terms of per capita income over the last 10 years, 47% increase in per capita income, when we look at it by race, it's really significant. And so the 2022 per capita income for a white person is $46,500, $26,000 for a black resident, and $19,700 for a Hispanic resident. And so that is where we point out in terms of our recommendations that this is where we need to focus. How do we make economic growth for everyone? Again, in terms of poverty level, you'll look at Greensboro on the left-hand side. Greensboro's poverty level in the last 10 years between 2012 and 2022 increased by 1.9%. And for children under the age of 18, it was 4.1% increase. It's really the flip in terms of Guilford County, and so when you broaden that geography, and inside your report you'll see maps in there by census tract, that you'll see that the wealth is really growing outside of Greensboro, I would say in the northwest side of Greensboro in that Summerfield Oak Ridge area, and so their poverty levels are decreasing on average 0.8% for the total population and 2.3% decline or decrease for children under the age of 18, and so something to recognize as the county demographics are shifting. So I'm going to hand it over to Sarah to quickly go through another couple chapters in the report.
Cecilia, will we get a copy of your presentation?
Yes, and you have the full book. Andrew, did you pass this out? You have the full book too in front of you. Yeah.
Okay. Is that exactly
It's all in there. Yeah, there's just more information in the report.
Oh, you have an executive summary.
Yeah.
Well, I think some of them quantifies what it does.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Everything in the presentation is report.
And more, yes. Good morning, Council. Thank you again for the invitation to be here. I'm going to breeze through the last 3 chapters of the report and hit some highlights. Thinking about labor force and labor force participation, as of 2022, Guilford County had about 79% labor force participation, which is great, and it's right on track with many of our peer communities. However, when we look at labor force change, you can see that we are at 2.7% compared to a lot of our peer communities who are outpacing us. Similar numbers reflected in employment change as well. You heard Cecilia say in the population slide that our peer communities are outpacing us in growth, and that is reflected here in our labor force change percentages as well. When we take a look at labor force participation by race, we can see that 60.7% of white residents are in the participating in the labor force, 65% Black or African American, 70% Asian, and 72% Hispanic or Latino. And then when we take a look at labor force participation by gender, we can see that regardless of parental status, about 81.4% of males are participating in our local labor force. However, when we take a look at females, we see that 81% of females who have children between ages 6 and 17 attending school participate at 81%. However, when we look at women who have children under the age of 6, that participation drops just a hair. This may indicate that females are more likely to stay at home with children who are not school-aged in our community. Taking a look at employment and unemployment, we saw some of the employment figures on the labor force change slide. I'll touch on unemployment rate trends, which are great. We've had a significant decrease over the 10-year period from 2013 to 2023. As of 2023, our unemployment rate was sitting at 3.9%, again, decreasing almost 5 percentage points from that 2013 number. And finally, we'll talk about education, which is probably a huge reason why that employment number has decreased. Educational attainment, particularly post-secondary educational attainment, has increased quite a bit in Guilford County and in Greensboro over that 10-year period from 2012 to 2022. When we look at Greensboro in particular, we see that there's a 6.9% increase in that post-secondary degree attainment over the 10-year period and 9.4% for Guilford County. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and hop into our chapter, which is all about housing. You'll see in the report, I'm just going to show a couple of slides, but there's a lot of information that touches on housing stock, housing availability, housing affordability, and so we'll jump right in to look at home ownership rates. The home ownership rate in Guilford County as of 2023 was 60.2%, which is higher than a lot of our peer communities. So this speaks to the affordability of home ownership here in our community in Guilford County. We also wanted to take a look at kind of the other side of the community that are renters versus homeowners. And so we wanted to look at this data as a comparison between median gross rent and household income on a monthly basis. So you'll see here, Guilford County, the median gross rent is just slightly above $1,000 a month, and the median household income is at around $5,200, and that leaves us at 21% of monthly income spent on rent. I do want to make a quick note here that this data was calculated using median household income. As the director of a young professional program, I'm always taking a look at how this data is reflected for our young professionals community. And a lot of young professionals may be living alone, they may be renters, and so when we look at that median income just for that young professional bracket, the percentage jumps up to about 31%, indicating that renting here as a single young person may be less affordable than in other communities. And so lastly, in the housing section, we'll talk a little bit about construction permits and just our capacity for housing here in our community. This is a 5-year span between 2020 and 2024. We heard in the really great video that we saw this morning that between 2023 and 2024, that the apartment building construction permits increased 70%, and you can see that reflected here, 783 in 2023, jumping up to over 1,200 in 2024. And there's a slight upward trend in many of the other housing areas as well. However, there is going to be a great need for more housing in our community as these jobs that Cecilia highlighted are coming into our community, and not just single family dwelling units. We need diversified housing stock, and we need multi-price price point housing that accommodates young professionals and so on and so forth. So looking at our housing stock and how we're developing our land over the next couple of years will be very crucial when we think about our population growth. So last chapter, and one of my favorites, we're going to talk about connectivity, which discusses a lot of different kind of health points for our community and how our citizens are engaging and connected and moving about our community. So first I'll mention broadband access, which in 2025, broadband is essentially a modern utility. It's as essential as water or electricity. And so when we look at our stats compared to our peer communities, you can see that only 66.3% of Guilford County residents have broadband available to them, and that is lower than our peer communities in Wake, Durham, and Meck. We are slightly higher than Forsyth County. If you jump down and look at the bottom two rows, we can see that about 11% of residents don't have internet access at all, which again is higher than our peer communities. And almost 9% of residents here don't even have devices to be able to connect to the internet. So this is obviously a hindrance when we're thinking about people getting connected to resources, school, jobs, all those things that people need to continue to move forward and be citizens in our community. So we'll jump over to Parks and Green Spaces, which is a bright spot for our community. I know you all know that. We have beautiful parks and green spaces, and with the help of the Parks and Rec Department here at the City of Greensboro, we found some really great data that 63.2% of Greensboro residents live within just a 10-minute walk of a park, which is fantastic. And you can see this broken down by race as well. 67% of Black residents live within a 10-minute walk, and so on and so forth. The next piece of connectivity that I'd like to discuss is transit. So we have a really robust transit system that moves within and outside of our Greensboro and Guilford County community. However, there are some disparities that we should take note of. If you look at the left-hand column, you'll see the average commute by miles to a destination using any mode of transportation. So on average, it takes about 13 miles to get to work if you live here in the Greensboro community. On the right-hand column, you'll see the average commute time to that destination by a specific mode. So while it may only take you 18 minutes to get to your job that's 13 miles away if you're driving your own car, it will take you 52 minutes to get to that same job if you're using our public transportation here. So this is an extra burden on our citizens who rely on public transportation, and as well a hindrance for citizens who may want to use public transportation as an alternative option to a personal vehicle. And last but not least, Cecilia touched on this as one of our key takeaways, key challenges at the beginning of the presentation. But having engaged citizens who are informed and who are showing up to the polls is very important. And we can see a not so great trend when we are looking at the number of our registered voters who are turning out to vote. You can see in our last presidential election this past fall, we had about 71% of registered voters participating, which is on trend with the state and the nation. However, as the midterms and then the municipal election data showed on the chart, it drops off quite a bit. So in July of 2022, we had only 16% of registered voters participating in our municipal election, which was kind of an off year because of the cycle. But if you look even further back at November 17, which was a regularly scheduled municipal election, we only had 15% of registered voters participating in that particular election. And so when we look at this by age, there's really no surprises here. We can see that voters who are older participate more in elections, and that's, again, a trend from presidential, midterm to local elections. But even still, we only had 31% of registered voters over the age of 66 participating. And even more alarmingly so, we only had 3% and then 6% of voters between the ages of 18 and 40. So we need to do a better job of engaging our younger community members and helping them understand why and how they should vote. And I think that's it for this, but I'm going to turn it back to Cecilia. She's going to share a few key takeaways from the report.
Thank you. All right, I know we're probably over time, but here's the action steps. And when I say for you, you guys are getting the gold star for being here and for being engaged in our community. But when we talk to the general public, this is our call to action for them, is to stay informed, to attend public meetings, to read the newspaper, to get involved, join advisory groups and nonprofit boards, engage directly, that if they want to meet with their council person or their county commissioner, to reach out, to research and educate, and of course to vote. And I will just again thank the folks across the community from the city and the county and many other leaders that helped us gather this data. Our Action Greensboro Advisory Group, which is now made up of 9 foundations, are all engaged in this work. And then just an update, we're in the process of writing another report that'll be report number 2 around pre-K to 12 education, and that will be released in a couple months. So happy to answer any questions or hand it back to the facilitator.
So I had a question.
Sure.
A couple of questions. One of my questions around the broadband piece. You say 66% availability, but have you de-aggregated that by areas?
There is a map in the report that shows it by geography. I will say it is very difficult to read, but I'm sure that map was created by the city's GIS team, and so I think that we could get it in a larger way, and so you could zoom in more accurately.
We don't have it in the east.
That's correct. I mean, the summary underneath that map shows that really in that southeastern crescent of Guilford County is where the disparities are in terms of broadband access.
That's what I was pointing out.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
11% you mentioned have no access, and then 9% have no devices, period.
Right.
I think there needs to be a concentrated effort
Yeah.
to correct that disparity as well, because it affects our school children as well. And so that's a concern for me. The other is around transit. When we look at how long it takes to travel by bus, we do have a new cross-town route, and I wonder, even though it's probably not been in effect quite a year, but how has that really changed transit time by having that route being direct from east to west?
That's a great question. This data is from PART, and I 2022. And so when that new data comes out, we can certainly let you know in terms of if these numbers have shifted.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. The other disparities I already know exist. The income for black folks, $26,000. That's something we've got to focus on change.
Yeah.
Too many jobs coming here, and there's a population that's not getting it. And the question is why? And what do we need to do to change it?
I can raise per capita income of blacks.
Are there any more questions from the council?
No, thank you.
Cecilia, I'd be curious. I know that there was a report done a few years ago by the Bryan Foundation. Could you possibly get us a copy of that report so we could kind of look at the two of them?
Yes, we can send you the link. I have hard copies as well. Yeah.
Okay.
That report is slightly different. Doesn't have this report has more data in it in terms of just the variety of things that we're looking at. That report's intention was really to look at sort of the connectivity between the tax base and what the capabilities and the abilities of the city and the county government were to the needs and the desires of the community. And when we released that report, we found it was really dense and that most of the community just went over their head, to be honest. And so we tried to break this down a little bit more for the reader, so they didn't toss it away immediately versus toss it away in a month. So thank you. Yes, we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia and team, for such vital information, no pun intended. But certainly, you always want to make sure that you're able to use data to make data-informed decisions as it changes
over time, and this is a lot of information to leverage in some of our decisions going forward as it relates to strategy, vision, needs, opportunities across the board. So, and it's a great baseline for the conversation. My question for the council is, what do you do with the data? How do you leverage this data? And what parts of it do you carry forward in terms of focus areas going forward? I'd ask that you just discuss it with your person to your right. How about that? Person with your right. And then Councilmember Hightower, if you would turn to your left. Thank you.
No, I can't turn to
Yes. What, right and left. Okay.
That's not gonna work.
That is not going to work. To the person next to you, please. Yes, thank you.
You'd be three of us.
Me, Nancy, Zach, Hugh, and Sharon.
There we go. Who am I talking to?
Please find a partner.
All right. You and your middle partner. What are we supposed to be doing?
Can you tell us
What can we do with that data?
So the two questions Two questions are, how do you use this data going forward? And the second part of it, which part resonated with you most in terms of imperative? What is something that we have to do about? And then we'll ask you to report out from your group. Thank you.
Broadband and the per capita income of black people and all of that.
Council, as we do this, remember that the data is 2022, 2023.
But it hadn't changed that much.
After lunch, you will have a session on economic development and infrastructure that will provide more recent data. That session will be facilitated by our very own.
Without the broadband, no computers, then you don't have it. They do well in school, then they can't get a good job. So then we have the same problem.
It would definitely,
And they get frustrated and go outside shooting. The county, they need to help. So what we can do is to lobby that county. And I asked last week about the broadband. And Frankie told me that, what did he tell me? About that broadband.
I think there's the big education. I think that's the biggest thing.
But I did because it had come from who asked me about that. With Oliver Thomas. He asked me to check into it. And I called Frank. Frankie talked to their manager. They said the money was gone. Something I think they said the money was gone. The thing we can do is check into it.
Because it's one of those things, all it is in terms of we don't necessarily.
Yeah, so the disparity on the salary.
And that's where we get stuck.
But if they don't have the computer skills, the technology, the ability to get training either on computer or at work development or something, or I mean, a lot of people without the computer.
What are the other places?
These places have
No,
or
team look for a job.
or
So is
apprenticeships or what you can do to further your education or your career.
Starting with that might be helpful, and then also with the, again, how do you like to be communicated?
Biggest thing,
And then you take that and distill it.
glares out to you is what? The difference in income.
The income was the biggest question.
But it's one thing to get the
And second to that, for me,
now what do I do?
was
Like her question,
the broadband access,
The other point that I think is
which I believe that needs to be a collaboration between
we've got to get creative.
the county and the
Because we're not going to grow these people. We're not going to. There's no place for them.
That's what I would do.
Place for them. So I think that's the other key. The utility in housing, it's going to be a key.
Reimagine housing. It's one of those spaces.
It's a protein drink that's based out of chocolate milk, but it's 30 grams of protein for 150 calories.
Those are so good.
And they are so good.
They are so good. Have you frozen one?
Costco? Yes, I brought it with me. I brought a little cooler with my.
Yeah. No, but these discussions. So yeah, I think the salary disparity hit me in the face. That's almost double.
No, but it is the, what does it mean, right?
I'll be interested to see what the other
Dr. Kim said, the only race that you're in that you start.
And so going back to what she talked about, how she opened, if we're going to be
Start back here. Everybody else is here. You start back here. You got to catch up.
depending on where you are, do you understand this? Or where do you really
Help us.
And I think that's one of our biggest challenges.
We got our 2 points. We got your 2 points. Yeah. Good. I love it. Uh-huh.
in a way that it's meaningful and people
Just another 2 minutes later.
Okay.
And then we'll report out. We'll have somebody report out. Thank you.
You can report out, yes.
We'll start up in about 60 seconds. If you could make your way to your seats,
So
please.
let me make sure this right. So our biggest thing is how do we communicate our communication channels, but then broadband and housing. Because think of it as your basic needs.
I think these are the two things, and this underpins everything. Does that make sense?
That leads to all of it. Because again, we have we hear all these things, but then there's such a disparity in who's able to take advantage of it. It goes back to everyone has access to opportunity.
We got that voter engagement. We got to get people excited about voting. What do they call it? Civic engagement? Is that what it's called?
To get to the they're all related.
Right. It's also,
But I think you need to answer these.
Especially today.
Yes, because how are you going to apply for a job?
It's not like you go in and fill out a paper application anymore.
Or even find out about it.
Yeah, it's not even
We really like these balls, and we gave one to Zach. Did you see it? Read what the ball says.
And so I started.
We gave one to Zach.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have you seen it?
You throw it to when you get
Be
fresh.
calm, be quiet, be kind.
And the red, what does the red one say?
Yes, I can.
in terms of council discussion and thinking about how do you use this information going forward,
Do they have any Milky Ways on it?
I think there was a really important note in that some of the data doesn't reflect current status. Currently it's 24, of course it doesn't. But some of the trends haven't changed. We'll get an update after break on some of the economic developments, and those numbers are different. But here's a great time for staff to hear from you in terms of what resonated with you most with the data, but also how do we carry the data forward? What would you like to see going forward? So thank you for taking the time to get into your groups, and we'll just ask who wants to go first. Thank you.
Yeah, the mayor and I chatted about it. One of the things that resonated with me is really our need to up the growth in the city of Greensboro. We've sort of been flat for a couple of decades at 1% a year, which gets you to 10% over a decade. I think we need to shoot for 1.5%, but as we discussed, we have to have housing. And there are going to be a lot of people moving in here for these jobs, but if we don't have the housing, they're going to look and go somewhere else. So I know we're going to talk about housing. The other thing that resonated with me, what can we do to really make a greater percentage of our population aware of municipal elections? And I don't know that we as a city government can do that, but we need to find the partners who maybe can help us do that.
Yeah, when you looked at the number of people under the age 40 who voted, that is really awful.
Almost none.
How we can't.
They say it doesn't make a difference. When I talk to young people, my vote won't make a difference. They're going to do what they want to anyway. That's the attitude they take.
You know, we do have to focus on greater engagement. That under 40 number is awful. But I agree, Nancy and I are definitely in alignment with the housing, that in order for us to capitalize on all these great economic development announcements, we have to have places to live. And right now we don't. So we're doing great economic development for other communities.
Absolutely. That would also help you retain a lot of the students that you have here.
Yes.
Right. Because you're
attracting the jobs, which is a great thing, but they certainly have to have a place to stay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Who's next?
The thing that we talked about, Mary Kay and I talked about, was the difference in the income of blacks and whites and the broadband access. We said that folks don't know how to get jobs. Kids can't get online to do their classwork. So it's a cycle. If you don't get information, then you're not very smart, then you don't know where to get the jobs, so you can't make the money. And then, of course, the civic engagement. We're concerned about that.
Thank you.
And what we talked about, obviously, was that trend line in the growth rate. That it is concerning, but it is old data. We feel that we've made some impact over the last couple of years, but that it may be relative to what we already had to those percentages. So we definitely need to drive more opportunities to diversify the opportunities for our folks in the city. The per capita income of 81.57, that disparity is huge. We need to drive that up. And we also need to look at it from the standpoint of what can we control more directly as a city. When several years ago we were paying here in the city $15 an hour. Now that's pretty much up to 20. Now we're looking at moving that up to a higher number, 23, 25. Because if we're going to request that those folks who come in our community are paying our folks well, then we need to match that with our own actions.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, I mean, Hugh says it all in frame. But the bottom line is Goldie talked about too. For me, the biggest glare was the fact that black people making $26,000, white people making $46,000, but it's $1,000, almost double in income. You can't change people's quality of life and socioeconomic status unless you change their income. And that's what we got to be focused on. And that's what the message has to be, is in addition to making sure our own employees, who I've heard from, that say they work 2 and 3 jobs, are making a living wage. We have to set the standard in the model to say to outside economic development coming in, this is how we treat our employees. This is what we need for our citizens of Greensboro, for them to be able to do that. Because $26,000 is basically, I mean, it's double poverty, but it's still poverty. You can't afford $1,200 a month in rent at $26,000.
Sharon,
what are those jobs? We have to identify what are those jobs that are paying so low.
Well, I think the other issue we have is transportation, that maybe you've got a population that doesn't have the transportation that the white population does. And so we've talked about getting people out to Toyota and getting people out to Boom. That could be the biggest impediment they have to those better jobs. And, we've talked about a number of things. Somebody threw out light rail. That's not going to happen anytime soon. But certainly we could run shuttles, and I think that that's really something that we need to focus on, is these employment nodes, whether it's out at the airport and all the great jobs that they're bringing, and Toyota. That I am sure that Toyota would work with us to get some sort of a shuttle service.
And that's the critical component, is that these companies come and have to be a partner in this, because we've looked at it, and I'll say to Mr. Mason's credit, he has really been focusing on how do we get folk down to Toyota, how do we get public, Procter & Gamble, areas that are almost right here, but they can't get there. They're just on the outskirts. And so, whether it's van pools or shuttles or microtransit even. But employers have to also be a partner in that, because we're helping them get employees to their destination, to help them do their business. So it can't always be a one-sided effort. And that's what it always has been. Oh, y'all got to get them in. No, we need help.
Right. That's like the van pools apart. That's the same type of concept where they the business is subsidized. I didn't mean to interrupt, but yes, it's the subsidy that the companies help because they want to get good workers there.
I think combined with that, we also have to figure out how to communicate with people.
People don't watch local news. People don't read the newspaper. If you don't have broadband, you don't have access to social media posts about jobs. So when there is van pool, carpool, when there is, our job fairs and things like that, when there's a municipal election, how do we get that word out? And I think that's a really critical piece, because all those old-time ways that we used to communicate with people don't work even anymore. Even we've partnered with the faith-based communities in the past. Well, we hear about the dwindling numbers there. Right. So it's really, as we create opportunities, we have to make sure and find the ways to communicate opportunities that are out there.
And in addition to communicating, when we were talking about the employers being a part of the transportation issue, they have to be there. They have to be there because they know their schedules, they know their hours, they know their needs. And so for us to try to manufacture some schedule for them that doesn't work for their employees, doesn't work. The employees, the employers must be a part of the answer to that question.
Well, I'll say that I've got a District 5 employer now that we've been talking for 3 years that they want to be part of the solution of a microtransit solution, and we can't get it together to talk to them about it. Right. So they're I'm sorry?
That's on our end, though.
No. But I mean, that is on us, and we need, we need to be willing to look at that as well.
Yeah. And we have to be, we have to be open to doing something different. What we've been doing is not working. When we did our last campaigning, it was altogether different from the time before. It's just the campaigning was different. So we've got to figure out a way to get folks involved in whatever, and all of these things that we want to happen, they won't happen unless we change. And it comes with us having that mindset that this hasn't worked, or it used to work, but we've got to do it different.
I remember I was out at Publix. Must have been late 2023 because it wasn't last year. And I believe they said the biggest issue that they had with employment was employees who didn't arrive on time or who didn't show up. I would be interested in knowing, was that a transportation problem for people, or a really understanding of responsibilities, for a major company or any company. But it could for many people have been a transportation issue. Could not be able to get work on time.
Probably a combination of issues. It may be a money issue, maybe the check engine light is on, the tire is flat, don't have the money to pay for it, right. Find a ride, I get a neighbor.
But it may not even be transportation. It may be daycare. It may be when the school is 2 hours delay, and then you don't have anybody to keep that child. So then what do? So I know a few years ago, Mr. Robert Brett and I were talking about how do we talk to employees about daycare on time. One of the biggest issues was customer service. Jobs couldn't get people to come and do customer service because of your child care. You have child care, you're not able to. So I think all that has to be factored into it as well. But Tammy, to your point, I hear what you're saying about communication, but sometimes we got to go to where people are.
Oh, I agree. And I don't disagree with you.
I think we have relied on social media and all that stuff.
And we have to figure out what works.
Where they are. And that's something I don't think we do as good as we should. When Publix first came and they said to me, we can't get job employment. People aren't applying. I said, but have your job in the community of where you're looking to get. And for 2 days, for 2 weeks, they had over 200 and some people in line for jobs, and they filled all their jobs. But you got to go to where that need is. And I think that's part of what I'm trying to do as well.
Oh, that's why I was saying we have to come up with something different because the way we've been doing it doesn't work.
Go ahead. Sorry, we didn't mean to.
No, this is what this time is for. It's excellent.
I mean, what this may call for is some sort of calling together of our major employers and let's talk about what they feel the issues are. If there's something that we can do to be a part of it.
What I'm hearing is, I'm sorry, you go ahead. I want you to go ahead.
Well, I guess it goes back to the both and, as you're saying. So we know it's communication, and you're talking about employers, but not just honing in on just one thing like we just talked about transportation, because it's the stressors of life. And I think if we are more intentional about that and meeting people and asking, because a lot of times we assume and not really ask, but then with that asking, having that adaptive listening to be able to say, okay, I see that, and then reimagining how we do that. So it's both and. It is the employers, but as well as what gets in the way. What are some of the things and what does that look like, and how do we come up with another way to be able to frame that?
So I'm hearing that we need to have a convening of our organizations, our businesses that are in the larger employers, but then to follow that up in engagement with our communities in different areas, and we have data to show us where we need to communicate. But then also, as we lead into the next year, identify how we're going to close that gap. And I think there are 3 gaps, not directly related to the jobs, but one gap obviously is housing. Another gap is, what different modes of transportation are we going to add? I do know there's some longer 10, 15, 20-year range modes of transportation when you talk about different innovative systems. But as we try to close the gap now and address what we see in some of these disparities, then we've got to think outside the box. I will, to our folks' credit, I will tell you that we are already having conversation with some industries. I know there's some really nice successes that we're having. Like one company in the downtown area did step up and engage. I think somebody just made a comment that they have to step up and provide some as well, and I think some of them are doing that. But I think others have indicated that they're willing as well. So all those collectively together are what I feel like is something that we can identify and give you feedback pretty quickly.
I think, if we look at snow days and school days and, delayed openings and all of that, what can we as a city do? Can we, have snow schedule Parks and Rec things where you can take your kid and drop them off if you need to at our Parks and Rec, and we've got a place, and then the school buses pick up from the Parks and Rec or something like that. We have facilities in neighborhoods, and how can we best use them to support the residents of those neighborhoods? And something of that nature could help bridge the gap and that's just an example, but.
Well, no, because one thing is during COVID, our parks open up our Wi-Fi.
Right.
So students will have that access. So even when you're doing remote learning, you've got some school.
Some place for the kids to go.
That's very good. Keep doing that.
What you've highlighted are a number of social determinants of health that are necessary for quality of life and a healthy community. And the fact that you've called out 2 very important ones, transportation and childcare, which statistically are some of the highest needs for people in terms of impacting their jobs. Focusing there is a great start. So thank you for your feedback on that and your insights. During our one-of-ones, you also talked about public safety as a focus area that was important to you, that we wanted to spend some time on this for this retreat. We've invited Secretary Eddie Buffalo, who is the Secretary of North Carolina Department of Public Safety, to join us, as well as Chief of Police Thompson to join us to talk about public safety, both locally, statewide, and nationally. They both are, you've got to take a long way around, gentlemen. Thank you. They both are well respected in their fields and known nationally for the work that we do, so we're very fortunate to be able to talk with them today. I have a couple of questions teed up for the conversations, and then we'll open up to the floor for you. This conversation about public safety is a broader conversation. It's not a conversation about specific instances of things that are happening, because a world in where there's never an incident is always going to be a dream for a period of time. but to elevate the conversation and take it forward into what do we do going forward? How do we carry some of the learnings that these gentlemen have had across the nation in terms of innovation, best practices? How do we bring some of those to bear for us to improve public safety locally in Greensboro? Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. I appreciate you being here. I'll ask each of you to start with just opening up on the state of public safety from your perspective at this time. There are a lot of dynamics that are happening for us in the state and in the nation. So I ask that you share a little bit about your perspective. And do you want to defer to, okay?
I'm in his seat.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I apologize if I inadvertently yawn. I was out late last night partying with Dr. Wells.
Hey, I was there too.
Well, let me clarify that. We were at a community meeting in her district, and we were out till 8:30, almost 9 o'clock. Councilwoman Abuzader as well as Councilwoman Pender were also in attendance, so I do apologize if I yawn. It's not in my lack of interest of being here or talking about public safety with you. So we do have a few slides that we'll go over later, but overall, really, I'm hopeful about public safety, specifically as it relates to the police department in crime and other public safety issues in our community. Excuse me. Over the last 2.5 years, we have had some struggles, but those struggles have typically been in very specific categories. As we know, in 23, we had struggles as it related to homicide, and we saw some issues with domestic violence issues in our community. Last year, we had some improvements in that category of homicide. We still struggled with domestic violence, but we saw almost a 10% overall reduction in property crime across our city, and we saw a number of significant reductions in other categories of crime across our city as well. So I'm hopeful that this year into 2025, although we started out the year a little rough, in the first 2 weeks we had 6 homicides. That was unusual. That was concerning for us as an organization, and we know it was concerning for the community as a whole, which prompted the need for those community conversations to happen. And so we will have one more community meeting that is not yet on the schedule, but we've had 4 or 5, I believe, in the community that's been very well attended. And why I'm hopeful not only about the police department as it relates to public safety, but in those community meetings, it was really a very collaborative, hopeful tone from the members of community. It wasn't folks showing up to point fingers, to blame individuals, to look for excuses as to how we address our public safety concerns, but it was folks showing up saying, hey, I can help. Here's how I can help. Hey, as a community, we want to be better, we want to do better, and we want to collaborate more. And that was consistent in almost every community meeting that we had with those members in our community. So, I'm very hopeful coming into 2025, even though, again, we started out with a rough 2 weeks. Our crime stats are looking better. We're only a month and a half into the year. But I do think that a lot of things that have been implemented with the support of council, the programs that we've implemented, the compensation, incentives, those things were really set up for the police department to have a solid foundation that I think you'll start to see a lot of those positive results, hopefully in this year and in years to come.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager. Thank you all for having me, and thank you, Chief, for level setting that conversation on public safety. From the Department of Public Safety standpoint, our mission is to protect, prevent, and prepare all 10.8 million folks that live, work, and visit in our state. And so we do that on a whole of government
approach. So everything that you're talking about today, from critical infrastructure to transportation, we take that and work with our other cabinet agencies and council of state agencies to ensure the safety and security of North Carolina as a whole. And we do that through the Department of Health and Human Services on a public health approach. We work with the Department of Transportation on infrastructure. We work with Department of Environmental Quality as it relates to your critical infrastructure, such as your wastewater and your water treatment facilities, to make sure that they're secure and safe, and they not only provide clean water, but make sure that they're not under any critical attack, because we're seeing our nation threat actors attack us from cyber, from drone attacks, you name it. So from the Department of Public Safety, we look at it as a whole of government approach. We don't silo it necessarily in the Department of Public Safety. We make sure we ensure that we're working across the board with our local, federal, and state partners across the entire state. So, and that is a litany of lists that I can sit here and talk about for the next couple hours. But basically, that's where we sit, and we can talk about some things particularly. I'll give you one incident as regards to critical infrastructure, is the Moore County incident where a substation was shot intentionally, and the power was out for several days. And it depends on the season in which we're in, whether it's a cold season or hot season, of how do we protect critical infrastructure in your jurisdiction as well as the rest of the other 100 counties across this state, and how do we work with non-government associations to ensure those protections as well.
Thank you to you both. Secretary Buffalo, you talked about the whole of government approach to public safety, which I think we can all welcome, understanding the things that we're seeing on the TV every day. Can you talk a little bit about some of the things that you're most concerned about, and then some of the things that you are most excited about as you think about developments in public safety? Because certainly there are a lot of smart people behind the scenes who know about these things long before we do.
Of course, there are some things that do keep me up at night. One is violent crime in our cities across our state. Two is cyber attacks. Met with our Department of Information Technology this week, and she talked about the millions of cyber attacks that come and try to hit our infrastructure. That could be your water facilities, that could be your utility grid, that could be your 911 system, that could be your rail system, that could be your transit system. So that keeps me up at night. That could be our communication system as it relates to officers talking to one another, or Viper, or you name it, FAA, air traffic controllers. So that whole of government approach comes into play. Not only that, but also what keeps me up at night as well are public-facing events, concerts, games, events that you have in your downtown sector. Do we have enough barriers? Fortunately, the Greensboro Police Department has been very forward-thinking and innovative, in which they have written grants for barrier projects, and we're successful in receiving those grants. That was prior to the New Orleans attack. So kudos to your chief and the city for being forward-thinking in that. And so that keeps me up at night from a whole of government approach across the spectrum.
What are some initiatives that are underway, maybe nationally, that we should be aware of that may impact Greensboro locally that you're excited about?
Well, what I'm excited about is that the state has taken a proactive approach in cyber attacks and supporting our local partners. So we stood up our Joint Cybersecurity Task Force, which encompasses our North Carolina Army and Air National Guard, where we use those expertise in the air side and the Army side who are on the cyber side. We put them in a task force, as well as our FBI, as well as our Secret Service partners and other federal partners as well. And also we've went around the state, and it's called NICL-GZICS, excuse the acronym, but it's our local government, where we went around and asked local governments to provide us an IT subject matter expert to be on this task force as well, because we didn't want to look at it as that we were coming in from the state or the federal side to go into your infrastructure to say, hey, we want to see what's behind the curtain. So we stood up this task force, and we also do pen testing assessments to see what vulnerabilities your systems may face. And so we're doing that. We have limited staff, but however, we try to prioritize those. You probably see it around different conferences or meetings that you go to where cities and towns and counties have been subject to a cyber attack and has shut down their wastewater, water systems, their billing systems, their utilities. So we're very forward-leaning in that and trying to help you prevent, prepare, and protect that critical infrastructure. And we do that with not only from technology or information sharing from your local police department with your real-time crime center, but also with our federal partners on a national level through our Isaac Center.
Okay, very good. One last question for you quickly. Thinking about the new administration, how has some of the changes or announcements from the new administration affected public safety from your perspective, and some of the things that you all may be working on at that state level?
I would say right now they're still succinct. You know, this administration is just less than 45 days old into the new administration. So there are things that are still evolving, but we're still using our current Homeland Security strategy until we can sit down with this administration to make sure that we meet the new governor's priorities.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Turning to you, Chief. Can you talk about any of the best practices or new ideas that you've learned as you're interacting with your colleagues across the nation that you think would be helpful here in Greensboro?
Yeah, absolutely. So Greensboro was selected the end of 2022 to participate through a federal grant called the National Public Safety Partnership. Every year there's 6 cities across the country that are selected for that grant. And it's not a typical grant in that we are paid any funds directly, but it is a grant that sets up the police department to do site visits through other agencies across the country and to learn about those best practices. As a result of that, 2 of our current work groups, units that I think we'll discuss a little bit later, have been extremely successful here in Greensboro. One is our Crime Gun Intelligence Unit, and that's kind of a mouthful, but the focus of that unit really is to address gun crime in our community, and their strategy is to utilize investigative methods, intelligence, as well as forensics to identify firearms being utilized in our community, and then identifying those individuals that are using those firearms in our community. And so we have 4 teams of individuals. We have our forensics division, which is, I think, probably one of the best in the state, in the Southeast. And their cooperation, along with our federal partners and our state partners, are able to do more proactive investigations when a gun is fired in the city of Greensboro. So our Crime Gun Intelligence Unit, and that is something that is best practice across the country. We are certified through the ATF, one of only 6 in North Carolina that is certified, and one of only 54 in the United States. And so that unit, you think 54 in the United States, there's somewhere between 12 and 15,000 police departments in our country. So being one of 54 is pretty significant that we're meeting those standards and showing that we're doing that work the right way. The second work group that we have that we're continuing to develop is our Real-Time Information Center. And that, again, is part of our Public Safety Partnership grant. We've visited other countries, other communities, other departments. We've gone to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Oklahoma City. Winston-Salem has a state-of-the-art facility that we've relied on them. And that Real-Time Information Center allows us to be able to utilize software along with personnel to address crimes as they're occurring in the community. And it also is really a phenomenal tool as a follow-up for detectives and investigators when a crime has occurred. So those are really 2 trending best practices that we've seen across the country that we've embraced, and we've seen a lot of significant outcomes, positive outcomes with those two.
Those are very exciting. And also, congratulations on your selection and your grant. That's a big deal.
Thank you.
I promise you they have not seen the questions before, so this is not a tee-up for you. But as we think about moving forward, and I appreciate your reframing of public safety really to be all-encompassing. I think you called it whole government. That's a really important equation. And again, based on, I don't watch the news anymore, so I don't want to get any ideas or not be able to get out of the bed in the morning. But you have reframed some things that we should consider and think about. I know these are not new things for you. So what's your wish list? What's on your wish list?
That's a dangerous question to ask.
He didn't ask me to ask that. I will give him that.
That's a tough question to answer. I will say that obviously I think as a police department, staffing we need to increase, and I'm the last one to say that staffing really is the answer to solve all of our problems. But I do think that a challenge that we're going to face here in Greensboro is a very positive challenge, but it is a challenge, is our growth and how we maintain and continue to grow with those challenges. So right now my biggest ask would be for additional people so that we could continue to build out these programs. Right now, our real-time information center is not 24/7. We would like that to be 24/7. We need some staff to do that. We could always use additional support in our crime gun intelligence unit and our forensics division and in those capacities. So for me, it would be people, and then the second part of that would be continuing to leverage technology throughout the department that will make us more effective in what we're trying to do.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
Chief.
Yes.
How did we come out last year on our request at the state on a real-time intelligence?
We had a request in at the federal level. I don't know about the state level if we had that request in.
We did. We went up, Chris and I went up and spoke with Senator Berger twice and pitched the RTIC. And I do think they were very interested in it, but the budget they had last year didn't get passed. So we start over this year.
So that's kind of a good segue to my next question, which was, what funding changes should we expect this year?
Couldn't tell you. I can tell you that some of the federal grants, special in our victims against crimes and victims against women, are taking a 40+% cut. And so we're taking a hard look at those programs to see what we do on the state level. Also, it's kind of up in the air where we land in this particular budget with a $60 billion Helene request on both sides of the government, federal and state, and trying to tackle that as well, along with other needs that we have on the state level. So not sure where it would land, but we're very hopeful.
Very good, thank you. My last question is for both of you, and then I'll open it up to the floor, which is, this is a lot of information and great insight for us. What should the council be thinking about as it relates to public safety?
I think my three, of course, is, Chief alluded to firearms and gun crime is definitely at the top of the list. I think cybersecurity is at the top of the list. I think innovation and is also at the top of the list as it relates to what they call intelligence-led policing, looking at the data, allowing the data to drive where your resources are located. That is paramount. However, you will need the staffing to do that. I would love for the entire country to be succinct to where we can share information from North Carolina all the way to Seattle. and be able to see how that person is tracked. I would love total integration across our state to where I could see a person that stopped in Greensboro compared to that same person that stopped in Manio. So total integration is a focus for me. And I think it's a focus, listening to what the chief is talking about with his innovation and real-time crime center, because they are popping up, they are successful, and they are beneficial to a community as a whole.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and echo what Secretary Buffalo said in terms of the violent crime and the innovation. And the one thing I would probably add to that list is really, as we talk about public safety, oftentimes the mind automatically drifts towards crime. And that is a portion of public safety when we talk about public safety. But there are other aspects to public safety that maybe don't always hinge around crime. And you say traffic. Yes, there could be a crime component to traffic, speeding, red light violations. But as we grow as a city, traffic is going to be an issue. It already is an issue in our community from the police side of it. And so I think the city's done a number of wonderful initiatives. Our neighborhood traffic management program, getting back into the red light camera program, as well as some police initiatives that will hopefully address some traffic issues. But that is definitely a priority, I think, for the city when it comes to public safety and understanding how that's going to be something we need to consider with our growth.
Very good. Thank you. I'll open the floor for Mayor.
The federal government and their funding, the COPS grant, has that been impacted at all?
Not that I've been aware of, no.
Good.
Are there other questions?
Chief, when you, I think when the survey was sent out, and you touched on it a little bit just now, the number one concern with citizens in the city of Greensboro was traffic. And of course, that does not take away from the fact about crimes and homicides and everything. But in your view, if traffic were not the number one, what would be next?
You see that really bounce between two different categories. One would be kind of a quality of life issues with trespassing, some of our unsheltered encampments and areas and neighborhoods around businesses. But the number two, I would say traffic is overwhelmingly typically number one. Violence in community has been number two, but that actually shifts, and really that will go back and forth with property crime in the community, which makes sense. And when you talk about traffic, and I say it at community meetings that everybody in this room may not have a direct connection with the violent crime, whether they're a victim themselves or know a victim of violent crime, but everybody in this room will probably leave today and somebody will run a red light, careless and reckless, cut them off. And so it impacts more people in the community. And that's true of property crime as well. Unfortunately, we see higher rates of property crime where cars are broken into, stealing from businesses, from homes. And so it impacts more of a community, and it makes sense that that is more of a concern for them as opposed to violent crime.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilman Hoffman?
Chief, what's the time frame for your need for the 4 additional employees that you're suggesting?
The 4 additional?
Yeah, you mentioned that as what's on your wish list.
Oh, I didn't know if I put a number to that. I would say.
Yeah, I thought you said 4.
Oh, did I say 4?
Yeah.
I misspoke. I need a lot more than 4.
I suggested in addition to the remaining list to be filled. So whatever.
Might be 40.
Maybe can you just clarify your needs then?
Yes.
Personnel-wise.
Yes, absolutely. And maybe in my mind I might have been thinking around our real-time intelligence.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about.
Okay.
So I'm just
for weekends and stuff.
Yeah, so
yes, yeah, to add additional coverage with that.
So is that within this next fiscal year or calendar or whatever?
Yeah, so what we're looking at, when I came on in December of 22, we did some significant reorganization in the department. We offered up 30 positions to help fund for some compensation increases, and we also shrunk some specialty units. We did away with the traffic unit at the time. We couldn't staff it. We had some other discretionary units we did away with. And so we're actually working through another smaller reorg at this point. There was some positions. We had a deputy chief position. So the rank structure is a chief, there was a deputy chief, and then we had 4 assistants. After having that deputy chief position filled, it wasn't a necessity that I thought was needed for operations. And so that position, along with some other positions from the reorg, will allow us to fill some of these immediate holes that we have. And we're looking at adding some this coming year with that reorg, adding some positions to our real-time information center. So at this point, I'm not asking for any positions specific to a need that I have. It would be a general ask. You know, and I say that if these 30 COPS positions, because they are tied to a budget, the COPS positions, federal government will pay 75% for 3 years. The city's responsible for that 25%. So there is a funding impact with that. That would be my first step towards building out the department and getting those positions hired. A little bit about recruitment and retention. We're right now somewhere around 20 to 22 vacancies in the department. We are hoping in April, when we set our next academy, we may be right at that line where we could have almost all of the positions filled. Now they're in training, so the academy will take time for them to get out, but and that's why those 30 COPS positions will be critical, because our next academy in October, for us to sit 35 or 40, we're going to need those positions to be able to fill those ranks. So once we got those 30 filled, I think we would evaluate and see what the ask would be after that. We did a staffing study in 2021. At that time, it said we needed to be about 700 to 715 sworn positions in the city. And so we'll look at doing another staffing study to see how that's changed. I'll say we have seen growth, but on the flip side of that, we've also seen a decrease in calls for service for the police department. I think we were down somewhere between 10 and 12,000 calls for service from 23 to 24. So that also impacts our workload and would impact our request for future resources, specifically personnel.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Thurr.
I'm sorry, Sharon, were you next? As you've gone around the country and met with these other departments, have you seen anything innovative or something a program we should be looking at to deal with the increase in domestic violence in the community? We know that's increased since COVID. Is there something we should be looking at to do differently or to start? Or have you seen anything successful in other communities?
So our first step in looking at domestic violence, we wanted to do an internal review and understand all of our processes from the moment somebody calls 911 and an officer responds to resources provided, investigation completed, all the, what we say, intervention points that we may have to impact that. So we task a lieutenant in the organization to do that work, understand all our policies, all of our processes, and she is, I think she has finished that up, and now we'll be meeting with myself and the assistant chiefs to review that. Once we do that, our next step is to meet with the Family Justice Center. They are a phenomenal resource here that we have that most communities across the country don't have, but we want to rely on them to say, what could we be doing better from your perspective as a Family Justice Center? What changes could we make? And then I think our next step in conjunction with that will be to reach out to other cities across the country. The challenge when you get outside of North Carolina, the laws change, the requirements change. But, you know, I will say I am absolutely, I have no shame when it comes to stealing people's ideas. You know, everything we've done that's been successful, kind of joke with it, but this public safety partnership that's what it's intended to do. Go out, look at what other cities are doing that are successful, and then bringing those parts and pieces back to your city, implementing them so that they're successful in your community.
You know, one thing just to, I'm sure I know you're next, but the Family Justice Center does an outstanding job with the people they work with, and I don't think any of the individuals and the families that they worked with have ever been involved in a homicide. I think it's getting people to the Family Justice Center, letting them know that we have that resource and they are great advocates. They are extremely successful. Unfortunately, not everybody's getting to them.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Hassire?
So Chief, let's switch a little bit. How many staff do you currently have sworn on?
So we're authorized 651. And I always have to explain the numbers a little bit because there's transition of employees. So we're authorized 651. We have what we call 62 operational vacancies. So the way I explain that is if you took my 651 positions and threw them up on the wall, there's 62 holes in the organization. We currently have 25 in our police academy. So those 25 are positions accounted for in that 62, which you take 25 off that 62 leaves you 37. We have 14 that are pre-hired, so they're hired full-time employees that are waiting to start the academy in April. And with those 14, we're onboarding folks every month until the academy. And our hope is that 14 will be somewhere between 34 or 35 and 40 when the academy starts. So you take that 14 off, that leaves us roughly 23 vacancies in the department. That's the sworn side. We're authorized 127 professional staff. And again, it fluctuates. We average probably 8 to 10 vacancies in our professional staff role.
Okay, thanks for the numbers. And the reason I'm asking, I believe in old-fashioned community police. And that is something that communities that I talk to don't see. And so we made this concerted effort to raise salaries to help you fill vacancies, which it sounds like it's getting to where it should be, closer to the mark. However, I still hear from communities that we don't see police. They don't ride through our community. A lot of times people are just looking for a visible presence, a simple ride-by, ride-through, and they don't see that. How can you get that to a point of staffing that you currently have, to a point where that happens in the community? Because now people say, well, you pay them a lot of money, but yet I don't see them still. And so what areas are you really focusing in on to be able to improve? And certainly you've done the area I represent. And so the conversations I have here on the east side, I don't believe in over-policing. We don't need to saturate communities with people on the corners, but certainly to have a presence and to build that relationship in community so that people feel they are, as Secretary Buffalo said, protected. It's one of the 30 mentioned, to protect individuals.
So, great comment and question, and it's something that has been brought up, I know, at I think if not all, the majority of the community meetings that we've had. And when I talked about the tone of the community and when we've met with them, it has been a tone of we want to see more police in our community and neighborhoods. To your point, we don't want to be over-policed, but we want to see them there. We want to know who they are, and we want that relationship with the police department. we are getting better at staffing, and my hope is that as that increases, that will afford us the opportunity to be in communities more. And not only the staffing increase, but when we just received the data about calls for service and seeing a significant decrease in calls for service. I think we were 185,000 calls for service last year. We're 174,000 calls for service this year. That again will allow some opportunity for our officers to engage in communities. So that is a logistical piece of it. The philosophical approach is something as an organization we really have to work on, because the majority of our police officers are young. They're less than 5 years. Those are the officers that are out on patrol in neighborhoods. And what did we tell them the first 2.5, 3 years that they were here? They came in 2020. Don't stop people. Don't talk to people. Don't get out of your cars. Don't engage. We don't want you getting COVID. We don't want you spreading COVID. Only go to calls that you need to go to. And so that really impacted the culture of our organization and encouraging officers to get out into neighborhoods, walk the block, talk to folks, stop. And so we're trying to incrementally make those changes. There's a number of things we've done to encourage officers to get out of their cars. We team up with Beyond Sports, which is a nonprofit organization that provides sporting equipment to youth in the schools. And they provide our patrol officers sports equipment. So it's usually basketball, football, baseball. And they keep it in the trunk of their car. When they're driving through the neighborhood, they see a group of kids out playing basketball. They can jump out, shoot some hoops with them, and then give them the basketball and leave. And so we're looking for ways as an organization to engage in the neighborhoods and the communities, because it was said last night, and I think you hit it on the head, we're going to be successful when we can build those relationships with the community. Without those relationships, it's never going to be a collaboration working towards the same thing. So.
Right, and I would agree. And I'd like to see us try to build those relationships. I think that's going to help the crime aspect, all of it. But as we get the jobs and get the pay, that's going to be the whole socio-economic approach that will impact all of it. Secretary Boswell, thank you for being here. I'm glad to hear you talk about including all areas involved, because I think a lot of people think public safety is just police. But when I talk to water resources, when I talk to the field op guys, pick up the trash, that's public safety too. Because if they leave it on the street for a week, we got a problem, as you know. And so how do you, in trying to figure out how do you work within the content of it? How can we help change the concept around public safety, that it is more of an inclusive approach than just one singular monolithic?
Great question. You're exactly right, because those grass clippings in that drain will create flooding. And it'll create flooding to the point where it becomes a public safety issue, where motorists cannot, egress and degress down that certain street. And so what we try to do is be forward-leaning with County Commission Association, as well as the City and County Manager Association, as well as the North Carolina League of Municipalities, to get them to understand the importance of public safety as a whole of government. It's no longer fire, police, EMS. It's also public works, public utilities, your line crew, everything. Even the forest fire in McDowell County a couple weeks ago, power line fell and it struck the ground, created the fire. The winds were high. We could not get aviation assets in the air. The fire jumped lines about 3 or 4 times. And so they fought the fire as best they could. However, we're tackled with brush that's left in a backyard or brush that's left in an open lot. So from a code enforcement perspective, it is a public safety issue. So it's a whole of government approach, and we need to be forward-leaning in that.
I like that. That code enforcement. is something we struggle with here. But I think if we approach it as a public safety concern, we wrap it into that.
Yes.
I think that's the way.
Right.
For us to thank you very much for that.
And I just want to acknowledge Secretary Buffalo and the relationship that we have as a police department with the state. And before Governor Stein was governor, and the interactions he had and the communication we had with him when he was the Attorney General, and now Attorney General Jackson, I have had nothing but support from the state level. Anytime I needed to reach out, ask a question, whether it's the SBI, whether it's SHP, any of the entities in the Department of Public Safety, they have been a phenomenal partner for us here in Greensboro. So I wanted to take a second to acknowledge and appreciate that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much. Councilman, thank you.
Yes, so I'm going to touch on what the mayor was talking about domestic violence, and wanted to see from Secretary Buffalo and Chief, try to be brief on my question. So, you know, of course, the Family Justice Center in Greensboro was established because we were having so many domestic violence murders, and then that kind of slacked off and everything was good, and then after COVID it just ballooned. What can be done? Of course, the Family Justice Center, of course, is the one-stop shop. Officers are there, health clinics are there, everything that anyone would need, the ability to do a 50B. What can any of you do? The mayor and I had attended some first appearances for domestic violence, and what we see is that the victim sometimes does not want to continue with pressing charges. It happens like 7 times according to the stats before the perpetrator is really stopped. And sometimes that includes the victim being murdered. So what can you all do to express upon the courts the severity of these issues? Because it's not only a public safety problem, it's a health problem, it's a stress problem, and so many victims will no longer have financial stability, all of those things. Is there anything that you can do in your role to assist?
Great question. We are addressing some of those issues in our new Office of Violence Prevention. We're also, how do we look at the law, the current law? Do we look at electronic monitoring for those particular offenders? Like some states do that. Where North Carolina, we have a 48-hour rule. You know, they're in custody for 48 hours. However, if that judge is on a bench on a Tuesday morning, then that person gets that constitutional right to go before the courts to have a bond hearing. So do we look at electronic monitoring for those alleged offenders? Of course, they're still alleged. How do we support in education and intervention for the victim? You know, the victim comes in, gets a ex parte or gets a warrant for assault or whatever the case may be. We tell the alleged offender, hey, you can't be within X number of yards her or go to her workplace or wherever, but do we have anything to keep that particular offender away? So I think it's a whole of government approach, again, from a law enforcement standpoint, what can we do as a state to help Greensboro and other communities who are faced with this particular issue? Is it a law change? Do we give more money to victim services to support intervention and education, to let her and her family know what the options are and that it's okay to tell somebody that you're not okay? I think that's one of the struggles that we have to get across to our victims. And do we do that to support law enforcement with professional staff, not just from an enforcement piece?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just echo what I think the mayor was, it's anecdotal. I'll be interested to see what the data tells us, that unfortunately what I believe we've seen is a lot of people who are not taking advantage of the resources that we have as it relates to the Family Justice Center. I think 99.9% of folks that go through those doors receive the help that they need and whatever that may be. So I don't know. I'm curious to see if the data tells us they're not making it there at all, or how we can provide that intervention and education to the community to guide them to the Family Justice Center, because it's just a phenomenal resource.
Thank you so much. Are there any final questions from the council?
I just want to say to Secretary Buffalo, thank you for all you do and for the assistance that you give Greensboro and Guilford County on a regular basis. We appreciate the partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Likewise.
And before we dismiss the panel, we'd like to have our Fire Chief Jim Robinson come join us for a few words, and then we'll have an opportunity for questions for Fire Chief as well. Absolutely.
I do want to say that I've gotten a reminder that side conversations microphones are very sensitive, and so if we would be careful with side conversations. Yeah.
You can't talk anymore.
All right. Well, I'll get started. Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity. Really quick to just speak. And I just want to say thank you for the investment you've made in the fire department. I don't know that you realize what you've done over the past couple of years, but you've invested about $29.5 million. And to break that down, refurbishment money was $14 million, which we've started and finished Station 14. ARPA money was $9 million, and a couple of Tuesday nights ago, Short Farm Road, $6.5 million. So I just want to focus on and maybe take a victory lap for the fire department and the city, but really highlight some other departments that help us with this. And you've heard me talk about our ISO rating is dependent upon our Emergency Communications Center, Guilford Metro 911, and our water department. They've got a total of 50 points, and the fire department has a total of 50 points. So as you can see on the screen, total score this year was almost 97, so we'll call that 97. And if you look at those bars, and I'll break those bars down, but the three scores like at the top under community risk reduction, the 2.5, 3.8, and 4.5 is actually down at the bottom, your peer group, your state group, and nationwide. And you can see we scored a 5 in water. We scored a 39.4. Fire department score was 44.28, and emergency communications was 10. So we were above our peer group, state group, and our nationwide group. Yeah, so thank you. So I did want to highlight water, and I know I don't see the water folks in the room, but they really improved their piece of the puzzle by hydraulic modeling our fire hydrants that they install for us, the water lines that are going on to rehab. And you can see they scored 39.4 out of 40, which is incredible for a water department to do. And that counts for 40% of our score, for the fire department score. I know Melanie is proud. Christine's in the room. She wants to champion this, and we want to champion it. Our 911 score a perfect 10 out of 10 for what they did. We could not have done that without those 10 points that they had. And when you look overall, when you look at emergency communications, 10 out of 10, water supply down at the bottom, 39.4 out of 40, and then you see the fire department score certainly gives us areas to work on when we don't have closer to that perfect score, but it's a really good score. And some of those we're not going to be able to accomplish a huge growth like Area 571, credit for company personnel, we scored 10.5 out of 15. They require 6 people for a fire truck. Just not going to happen. We got 4, and that's fantastic. So just some areas that we can improve upon certainly are there. Any questions for me? They told me I couldn't do it in 2 minutes, and I believe I did.
Can you send us a copy of this?
Absolutely.
Chief, thank you for everything you do in your organization and department.
Thanks, sir.
Fire department always makes us proud.
Councilmember Thurman, well,
Go ahead, Darren.
Just a quick question. It would be great to have your input even more on the growth as we acquire and annex more properties. The more real-time information we can have in terms of what it's doing to both fire and police and what that means that is creating for us, because we're looking at some potentially good-sized parcels coming into the city, and that's going to impact you all. And the more information we have at the time of discussion annexing and what that's going to do to our future budget and that kind of thing, that'll be very helpful.
Sure, and I appreciate that. Mr. Wilson has a map in his war room that kind of shows our parcels that we've identified. You'll have a council agenda item coming up on Glass Road, some land purchases. The ARPA money was, never have I seen an opportunity like that for us to go purchase parcels, whether it be Pomona for an infill, Glass Road, and out on Pleasant Ridge. So we've had some opportunities to do that and closed, and should close on Knox Road soon.
I'd like to give you a compliment that I heard at the, I'm on the trustee board at Bennett, and they said that the fire department had been so helpful, and I know the whole staff's been working and trying to work with the community and working with Bennett, but they were really appreciative for the fire department.
I appreciate you passing that along.
Thank you. So, Chief, I know we've had, we just talked about growth, and so we've had lots of conversation about the outer perimeters and partnering with the other county fire departments. That's, but I heard you mention Short Farm Road. Talk about that partnership, because I think it's, you said partnerships are critical, and they are.
Right.
But I think we're going to do something different there that I'm aware of.
Well, I think between Parks and Rec and the fire department, that land was purchased 20-some years ago, so it's around 30 acres. And we're looking at, right now, subdividing the fire station parcel and then letting Parks work on their piece down the road. And I don't want to speak for them, but I think that's future plans, future bonds for them to design the park. But we're trying to do it together. We've done a master plan together that we should be sending up to the manager's office so you can see kind of what it will look like in the future. But the fire station will hopefully move forward sooner than later.
Yeah, there's growth going on out that area.
There is.
So what is your timeline? Is it based on needing some additional? I know you said we did 29 million, but some additional.
Yeah, I think for me, when I look at the future of Short Farm Road, I think what the actions you took a couple of Tuesday nights ago for the 6.5, pairing up some of the other funds that I have with it, that will get that project rolling. So when we look at challenges, that's going to take 15 firefighters to staff and maintain it. It's going to take a fire truck, which takes 3 years to get. So those are, even if we start construction now, we got to start thinking about how we staff it and how we order the fire truck.
And I think that's a critical component. Sure. Not only just there, but some of the other areas that we need. So staffing is a big one for you as well.
It is. Yeah, and currently we're only 9 folks down, so I feel like we're doing pretty good.
And I focus on the staffing.
Absolutely.
We got to have the diversity.
We've got a great recruiter coming on board, so Martin Barrett took over and filling Kelly Giles' spot, and we're pleased at what he's doing. He's in the communities, job fairs, military bases. We're going to follow a little bit of police department model and try pre-hire on a couple of folks. I think that's going to work out for us.
Yes, so Chief, believe it or not, there are quite a few people watching on our YouTube channel for the city. Could you please explain to them, I believe I know all of council knows now, what the ISO 1 rating does for our residents in correlation with their home insurance? And the second thing would be your collaborations with the community, for instance, on the fire safety trailer. Could you mention that as well?
Yeah, I think To break it down in simplest terms, ISO Class 1 is the lowest rating you can get, and that saves homeowners and especially business owners. It's really reflected in commercial insurance rates. They will be the lowest rates in the state or any community that has an ISO Class 1. So dollars saved by dollars invested, essentially, for our residents that have homeowners insurance and commercial insurance. And I think, one focus, I think, for years 25 and 26 for the fire department is education. We've been focused on that. We've bolstered our education efforts up. We cannot do that without community partnerships. And the Kiwanis Club made a significant donation for a fire safety trailer. I think I was told yesterday or day before yesterday they had 50 events scheduled throughout the year. So, getting out and showing how to use a fire extinguisher, showing children what to carry back home. The reality, and you've heard me say this, latchkey kids are coming home from school, cooking their dinner, and we're having, that's where we have issues. The majority of our fires start in the kitchen. And, we want to target those children and the elderly for those kitchen fires. And partnerships is a way to do it. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Just an aside, are the fire blankets that we see advertised everywhere, is that something that should be in every home, and should we be giving those to kids that are trying to cook by themselves?
It's interesting. I sat through a state fire marshal's presentation last week in Concord, and there are no certified fire blankets in the United States.
Really?
So they haven't been tested. They haven't been UL tested. So, we still stick to smoke alarms and fire extinguishers, and we're hoping that that push for those fire blankets, because they do work. I mean, on a grease fire, you throw it over, it doesn't make a mess in the kitchen. They will work. You just have to be very careful about where you buy them from. And we're hopeful that those tests, UL testing, will move forward so we can push them a little harder. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would say to Secretary Bucklow, I think the biggest challenge that we're going to have moving forward with the fire department is their turnout gear, and finding somebody who can provide turnout gear that is PFAS-free or PFAS-reduced. And I know that that's an issue across the entire country, but that is something that we are really focused on. We want to make sure that our firefighters are operating in healthy gear.
Okay, thank you. I will definitely take that back to our DEQ department and see. They're big on PFAS, and I'll see what I can do on that level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any final questions or comments from council? Thank you. I'll give you two the opportunity. Have anything else you want to add? No, good. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. See you again. Okay, we're back on schedule. We will break for lunch now. We'll take a quick lunch, please. We'll ask that, for efficiency's sake, that we have the council members, the manager's office, and the clerk's office to go first, please, and grab your lunch. We'll come back in, and we'll eat here and give you a minute opportunity to eat your food, but then we'll start with the working lunch, okay? Thank you.
I did ask them to raise it.
Yeah, it's cold in here.
They said it'll take about 15 minutes.
This is like a weird thing. If we could have everyone make their way back to their seats, please. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get started. Thank you to the council for your engagement and your feedback and your insight, for the staff and among yourselves during the first half of the day. Thank you to the staff and presenters who helped put so much great information in the room. A part of the exercise that we skipped earlier, just to make up some time, was really about your shared vision for the city. We've got reflected here are all of your individual statements that are reflected here in the room. I'll give you a minute just to read through each of those. As you can see, there's definitely some common themes there around your shared vision and what you individually like to see in terms of your vision for the city. On the next page, if we can scroll down a little bit, it's just a basic word cloud. Here's some of the words that jumped out that were consistently used. Jobs, live, family, population, resources, income and quality, opportunity, safe, work, housing, play, connected, healthy, growth, affordable, community, underserved, belonging, business, and equitable. So if we were to take all of your individual statements, here's some common words that were used in your individual statements. So we took that and actually created a vision statement to guide us for the next 2 days in terms of your shared vision for the city. And if you will scroll down, here's our vision. Here's where how we want to lean in and form an influence over the next 2 days in terms of moving forward. A city to live, work, and play. We strive to make Greensboro a premier destination where people can live, work, and play with diverse housing options, vibrant cultures, cultural opportunities, and a high standard of living that attracts both residents and businesses. Nope. So good, thank you. I was going to open it up to discussion. What's off? What's missing?
Safety.
Safety. Very good. What else?
Say that again.
Safety. She wants safety called out.
I heard that, but I'm saying, say that statement again.
And this is not for the city. This is not official, formal. This is just a common vision for these 2 days. So, for these 2 days of work. We strive to make Greensboro a premier destination where people can live, work, play, and feel safe. With diverse housing options, vibrant cultural opportunities, and a high standard of living for everyone that attracts both residents and businesses.
So equitable is not a word you want to use in this one?
This is your statement. This is your collective vision. So we literally just took the words. High standard of living implies equitable to me. But again, this is
Yeah, but it implies for one population, is what I hear.
well, there's no population called out here.
There's been no experience of it being free here, fair. So this equity is opportunity for that to occur.
Absolutely.
That's how I see it.
And this is for the purposes of discussion among the group in terms of a shared vision. So we have the addition of equitable
and be
to call
safe.
out and safety.
Be safe. Not feel safe, but be safe.
Be safe, not feel safe. Very good.
Mayor
You got that, Lindy? What else is missing here or should change? Mary, any feedback on this? Just to guide for the next 2 days.
So I have a destination plan here. You want a destination for people to come to.
Yeah, because you said something.
For people who are residing.
Well,
so it's not a destination for them. There are people who want to be a place equitable.
All right, so it's a place for people to come where these things are. The people who are here will be experiencing it, and the folks who come will experience the same opportunities and whatever we say.
This is just for the 2 days that we're here.
Correct.
This is not for publication,
right,
so to speak.
That is on YouTube.
Well,
So it's already.
But I think
So
the mayor and Councilman Harper mentioned we need to bring in more people. So I think that's where that destination came from.
I get to bring in more people after that, I get that. Well, yeah, to grow the city.
To grow the city.
And to grow tourism.
Grow it to a point and push out from current here. We don't want that to be an unintended consequence. Understand the jobs are going to bring people here anyway. If we have
I think we may be jumping the gun a little bit, if I may just level set a little bit. So no. Let me get back to process. So in terms of us being on the same page for the next 2 days, it is important to make sure that we are aligned along vision. Are we working towards the same thing? This is just a statement for the next 2 days. Premier destination, equitable place for all people. We added all people in there. I'm sorry, it's not real time. You can't see the additions there. We added safety. So it's just an exercise to call out to make sure that we're on the same page and we're working towards the same vision. In terms of the application and the work that needs to be done to realize all of this and your actual real vision statement that is on your website, that is the work of the city manager, and that's why we're here today. So we have called out 3 primary focus areas for these next 2 days: public safety, infrastructure, and economic development. All of those are vitally critical to a successful city like Greensboro. You've seen a lot of data. You have to have data to make data-informed decisions and not emotional decisions. I work with councils all the time, so I understand the importance of satisfying constituents and that rough phone call you may have had from some person, but that is not how we can't govern the city. We can't govern a city based on a phone call that you got from a constituent that may have been uncomfortable. You have to have data. You have to look broader with what's happening within the city of Greensboro, but you have to look outside the city of Greensboro. Where are there places that we can learn in terms of how to grow Greensboro in smart ways, as the manager set up earlier, that are appropriate for the city? So this next 2 days, we've had some people coming in to provide places for those conversations, places for that information and data, for you to learn and listen around that. And a part of that is going to be, in some cases, detaching from some things that you know or feel. To be okay with listening and opening your minds to do what new ways of doing that, understanding that you're focusing on the same thing. Does that make sense? And that's why I wanted to make sure that we started with some common language in terms of a shared vision. Because of however you lean in, at the end of the day, we're still focusing on the same goals for the city. Okay? So we want to make sure that we also keep the conversation at a 50,000-foot level. You, as a council, you set policy, you set standards, you set priorities and a vision. It is the manager's responsibility to carry those out with his staff. And so this is a really important time to stay at that level and set vision, because you have your ACMs here, you have your staff listening to you and what your vision is and what you want to see. And it has to be an informed vision. It has to be a collective vision as a council. So your resources will be used wisely, you can operate an efficient government, and at the end of the day tomorrow, the manager will also talk about oversight and governance. He has a plan in place to make sure that you get the information that you need to understand how the city is progressing based on what you said that you want. So there's a plan in place, but in this point of the conversation, it's important to keep it forward-thinking, at a high level, so you talk about strategy. This is strategy. You get business meetings all the time where you're in the weeds. This is a time for you to really say, here's the vision. Here's ultimately what we need to accomplish as a council. Here's ultimately what our city needs going forward. Going forward, this is what the city needs. And so as this data comes before you, listen. Lean into it, make it your own, and make some smart priorities around your direction for the council. I'm sorry, for the staff. Because the manager will leave on Thursday with a set of priorities that he will be responsible for implementing based on what you said you wanted. And so we have to use the time very wisely. It's very important that you lean in and be forward-thinking in your engagement, in your consideration of the information, in your direction to staff around the vision for the city. And so this, again, is literally just to make sure that we're in line on what we're ultimately trying to accomplish for the city. This is not something that marketing will take back and adopt at all. This is just for 2 days, okay? Thank you. And so unless there are any other changes, we're going to be leading with this from the rest of the discussion. Next up, we'll get into our next priority, which is, our next focus area for the retreat, which is a priority for economic development. Certainly no city can grow without strong economic development and strong economic growth, not only for individuals, but also for businesses. And so we've assembled a masterful team here. Thank you for being here, who know Greensboro very well. I know that you've had some, I think in the last retreat, you may have had some external resources that were very helpful to help you understand what's happening outside of the city. This year, we're going to talk about what's happening inside the city. It's important to do both, okay? And so you've heard the Vitals report. That was incredible information, incredible, and it's real data. It's tangible, and I know certainly there's some things to be updated there, but the themes are still there in terms of focus. You shouldn't discount anything that was in there. We'll get some updates as it relates to ED during the next panel. And so without further ado, I'll ask Chris to come up. Okay, we're waiting on some people?
Give it about a 5 or 10 minute break.
Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break.
So there was a comment made about public safety and about, stormwater being important to public safety, and it certainly is. And there was, I think, a question about leaves in the storm grates. So as of November 1st to now, we've had 7 work orders for blocked leaves, compared to last year where we had 68.
Oh, very good. That's progress. No comment.
That deserves
Were they all working hard? Hey, Trey. I mean, Brent's here. Can he not go ahead and get started? I mean, we want to be efficient with time.
I think they got especially because we'd like to.
Unless they continue to find each other. They are.
I think they are. I think they're scheduled for.
Get one of those little balls, Zach, and squeeze it. Squeeze that little ball. Tom.
You want the one that says take a deep breath? You can have that one too if you want. One for each hand.
Check her out here.
So in our pivot, we are way ahead of schedule, and maybe where's some wood at? Y'all are doing great. I am going to ask Brent, actually Brent, if you come on this side over here, because you're going to be center stage. Okay.
This will teach me to.
No.
So it's a different.
It's a different one, yeah. Yeah, he's not with Michael anymore. Yeah. He's working with the speaker.
Turn it off there. Turn it off there.
No.
You turn it off.
My campaign manager the first time.
Yeah, he helped me a whole
Worked for Michael Garrett.
Yeah, where is he? Up in the mountains now?
No, he's in Raleigh, but he has a new job. He's working with Michael Garrett.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, but he got all the numbers and stuff. And I was by myself.
Thank you.
They have peppermint.
Yeah, no problem.
Everybody's got coughs, nasal, and I started a little scratch in my throat.
Yeah, we're just trying to come in the door.
This weather change and everything is, no, I can't be sick. No. But I haven't had any other symptoms. Is he waiting on us?
Okay. We'll go ahead and get started. Our other guests will be here shortly. We were originally scheduled at 1, but we've got plenty of material to cover. This is an area of council's focus. It's been an area of city staff focus for many years. This morning you heard a little bit about the vitals of our community, which included some sobering statistics around growth and job growth and our economy. And what we recognize is that was a point in time based on census data, and we have had just an astounding amount of success since that time. I would say in the past 5-6 years, in my whole career, I've never seen anything quite like it in terms of the success that Greensboro has seen in terms of economic development and the things that have chosen to be here. Now, one of the things that gets me really excited about Greensboro, and many of you know I promote Greensboro all the time, even when I'm on vacation or, anywhere around the world, I'm wearing my Greensboro hat because I'm so proud of the things that we do. I get to hear a lot of things that not everybody gets to hear all the time, too, though. So we're fortunate that Brent Christensen, who each of you know, is with us today. And I asked Brent before we got in here, could we talk a little bit about the pitch? So when we meet with companies, when we talk to potential businesses that want to be here, that want to locate in Greensboro, Guilford County, this region, there's just this phenomenal pitch that occurs. I call it the Why Greensboro pitch. And I don't think we all get to hear that all the time. So I've asked Brent to talk a little bit about what that sounds like, what that looks like, so that you all could hear that and get just as excited as I do. And then we're going to talk a little bit about why that, in combination with your good work, has allowed us to see the success that we've seen. So Brent, I'll turn it over for you just for a minute.
Do I need to get closer?
The Why
to this?
Greensboro.
Can y'all hear me? Okay. So, the Why Greensboro pitch, and let me start by kind of setting the stage as to where we are in terms of active projects in economic development, because there are different pitches to different industries. There's a basic one, but there are different to different industries. But I will tell you, based on our current pipeline, we have 101 active projects. Will we win all 101 active projects? No. But we have 101 that we consider active in various stages right now. 79.4% of those are manufacturing. 79.4, and probably more than that because we break aerospace out, and that's another 3.9%. Life sciences is about 4.9%, 5%. Supply chain and logistics, 5%. Business services, 4%, and other 3%. So when you talk about a pitch for a community, you talk about the assets. We are a legacy manufacturing community. We have gone now from tobacco, textiles, and furniture to having an advanced manufacturing workforce that has been there, done that, knows how to do it, continues to upskill, continues to get themselves ready for the jobs of the future. I have a friend in economic development who says when you make things that fly, you know you have a really good workforce, right? There can't be any mistakes. The precision that you have to make things that fly, because when they come out of the sky, it's not a good day. It's a really bad day, so they can't. So a big part of the pitch is the legacy manufacturing and the workforce that we've got here. Another big part of the pitch is the community support that goes with that, right? What we've built in this community around manufacturing that exists to this day. whether that be water and sewer resources, whether that be industrial parks, buildings, land, those sort of things that are available. The road infrastructure that we've built in this community that serves not just our residents, but our businesses as well, that's a big part of who we are. We are a very business-friendly community. We're in the center of the most business-friendly state in the country, and you don't have to take my word for it. You just look at the rankings, and there's an annual ranking by CNBC of the top state for business. For 2 years running, it was North Carolina. Virginia kind of beat us out by a little bit this past year, but we are in the center of the best state for business, right? So infrastructure, workforce, business friendliness, and a connected community, right? One that has an airport that is connected to just about anywhere you want to go with one stop, in many cases with just one stop. I know there's an awful lot of times when our airport gets criticized for not being able to go everywhere we want to go without one stop. As a matter of fact, I had a project I was working years ago that was considering us in Charlotte. And really what they were considering was not Charlotte, it was Fort Mill, South Carolina, and I kind of chuckled. And they said, well, we just think that Charlotte Airport is a better solution for us than what you've got. And I said, well, I promise you this. If you locate in Fort Mill, South Carolina, and you have a person who is trying to get to the Charlotte Airport, I can drive from my house in Greensboro, park my car, go through security, and get on a flight to Charlotte and probably either beat or tie that person to the gate in Charlotte. So if that's really your hang-up, then you need to think about something else, because our airport is so easy to use. But we're not only connected with that, we're connected by the rail system that we have, the intermodal rail system that we have. We have all of these great connections. And at the end of the day, really what we get to tell people is we've done this before and we're good at it. We've had some big wins over the years, and that goes all the way back to our friends at Honda and HAECO, and now Marshall and Boom, to Toyota and from there on. And we've really started to build a great industry cluster around transportation technology. If you think about our region, the wins that we've had, and you know, we always say planes, trains, and automobiles, right? Planes, we know we've got that out of PTI. We've got trains. You just go down into Davidson County where Siemens is building the next generation of passenger rail car, right, and automobiles. Everything from buses that are made in High Point to the batteries that are going to power them, obviously, with Toyota in Randolph County. So when we get done with our pitch, ultimately what we're trying to convince somebody sitting in front of us, a client sitting in front of us, is there is less risk to you doing your project in Greensboro and Guilford County than any of the other destinations you're looking for. At the end of the day, they're trying to eliminate as much risk as they possibly can, whether that be a cost risk or a time risk, which winds up being costly as well. And so what we're trying to convince them is we're the ones who can deliver for you on your timeline, on your cost line, and make it happen. And that's ultimately, I think, where we win, is when we are able to convince folks that we're the least risky location, which ultimately becomes the best location.
I wanted you all to hear that. I wanted the public to hear that, because when I think about that offering, when we talk to potential companies, I think about the fact that it fits Greensboro. Greensboro is accommodating in so many ways. That we're sitting here in the Hall of Champions, tournament town. We have been recognized, this facility has been recognized over and over again for how accommodating it is and how easy it is to do things here in our region. I'm happy to always be part of the team with Brent. Brent does such a great job, and so does Marvin Price, who would be here with us today if it were not for an unfortunate sports injury. But we should recognize some of our other partners too. Hank Henning was in the room earlier with Duke Energy. Duke Energy plays a huge part. Christine Williams, Assistant Director of Water Resources, is here. Obviously, water and sewer plays a huge part. There's so many people that play a part in what we do when we talk to a potential new company in Greensboro. I've asked Greg Flory to be with us today. Now, you may or may not know Greg Flory, but Greg, in addition to being an engineer, is the Executive Director of the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority. And many of you, if not all of you, and our viewers I hope will know as well, know that this is a coalition amongst our region around water. And they have been critical, particularly during the years in which we faced struggles around water and capacity for water. They are now a leader in tackling contaminants. Earlier, the mayor made reference to PFAS. This is something that we have to address, and we continue to look at ways to do, and PTRWA is one of the leaders in that. But water and sewer is, now Brent, correct me if I'm wrong, in every discussion is one of the most critical components to how we do business in this region. And with your leadership, we've started discussions and actions around how we do that regionally, understanding that economic development is regional. And so, Greg, thank you for being here today, first off. But I would love it if you would talk just a little bit about what PTRWA means to our region, what it's meant in terms of supporting economic development, and really what does it mean in terms of public safety, trying to tie these things together, and what that means for our community.
Sure. Well, I'm assuming, yeah, all right. So, PTRWA, I think, is a great example of regional cooperation to address, water supply needs in the area. It's just a shining example of how municipalities can work together to address the region's needs. Back in 1986, the project was taken off the books as a federal project, not going to move forward as a water supply. The leaders in the area recognize that, utilities are needed for growth, to ensure public safety, to ensure growth, just to have that capability. And so back in 1986, everybody recognized that there wasn't a drought yet, there wasn't water shortages yet, but everybody realized, hey, we need to work together to address the area's needs. And so, they formed the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority back in 1986, which is a coalition of Greensboro, High Point, Jamestown, Randolph County, Archdale, and Randleman, all working together to ensure there's adequate water supply for the region. Constructed the 3,000-acre reservoir that currently has a safe yield of 48 million gallons. That ensures, we have water supply to welcome Toyota and other large-scale manufacturing to the region, and to be able to plan for the future. Now, we're getting to the point where more growth is coming, and we're trying to be prepared to address the next set of challenges to work together regionally.
And Greg, would it be fair to say that the state recognizes that need as well, and that's what really pushed the notion of the study that we saw back in, I guess it was May, from DEQ?
Yeah, yes, the state certainly realizes that, water and wastewater capacity is best addressed at a regional level. And so they did put out their Master 421 corridor study that looked at the needs from the top of the, Cape Fear Basin all the way down to Dunn. came up with a lot of shortfalls when you start trying to plan out another 30, 40 years in those capacity needs. And so, as a regional entity in the area, we were already being brought into those discussions, as the growth around the Toyota site was moving. I had been involved in a lot of discussions down in Randolph County as to how the growing need was going to be addressed. And certainly, some of the smaller municipalities here throughout Guilford County had been facing that challenge as well. So we were getting pulled more and more into those discussions. And that's why, we took the initiative to jump off the state's master plan and initiate our own master planning initiative to look at water and wastewater capacity throughout Guilford and Randolph County.
Thank you. So, Jeff, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Everybody in this room knows Jeff Foster. I'm going to tell a story today that you've not heard, and Councilperson Hightower and Wells can correct me or back me up. Some time ago, we had talked about success in our community and businesses that really embody Greensboro. And when we talked about that, you were the focus of that conversation. We often talk about, we hope companies will capitalize on the intellectual capital of our universities. You do that. We talked about the notion that we hope companies will be intentional about where they locate and understand the impact they can have to the economy of a community, and you did that. We talked about the notion of success and how people can be successful here if they have a mind for it, and you did that and continuing to do that. And you were the genesis of the Investees campaign. Truly. When we talked about Investees and tried to encourage other people to consider what could happen in East Greensboro, you were our very first poster for that, quite frankly. I'm so glad you're here today because the conversation around why Greensboro, why our region, what are the elements that go into that, really are all embodied in what you have done and the success that you have seen. So for the sake of those who are watching today, I would love it if you could talk just a little bit about your intentionality. Why Greensboro? Because I happen to know for a fact you were sought after all over this world, not just in this country. Why Greensboro? Why the business model you have? Why do you take advantage of the intellectual capital? And why do you continue to grow here? And I'll ask Brent to pass the mic over to you.
I think I can, but it's kind of stuck.
Maybe take down. Scoot down there, buddy.
Slide
yeah,
down.
just slide.
We'll slide this one.
Yeah. Thank you. Good sharing.
Regional cooperation.
Yeah, there you go.
Finest.
My mama had to say things real matter of fact as well. Just slide your butt down, right? Thank you.
I'm sure Ms. Hightower will guide us. Can you hear okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you asked, I guess, a lot of Greensboro is a great place to raise a family, and I say that. I'm from New Jersey originally. So when I came to school here at North Carolina A&T, I learned from some of the best professors engineering practices, and then I went to grad school at Wake Forest. And I should probably mention my wife's from Greensboro. So that led me back to Greensboro. But when I had this vision about starting a manufacturing company, the location was great, the people were great, but I was very intentional about getting talent. So I've been teaching at A&T for 20 years in applied engineering, applied engineering technology. And I guess for the last 18 years, I've been recruiting talent there. But it started out with just internships, but now it's turned into full-time positions where these guys now are managers, and they're traveling the globe with me or without me. But even last year, they went around the globe twice with Germany, Sweden, with Volvo Truck, China, Switzerland. But these students, now employees, have been, no pun intended, we molded them, right? So they are able to talk to people 20 years older than them and still talk at a highly impressive level, that they understand business and what's going on, and I identified them in the classroom. But I think in East Greensboro, we were able to start Molding Kids for Success. So Molding Kids for Success is a nonprofit where we're targeting middle school students who are coming from underrepresented groups, and they are wanting to get STEM exposure. So we started it, 3 years ago, actually during COVID. And we probably had about 40 kids that came through that program. And last year we had 800 kids that came through this program. So, we're getting so much traction. And then we had kids from Columbia, South Carolina, Charleston. But I think we are touching the young people and creating a pipeline. So there's a lack of I guess, skilled workers, where what I've discovered is you have to create your own and develop your own talent. And I think that's what some of my competitors are busy chasing, people that have their mindset, this is how it's going to be done, and they're not going to change. And that's not what we need. Our customers are at a high level. They want innovation. They want people to think. They want to see diversity. We're 85% diverse as far as employees. And what our customers have told us globally is they love to see that diversity here, because so many of our employees come from humble beginnings, and they think differently. They think out of the box, and not the most expensive fix, but this is something that would work. So we have employees from about 8 different countries. But I think in Greensboro, maybe not like New Jersey, it's still a melting pot where there's people from different walks of life, different religions, different countries, but they all are trying to come up with viable solutions. So being in Greensboro, and we started with A&T, now we're working with UNCG, we're working with High Point University. We recently hired 2 High Point University graduates, and we're working with Wake Forest University as well in the business school. So this area, being in the middle of all that, we're able to not just get talent, but we're able to retain talent with employee motivation. I think that's the key. You don't want to keep hiring people and training them over and over again. So, and I don't have the data today, Brent, but I know we have one of the lowest turnover rates in Guilford County. Right. So it's not just competitive wages. We're going to announce in a couple of days we're going to be taking everyone to Jamaica. So doing this employee motivation annual trip, those trips every year, we train people, we get them training. We have a lot of, during COVID, a lot of our employees came from Best Buy, Home Depot, Lowe's, restaurants, and now they have a career instead of just a job. So they're learning robotics, they're learning clean room molding. So, they're open to a career, and now they have good benefits as well. So they're getting paid for, 10 holidays and 2 weeks vacation. So they're excited about it, we're excited about it, our customers are excited about it, and that's why we're able to ship to about 150 countries, because we have employees who get it and they're proud of what they're doing. So hopefully I answered all your questions, but I might have left one out.
The most important one for sure, and that is why Greensboro, and your model at looking at how we embrace the talent we have here and understanding that talent is cultivated over time. That is very much what I want us to hear today. We will have many companies go after the same talent, understanding that we are a university city. We have higher learning institutions here that have brilliant young minds who can be cultivated, who can make it here and can be part of a model just like this is incredible. So I'm going to shift a little bit. Yes, sir.
Before you shift, may I just add, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the city council, the county commissioners, Brent and the chamber. They were also reasons why we're here in Greensboro, because we did get other offers, other opportunities to go different regions, not just South Carolina, but there is a group here who are really supporting us, and they see the vision. So that's another reason why Greensboro. Sorry.
No, thank you for that, and I appreciate you saying that. I don't think the public gets to hear enough how we come together as a body and as a community to really stake our priorities about what we want to see in Greensboro and how we want to see things be successful. And I appreciate you talking about diversity. So Mrs. Thompson mentioned this morning in her vitals report that one of our strengths is really the diversity of Greensboro and just the various cultures and things that we can celebrate. And that's really one of the things that we need to celebrate in our community. And it makes us unique and attractive in economic development. So we're fortunate to have Dr. Tim Moreland with us today. I'm going to shift gears. I don't want you to be the downer, but I do want you to bring some reality to this conversation. So we know that we have seen thousands of jobs come to our area over the past several years. We know that we have billions, say that again, billions of dollars being invested in our region. As an economist, talk to me about those things that we now have to do in order to sustain this onslaught of growth that we know is going to happen. And it's going to happen because we'll have more jobs, we'll have more people, we'll have more investment. Talk to me about those things that happen naturally and what we have to prepare for.
Yep, I can do that. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind here in terms of if we're going to have a lot of investment, a lot of population growth, we need somewhere for those people to live, right? So housing has to be a top priority. And the housing market's been quite strong in Greensboro. If you look at, the average home price in Greensboro relative to like the Charlotte area or the Triangle, housing is much more affordable here than there, but incomes and wages are comparable to those areas. And so, that gives us a big advantage right now. Housing is affordable, but if the housing supply doesn't grow, housing won't stay affordable, right? As we have people coming in and incomes continuing to grow. So the one thing I'd point out in terms of just capitalizing on this moment in Greensboro's growth and this boom in investment is just making sure that housing supply can keep up with the demand would be the main one. Outside of that, I think being smart about how we go about attracting investment, right? So we want, to the extent that we're spending, public dollars to bring in investment or to promote job growth, we want that really promoting investment and job growth that wouldn't have happened otherwise, right? We want to make sure, right, to the extent that businesses are coming here and being subsidized or incentivized to come here, that it is businesses that were considering different states and we've attracted them here. It's businesses that were considering somewhere else in North Carolina and we've attracted them here. So just bringing in new investment as opposed to getting into this potential cycle of subsidizing the investment that's already happening here. So it's really just attracting more investment and, as was mentioned, like we have, and I'm a little bit biased, but we have a strong base of universities here. We have workers with the skills that can take these jobs. So I think just keeping in mind and promoting that we have a population that can fill a wide range of jobs.
So let's continue down that path because it would be really easy for us to rest on the success we've had. I mean, quite frankly, I'm proud of it. I know you're proud of it. We know good things are coming. Let's face it, we worked a number of years to get there. Probably hit a few bumps along the way. But ultimately, we're there. We have seen some real success. But we can't stop there. let's talk about why we can't stop there and why we have to do things to sustain not only what we've received, but what we know will come. So, Brent, I'm going to pivot back to you for a minute. A Toyota, a Boom.
Yep.
They don't just come by themselves.
They don't.
What happens as a result of those companies locating in an area like Greensboro, Guilford County, Randolph County?
Well, I think in they're going to induce some level of business. They're going to bring some level of suppliers with them, and so those are two different things, right? So when you have those new businesses there, and they provide more jobs and more investment, it will come with more retail. It will come with more restaurants. It will come with those sort of things because there'll be more dollars to spend within the economy. So that's natural. That kind of organic growth is going to be there as well. They will bring suppliers with them. Toyota, I think, is still trying to figure out exactly what their suppliers will look like because it's building a new product. They've never built a battery before, and so here they are building a battery. Boom really hasn't quite gotten off the launch pad just yet with Overture. I mean, the good news is XB1 proved the concept, proved it even better, I think, than most people thought they were going to prove the concept, right? When you have a supersonic jet that's not going to produce a boom, and we thought for a long time that was just going to be over water, that the enticement for that jet was just going to be oceanic travel, and now you're talking about transcontinental. That could mean more planes will be produced, which means better things for us. So XP1 is done. Mayor, I brought you a present, and don't fret. I brought everybody. The rest of these are on order. But this was the scarf that we got out in California when XP1 flew supersonic for the first time.
Some of us got to watch live, and then some of us got to watch really live.
You're welcome.
I will wear this proudly.
So
it's very appropriate for today. It's kind of cold in here. Yeah.
So the beauty of XP1 flying yesterday, its final flight, is that now and I have on order for everybody else, so everybody will get one, I promise. Now it's full attention to Overture, which Overture is the passenger jet that will be built here. And so the hiring will begin in earnest here in Greensboro and go from there. And again, great news with that. So you've got the organic growth that comes, you've got the supplier growth, and then a lot of folks think that supplier growth means new businesses. It doesn't just mean new businesses, does it, Jeff? That's right. We got companies here who are able to supply these new businesses as well. They get that, and that's really good, right? Yes, do we want more businesses to come? Absolutely. But what's really cool is when your existing businesses are prepared to be the suppliers and are given that opportunity. So they come they come, and I know a lot of times we get, in economic development, we get put in a box as big game hunters. And to some degree that's true, but that's not all we do. That's not, I mean, we work with folks like Jeff. So let me talk about our recent wins this past year. Tell me if there's anybody on here that you would consider big game. They're all great projects. Clearly Clean products. McConnell Road, $25 million investment, 80 jobs. Core Technology Molding, $27.9 million investment, 26 jobs, Millstream Road, Greensboro. First one was a new company to town, second one was an expansion. Next one is an expansion. James M. Pleasance, capital investment $30 million, total jobs 40, retained jobs 113, Ritters Lake Road. Here's a new one. Partner Hero, capital investment $7 million, 200 new jobs on McLeod Road. Now we'll go back to two expansions. Banknote Corporation of America, $28 million investment, 50 new jobs. IQE, capital investment $305 million, 109 new jobs, 72 jobs retained. Again, another expansion. Galero, here's a new one. Capital investment, $6.4 million, 37 new jobs in life sciences. Life sciences. We want to be a bigger part of the life sciences trend in North Carolina. And then Procter & Gamble, no new jobs, but just did another $170 million investment in its Brown Summit facility. And then our first win of 2025, 24 jobs, $250,000 in contact. So, you know, we do have big projects, then we have some others that come along. And quite frankly, not having a big project last year allows the economy to breathe a little bit because we've had some big jobs fill. I mean, I think Toyota is probably at about a quarter of its ultimate workforce right now and are growing into that. But a lot of these projects, as you heard on here, are existing industries, and there's an age-old saying in economic development, and Jeff knows it well now. Your community's best companies are your competitors' best prospects. And so a big focus of ours is not just on being big game hunters, but also making sure that we're visiting with our existing industries on a regular basis so that their needs are being met, so that when that knock comes on the door, that phone rings from one of our competitors, it's a short conversation. It's a short, thanks for calling, but no thanks. We're happy with where we are. We continue to expand here where we are. We've got the support that we need. The community is behind us. We're getting everything that we need. So I can't even remember what the question was at this point.
Well, you've hit it. You've hit it. So there's those things that we have to continue to do, and we're going to keep down that line in order to support the businesses that are here.
That's right.
And are growing. And by the way, guys, Brent wears me out. If somebody is not happy, even after they've gotten started, we don't walk away. We continue to support them. Jeff, I would like to ask you, you've now outgrown a space and you're going into a new space. Tell us about the factors of what you considered when going to a new space. I mean, obviously outgrowing is one, but what were those factors that drove you to your new space? And not everybody knows about that, so please share.
Sure. We broke ground October 15th, so our new facility that we're constructing is 3 times the size of where we're at. So during COVID, we actually saw about 300% growth. So as Brent mentioned, the life sciences, BioPharm, that's where our biggest growth was, where we're about 75% now BioPharm with Merck, Pfizer, and some others that you see every 30 minutes on the news. But also the automotive. So, 5 years ago, we weren't thinking we'd be doing Toyota work. We don't know anything about batteries a year ago, but now we're producing parts. But those opportunities, Mercedes-Benz in Alabama, all of these companies are seeing significant growth. So we needed the space, but we really wanted to stay in East Greensboro, and Ms. Hightower threatened us. But we really wanted to stay in East Greensboro because of the talent, working with A&T, of course, and now most of our employees live in this area as well. So it's a good fit for us. Our employees are happy, their kids are happy, and they get to spend more time with them because they're not traveling to Winston-Salem or other areas. But I think being in that area, we're able to get talent and retain talent, which is really important. The location, the highways, the airport, they all make sense for our customers. Most of our customers are 3 hours away, and because they pay for all the shipping, they want us to be in that 3-hour range. But for a majority, 95% of our customers are 3 hours away. So the location is perfect. Especially in the southeast on the I-85 corridor. So it's a great location, and you'll actually be able to see the building from the highway. So it's
with a bigger sign.
With a bigger sign, Ms. Hightower. Yes, she's right. So no, you can't. So we're really excited about that, and we're actually looking at growing on that campus as well.
So Jeff, you mentioned sort of a list of things that help you in your business and that growth. One of them I heard was roads. I'm going to shift back over to you, Greg. The other thing that fits into this is water and sewer. And And I can't emphasize the wastewater side enough. That's where, if you were to ask me what keeps me up at night, that's something that keeps me up at night, is we are nearing a place of capacity concern. And it's not just Greensboro. As a region, we're nearing a place of capacity concern. And one of the things that we have to do to support businesses is understand what they bring in terms of wastewater in addition to water needs. Greg, help us understand, Toyota came with sort of their own, that was a learning experience for me, and you're much more expert in this area than I am. What are those things that we have to consider? When we say contaminants, we deal with contaminants as a region from some of the products that are, really in the environment. And then we deal with contaminants that come with location of business. Why is that a factor? Why is that something we should be worried about?
Yeah. So, certainly on the wastewater side, when any business comes in, they are using materials to make their products and ultimately, have to dispose of the waste from the process. And, there's pretreatment programs that all businesses go through that the cities administer to limit the amount of potential contaminants that can end up in the water. But, all water is ultimately connected. High Point's wastewater plant discharges into our reservoir. Right. So, what's in that wastewater, we end up getting at the water treatment plant, and have to try and take that out of the water and send it back out to, all of the residents as drinking water. So, understanding what is potentially in the water and developing technology to address that is certainly a way to be at the forefront of the needs of the businesses coming to the area, to have technology in place that can deal with the demands that are put on our industry.
So let's go back to PFAS for a minute. Our council actually just took action at a recent meeting supporting additional pursuit of filtration around PFAS and lowering that amount that may be prevalent in water. Why is that important? We hear it all the time, but give me some context.
Sure. There are a lot of emerging compounds that come up in the news. Certainly, compounds that are added to the water that aren't naturally occurring present a risk to human health potentially, and that's that potential is what you always look at when you're trying to treat for these compounds. So in our instance, we at the water plant in the reservoir also have polyfluoroalkyl substances in the reservoir as well. We also have 1,4-dioxane in the reservoir as well. These are emerging compounds that have potential cancer risks associated with them. So ideally, you want to try and get them out of drinking water, and you want to try and limit the amount that's coming from wastewater plants. So, on our side, the Water Authority is moving forward with a advanced treatment project supported by all the members to put in reverse osmosis treatment to remove, it's been selected, we know are there, and to protect us looking into the future for the ones that we don't know are there. And then on the wastewater side, as we start to explore how we can work to cooperate amongst all of the entities throughout Guilford and Randolph County and look for a larger regional solution. These emerging compounds are certainly what are bringing some of those municipalities to the table. Asheboro has expressed an interest in potentially partnering with the Water Authority on a larger regional wastewater solution. And certainly one of the things that has piqued their interest there is that they are looking at emerging compound limits on the wastewater side. Treating for emerging compounds is a significant expense, and working together is a better way to spread that expense out and make it more affordable for everybody than each facility dealing with it on their own at a very high cost.
Fair enough. So I don't want to sort of disregard water too. The council knows all too well, particularly during our really cold temperatures, how important it is to keep up the infrastructure of water. And we had significant amount of our aging infrastructure that reared its ugly head during those cold temperatures. Talk to me about the need to continue to build capacity around water too. Because this, I bring up contaminants because I want to make it very clear that whether it's wastewater or it's roads or it's available properties or it's our workforce, there are things that we have to focus on to keep up from an infrastructure standpoint to sustain the success that we've had. Talk to me about why it's really important for us to continue pursuing that water capacity side as well.
Well, I think, really, like I said, they're ultimately within this region, and by region, when I talk about region, I look at all of Guilford and all of Randolph County. There is a limited amount of water capacity. We're at the top of the river basin. And there is a limited amount of wastewater capacity, and that is limited by the amount that you can put in to those rivers and not have a negative effect on the environment. So those are your limiting components, and you look at the best way to manage that holistically to meet the needs of the entire region. Tim mentioned that housing has to expand. Businesses are expanding. All of those are increased demand on the water and wastewater systems, and we have to be a step ahead of that demand to have it available when they need it, when the housing needs it. So, we are thinking at a 10, 15, 20, 30 year out level to be able to have that capacity available when it's needed. And so really that's what we're trying to address with this master utility plan is really predicting, looking out at 2050, what are the potential needs in the region and how can we most cost effectively address them by working together.
Thank you. Tim, there's been some references to long-term planning, and this morning we heard some pretty interesting vitals based on census data. Talk to us about how long it takes to really start seeing the effects. So we know we landed a lot of jobs. We know we landed a lot of investment. How long does it take for a community to really start seeing those impacts? Obviously, some of that has to do with the build out and when things arrive, but how does that work from an economy standpoint?
Yeah, so that's going to vary a lot, right, from place to place, how long that could take. So I don't know if I can give a super accurate estimate here, but in general, at least what we see on the macro side in the data, when you think about when investment first starts to break ground, let's say, it's usually a year and a half or so, right, until you actually see job growth. At that point, really, it's just a matter of what industry is it in, right? Is it in an industry that where job growth is going to kind of snowball into more job growth, or is it more of an industry that is kind of has a limited cap on what you can see development-wise? So, it's one of those things that takes a while, and then at that point, what you mostly see is sustained growth, right? So if you look around at cities, either Greensboro or Guilford County or other cities, and you look at the trends and things like job growth, employment, it usually has in macro we'd call a steady state. Like it's kind of boring. It kind of follows the same trend for a while. You'll have these nice bumps in investment. You can see over the next year and a half, 2 years, a nice little bump, and then it usually returns to its trend growth, right? That's the typical growth path. But that'll vary, again, like I mentioned, industry to industry. Do those industries kind of feed off of other local industries, and then you can get perhaps onto a slightly faster growth path for you. So, and I guess related to that, and it was kind of alluded to before, you want your economy to be dynamic. So, for example, one of the things that economists are researching now is how do you get a dynamic economy that generates things like startups or small businesses that actually last, right? Like most small businesses fail, but you want small businesses, obviously, that are going to be sustained over time or going to grow into large businesses through successes. And what we've seen is that what's really important for a local economy to have a dynamic startup type of atmosphere is that you need industries existing in those economies for people to gain experience in the industry before they try to build a startup. So when we think about the industry mix in Greensboro or Guilford County, you want a diverse industry mix. So you're getting employees that are building up years of experience across a lot of industries to just kind of, if you think about, successful startups as drawing a lottery ticket, you want as many draws at the lottery ticket as you can. And so you want a lot of industries, employing a lot of people, doing a lot of different types of tasks. And that's going to increase the probability that some of those, when they go out to, try to form startups or build small businesses, those are the types of small businesses and startups that actually last over time. The one in which people are coming out of, relevant industry experience.
Thank you.
I know that we're chomping at the bit to ask some questions.
I was just getting ready to turn it over to questions.
Yeah, I want to kick it off. We've had great success. Thank you to the Chamber and to all of our economic development partners. What can we do better? We know that we've gotten a lot of great announcements. What can we do to continue to make sure we get those announcements?
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
And I'll just quietly say, before we turned it over to questions, I was going to ask, what is the one thing, as part of your answer, will you also indicate the one thing that you would really like to see us focus on? So what can we do better? But what's the one thing that from each of your perspectives and your investment in this region, what's the one thing you would ask us as a group to really focus on?
So I don't know that it's going to be one, right? But it's the things that we as economic developers can assist but can't lead, right? And so there are some choke points that you've already started to hear. Water and sewer, we're worried about getting to capacity on those, right? Housing, we're worried about the fact that, we're having these jobs and those jobs are going to be filled by people who already live here, but they're also going to be filled by people who will come here. And there's an opportunity for people who get those jobs to move up in terms of their housing. And we'd like to have that available to them as well. Otherwise, they may get some skill, get some experience, and decide, I'm going to parlay that into another job elsewhere. We'd like to keep that talent here. If Hank were still in the room, and I don't, how you can do this, I don't know, but we need to support our utility providers' ability to bring on more electric generation. We're seeing these projects have electric demands like we've never seen before. Now, I don't know that the utilities fully believe that all of that demand is required, but it's certainly bigger than we've ever seen. And so that's another potential choke point. Chris mentioned another one. And we work with your planning staff on a number of occasions, but we've got to make sure that we've got landing points for these people as well. If you don't have, I have a buddy in this business that says no product, no project. The product at the end of the day is do you have a building or a site that will meet their needs? And so last year, out of all of the projects we saw, 40.4% of them wanted a greenfield site, something that they could build a new building on. 48.5% were looking at an existing building. So do you have that in your community? And then 11.1, the other 11.1 was either. Hey, listen, I'm gonna look for a building. If I can't find it, we're open to building our own. So working with developers and others to make sure that those sites are ready or that their buildings are getting built, permitted in an expeditious way so we can get that product out there is something, again, that we don't have control over, but you all do. So that's a long, big answer to those sort of things. I will tell you, I preach this to everybody. There is nothing that the City Council of Greensboro that we have asked for in terms of economic development, whether that be incentives or not, that you all have not provided us. So thank you for that. We're very appreciative of having such a great partner. And the same thing goes with Guilford County. What's that?
You'd say this is a business-friendly.
I would say that this is a business-friendly entity. Yes, yes. Again, you all have not ever denied something that we've asked when it comes to economic development. We've also seen that at the state level as well, which has been wonderful, right? I mean, we have a purple state, but when it comes to economic development, the party lines drop and we work together towards strong economic development. The good news is we've been very successful. The better news is that's going to bring more, but we've got to be prepared for more as well.
Chris, did you want to ask the other ones?
Yeah, I really would like to hear from everybody because I think what you're going to hear is some themes here. And I think you're hearing from your partners, you're hearing from your business community. I think we need to better understand what it is that we need to do in order to sustain this success. Jeff?
Sure, and the big one that I lose sleep, and Brent hit it, was power. So for a manufacturer, 24/7, 355 days a year, we use a lot of power. And if you think about your household, you might be $200 a month electrical, but we use about 250,000 kilowatts a month. So we're up into $20,000 a month. But if we don't have power, we'll go out of business. So having consistent power, we can't have outages, we can't have down or planned outages. So is Duke Energy here today?
Yeah, well, Hank was.
He was.
Oh, was it? I didn't see him. Yeah, so Duke Energy loves us.
Yep.
And but it's very important as we grow, as we scale, we have power. Because if we don't have power, we'll have to look for, okay, where can we get power from? So I think that's a good thing right now, but we have to continually plan when we have a Toyota and others that are pulling 20 times the power that we're pulling. We're using 480 volts. Where at your home, you're using about 120, except maybe the dryer. So the power we're using is a lot. But again, if we don't have power for an hour, we have to throw out all of our product out of the clean room. So downtime is very expensive. So this is probably my newest concern over the last 2 years is power.
Very interesting. Thank you, Jeff. Greg, I have a feeling I know what it's going to be, but why don't you give it to us anyway?
Yeah, I mean, look, for us, it's continuing to work together with other municipalities in the region and through, in theory, through PTRWA as a regional enabler of cooperation. The city has been a great partner from the beginning with us. And really it is just continuing to further that cooperation with more and more partners to ensure that adequate capacity is there to address all these needs. And it's going to take everybody working together, because at the end of the day, when we start looking at some of these water and wastewater challenges, the financial numbers that we are talking about having to address will require support at all levels, local, state, and federal. You know, preliminary numbers coming out of that state report were at $3 billion to address water and wastewater needs in the region through 2050. No individual municipality has that sitting around in their bank account. And, you know, to continue growing, to continue allowing the businesses to operate, to have the housing available, you have to have that capacity. So, you know, I think we provide, you know, I provided you some of our key talking points on this topic, and it's really to spread that messaging is what we are trying to do at this point, that cooperation with, you know, your neighbors and partners is what's going to be required, I think, to address this challenge.
And I'll just take a quick minute to not only thank you and everyone so far, but I will just say the mayor referenced a visit we took to Raleigh to talk to some our state officials, and one of the topics that we discussed was regional approaches to water and sewer, and I think we were very warmly met because this council has been willing to look at regional solutions and venture out into doing things maybe a little more uniquely than we would have even done 10 years ago from a regional standpoint. And taking a chance going down 421 on Toyota clearly paid off, and that's a benefit to the state. So thank you for saying that. Tim?
So I'll start by echoing something that Brent said, because that was my original answer. Which is that I think when we think about increasing housing supply, a lot of times cities, states, they say, well, we want affordable housing, so let's build, you know, capital A, capital H, affordable housing, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But you don't want to neglect housing being built across the entire price spectrum, right? For one, when people move in, exactly what Brent said, when people move into, or when people are considering moving into an area, if it doesn't have the houses that are as nice or expensive as they want, then they may consider a different area. But even for the people within that community, right, as you progress through your career, you earn a higher income, you want to move into a higher, you know, priced home. If that home's not available, well, then you may stay in the community, but you're going to buy something that's lower priced. That's going to push up prices on those kind of mid-priced or more affordable type homes, which is going to make them less affordable for those who are trying to buy a home for the first time, et cetera. So you can, so the point here is just, if you're thinking about increasing housing supply, you want to increase housing supply across the entire price spectrum. Building any housing makes all housing a bit more affordable, right? And again, to stress, that doesn't mean we should not be building affordable housing. It's just we shouldn't only be building, you know, quote unquote affordable housing. So to give a unique answer real quick, so I'll answer the one with a two answer, but and it's related. You know, in economics, we've seen with cities in general, increasing the density of the city is good, right? So right now, Greensboro is constructed is it's not as dense as comparable cities. It's a bit sprawled out. But what we see is that as cities become more densely populated, things like supplying energy, it becomes much more efficient to supply energy to a denser area. So you can see drops in carbon emissions, things like that, as cities get denser. It's easier to make public investments when you have more people densely populated there, higher tax base, and again, just the efficiencies. Things like transportation infrastructure work best when you have people there to actually use the transportation infrastructure. Denser cities tend to attract higher-paying employers because there are benefits to having, you know, a diverse group of people located in a concentrated area. As well, you get things, you know, that we call agglomeration economies, right? So as businesses and people are, you know, in a smaller geographic area, there tends to be more knowledge sharing across companies, across employers. Businesses are more able to collaborate when you're in a densely populated city. And so there's just a lot of benefits to density. So I guess I'll say, to wrap that up, like, don't be afraid of making Greensboro more dense. As economists, as we see cities become more dense, the benefits seem to, far outweigh the costs of density, and those costs can be kind of taken care of.
Tiptoeing up to infill, and I have a feeling you have a check coming from our housing presentation this afternoon. Guys, thank you so very much for being here. I absolutely appreciate it. Economic development is a team sport, by the way, and everybody that's sitting here plays a part in that. Council, do you have any other questions for our panelists? Zach?
Got plenty.
Zach has.
Yes, sir.
So I think Zach, then Tammy.
No, I'm good. The vitals report. And so looking through this, Brent, we've heard a lot about manufacturing. I think you said 78% or something of the 101 projects is manufacturing. When we look at our per capita income and how low we are based on some of our peers, such as even Durham County, and looking at like the fintech jobs that are so high paying at $98,000, we lost $2,800. Is there an opportunity there? By the way, they don't use as much water.
There is, for sure.
Like, is there something, I know.
The problem with the challenge, I shouldn't say problem, the challenge right now with those types of jobs is that it's just the way we're working right now. Right? Those jobs have become remote in many cases. And so, I mean, when I look at what we're down, so we call, essentially our office jobs are business services projects. And that's 4% of our current pipeline. Just because there just aren't enough of those projects out there because of the way we're working right now. But there's certainly opportunity there. And so we see opportunity in that area, and we see opportunity in the life sciences area. We're hopeful that we're going to get, because we're putting a special emphasis on it, we're going to be doing more and more on that. I mean, our life sciences industry here, Syngenta on down, is strong. There's a stronger, obviously, percentage of those industries in the research tribe. We feel like we can do an awful lot of that research with our research universities here and the manufacturing here in this area. And so we're going to put special emphasis on that. Those will be higher paying jobs as well. What I love about our economy as well is that the types of jobs in the future that are not susceptible to AI are the ones where you've got to come to work and put something together. And so I hear you in terms of perhaps they're not quite as high paying as some of those jobs in fintech and others, but I think as we continue to see our manufacturing economy evolve into more advanced manufacturing, those wages will go up, and they're also the jobs that are not going to be able to be taken from AI. Now, is there an opportunity for them to be taken by robotics?
Right.
Sure. But especially the things like, aircraft. You're not going to find a robot, like when I was at HACO last week, you're not going to find a robot that's going to be able to take apart a 737 and put it all back together. Just can't do that. So there's some opportunities in the fields I just mentioned, but I also feel good about where we are in terms of manufacturing and how and the steps and the strides that we're making in those industries.
Looking at and I know this is 2 years old, but it is still pertinent data.
Yeah.
And you look at, Sharon and Hugh and I were talking, I guess everybody was talking, you look at our per capita income as it relates to our peer cities in the state, and it's pretty dismal. And the disparity between the incomes between white and black is extremely dismal. And you look at the growth in Wake County, Mecklenburg County, Durham County, and I know RTP is Durham and Wake, which helps Durham and Wake. It seems like we have not had the attention. This is not your fault. This is decades. This is why we hired you, actually. 10 years, 12 years.
It'll be a decade in June.
Yeah. Because we had lost, what was it, over 80,000 jobs over a period of time. But the disparity is pretty big. Do we have the attention of the state now? Because, as you've said, we're a cheap date. We're cheap also because we haven't demanded the income and compensation.
I don't know the word cheap date. I don't know if that's the right word. But what I would say is this.
Yeah, but not.
Okay. What I,
We were a cheap date where you could go out and have a good time and not spend a whole bunch of money.
Well, but
That's when.
if you look at it, and Tim or somebody said it earlier, you know, our housing costs and other things. Now, granted, if you look at Mecklenburg County and Wade, their incomes are higher, so they can afford a higher household expense, whereas we haven't. Like if you dive into this, which
I would say, rather than say we're a cheap date, we're a good value. So yeah, I mean, do we have lower incomes in many cases than those other communities? Yeah, but we also have lower costs as well. So I mean, is the total cost of living in that regard, because our cost of living is typically below those.
So can you add that in the Vitals 2.0, Cecilia?
Yeah, absolutely. But what I would also say is, let's make sure, you know, one of the shortages that we could run into is labor. Let's make sure that we're training our kids, our young adults for these jobs that are coming so that they're ready for them. And so that's a school system, community college, that's a discussion that we need to continue to have, because yeah, we need to have houses for them, but we also need to make sure that when the time comes, they're skilled and ready for these jobs as well. So what you've seen Jeff kind of take it into his own hands. You've seen Toyota come in and start a FAME program and kind of take it into their own hands. We need those sort of efforts to become more of a community-wide effort. We need more kids in our community, quite frankly, interested in these aviation jobs, because Honda's getting ready to build a new airplane, Boom's getting ready to build a new airplane, Marshall's getting ready to come in here and start taking apart C-130s and putting them back together again. So we've got some jobs that are coming that are going to be higher wage than the average wage, because when it comes back to Tim saying, when you incentivize projects, we don't incentivize any projects that are paying less than the average wage in the community. So that's going to continue to allow us to grow in terms of our average wage, but the skill set has to be there for the folks
We've tried that numerous times. We had a whole big marketing campaign with WFNY on aviation jobs.
Aviation trial.
So how are we going to do that different and better so it reaches the kids that Jeff wants to hire?
Yeah, we need to be more targeted than that. So we need to make sure that we're down in the schools and others. We need to be more I mean, you started at 30,000 view with aviation triad and then bring it down to even more targeted.
Nancy Councilwoman Hoffman just said social media.
It's not the television.
Yeah, because
see if we can find some influencers out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, social influencers. I guess that's the term.
I believe that our employers are doing a really good job reaching out to the high schools.
For sure.
I know that I was at Northwest and Toyota was there talking about their jobs, so that they are actually assisting us by going into high schools and in some places middle schools to show them what they can look forward to with these jobs. And I think
we got opening their facility to these types of high school and middle school opportunities to show off what they have as well. You know, we did an intercity visit last year to Nashville. And one of the sayings that still reverberates with me is that kids can't be what they can't see.
Yeah.
If they don't know it's out there, they don't know to pursue it. And so we need to do a better job kind of all around in the community of showing the types of opportunities that are coming down the pike so that they can dream of themselves being in that opportunity and then want to go out and seek those types of that type of skill training, whether that be in middle school, high school, community college, wherever.
And the apprenticeship program has really grown.
For sure.
And I think that'll continue to grow. I think its first class, there might have been 11, and now there's up over 100 classes.
I think that also gets back to some of our transportation questions, because if these young people can't get to the training facility for where aeronautics is trained, if they can't get there easily and quickly and safely, how are they ever going to get trained in? So if we can't, and I understand aeronautics is expensive and hard to replicate in community, but we need to make sure that we can get the kids from various communities to these training programs. Because even if they're interested, if they don't have a ride there.
But could you set up to a certain level? Because one of the other questions I had was, we're a university city. I can't remember who said that. But you said it a couple times today, although we don't really know we're a university city. You know, because if we did, and if biofarm is the thing we need to focus on at life sciences, you got the best HBCU in the country. Why don't we have hundreds of thousands of jobs based on the alumni of North Carolina A&T? Like, how are we going to do it differently? If we set up a sub-section of aviation at near A&T or at A&T, so they don't have to go to the airport.
That's the question, is
right. You
got to do one or the other, but you have to Sharon's point that she made earlier, you have to go to the people.
Right. That's right.
I think the barrier is access. And until we change our mindset around access, it's not going to happen. We can talk about it all day long. Okay? But we know what the problem is. The problem is access. They don't have access to these things. That's the reason Jeff was so intentional about being where he is, because he understands access to what he's offering in his manufacturing. Okay? And that's around STEM. And that's around something that sometimes in our schools, particularly our minority children, kind of battle at science, technology, engineering. But we do have the #1 engineering school here. But companies don't respect that until they come here and want to get an incentive. Then they'll say, oh, but we got university. But then ask them how many folk are they hiring. Jeff and I have had this conversation multiple times about, they're not there. That's why he's intentional. You have to be intentional. You have to understand problem versus access. If you don't open up that door, we're going to continue to talk about the fact that white people make $44,000 a year, black people make $26,000. That's a huge disparity, even in this conversation around jobs. Because the jobs are already here. Toyota's driving everything. Housing, opportunity. But where are we on that total pole of those jobs? We're still down here. How do we get up? That's what we need to be focused on. And that doesn't happen. We want the bigger companies to come, but we need the Jeff Foster company, because he's going to be a Fortune 500 company. There's no question about that. Okay? But we need him. We need jobs like his to come too. With the mindset that we're building this community. Okay? That's where the files opened last Monday. A new robotic and gaming school. I didn't see you there. So if we're not connected there, we're missing out when we're talking about Columbia. Okay? Pick open a brand new school. They're opening brand new schools. We got to be in them as well.
I agree. And Brent, before you go there, as a tie-in, earlier you were talking about the different aspects that are important: manufacturing, workforce, infrastructure. You mentioned community support, and tying into the conversation we're having right now regarding meeting people where they are. Who do you utilize in the community to assist you, and maybe to form these satellite groups, if not now, then in the future, for economic development and driving back our communities?
Ask that question again, because I want to make sure I understood.
So earlier, you said that community support was an important piece of economic development. Sure. So, you have us as council, you have the county commissioners, you have all the other groups, but in the communities, are there other groups that you work with, that your team works with, to help drive economic development within the communities?
Well, I mean, we are partners, obviously, with our friends in High Point. We are partners with community groups like East Greensboro now. We're partners with other groups like the community college and others. I would be open to whatever recommendations, Councilman, you would like for me to have. You would like for me to add to that? Certainly would.
And it's important. It's a piece of what you're already doing from the 50,000 level. But I'm sure that there are others. You mentioned some of them there. There are others also that I think will help us make that holistic approach to economic development.
For sure.
Brent, how do you prioritize?
How do I prioritize
How do you
what?
prioritize who to work with? How, spending yours and Marvin's time, how do you prioritize a proactive strategy, and can we help as far as biofarm, life sciences, manufacturing, working with the smaller industries? And since I'm still talking, nobody's interrupted me yet, how do we get companies that choose to want to locate here or retain their position in Greensboro, Guilford County? How do we begin demanding higher wages, at least to a certain degree? Because looking at it, Durham is averaging 87 in 2023, $87,000. We're at 57, and that's pretty poor. We're clipping a growth pattern. If we are a value, we're clipping a growth pattern of 1% a year. Pretty bad. I mean, it's just. That's the data. Now, granted, you've done a great job the last 2 years, so that is going to increase. So how is it, and it's a tough one for me, by the way, of how you prioritize. So I'm just curious how that works.
It's a really big question.
Yeah.
And I think you need, because I don't understand it completely. We have a priority on existing industry. We have one person who is devoted to that, to making sure that they're out there meeting with our existing industry, making sure that they get everything that they need, again, so that they're not our competition's best prospect, right? So that we're able to meet their needs. We just hired somebody new this year, Melissa Smith, to work on workforce within our community.
She was the state.
I'm sorry?
Was she with the state?
No, she was with the workforce board locally. So what we heard a lot of times from other businesses was that, hey, we're concerned that when you have this success, that we're going to have a workforce issue. And what we found when we met with them is that they were not really going about searching for employees and developing employees, maybe perhaps in the way that Jeff has or others. And so could we help them meet with folks to make sure, whether that be a veterans group, whether that be a Goodwill, whether that be however, to meet their workforce needs. So that was a big priority for us as well. You've got Marvin and myself who are out there probably working a lot of the recruitment projects in many cases. And then we have one person who works on providing requests for information, where last year we had 144 of those and then 66 visits. That converted into 66 visits. So
About 50% though.
well, a little bit, yeah, pretty close to. So priority, it just depends on the day, Zach. I mean, my kids asked me one time at dinner, what do I do all day? And I said, I put together puzzles, because no project is different, no day is different, no need is different. Who do I need to be pulling in to talk to this particular client or that particular client? So the priority depends on the day. But our priorities are always going to be to existing industry and to as well. And then what we've found as well is that workforce is a critical issue these days.
So I guess my last question for the day is...
For the whole day?
For Brett.
Last question, then we'll go to.
What strategy are we using to work with our universities, colleges? Because there is so much brain power there, so much talent that we want to retain, that students at A&T are getting scooped up. There was a young lady waiting tables at Sage Mule. She had an A&T sweatshirt on, and I'm like, look at somebody, I'm like, where are you going? She's like, Charlotte. Like, what strategies are we using to work with universities and colleges?
Yeah, so a number of them. One, I would say, is Campus Greensboro's internship program that they do every summer, right, where we're connecting local college and university talent to local businesses to give them an opportunity to try out each other, really. It's on economic development projects where we see a need, where there's an engineering bent or something like that, where we bring somebody in, a Tim Miner from A&T or somebody from UNCG or those sort of things, where we connect them in, specifically to that. To really where we're headed now as well, and Tim mentioned this as well, is, one of the things that I see as a great opportunity for our community from those two universities is getting the technology that they have out of those universities and into a potential startup business. There's great opportunity there. I've seen it happen in other communities. We see it in other communities in this state as well. And so our launch Greensboro and that opportunity with Joey Cheek is been to embed himself in those universities and see if we can find some way of getting that technology out of it and start building some businesses around it that, as Tim said, can then be built into very large companies in the future. And the beauty of homegrown businesses is that they put down deep roots, and they're hard to relocate once they put those deep roots down.
So I was going to make one comment and then move into kind of a question. So in a former life, I was in career counseling, and I know that our major universities and our community colleges and all the other have career days, career fairs, and those are usually a whole day. I know A&T has it all across campus, and there are representatives from companies located all over the United States and within the community. Do we use that and mention that to the companies that are coming here? I know that Mayor Pro Tem Johnson always said we've got all this talent in all of these colleges and universities, and we've got to be able to tap in that, and we need to, as Mrs. Hightower said, get them where they are. So I don't know, do we get involved with that at all?
We do.
Okay.
Smith is a big part of that, but yes, they're aware of those, and we make sure that they have an opportunity to participate in those. A little push.
Yeah, well, when I used to help do that at a university in town, you really had to stay on it, and I guess I could name one, Procter & Gamble. We'd have to call and call and call and call, but they would come and they would find 50 of the 80 employees that they needed. So it had to be a constant someone assigned to that company to pull them in, if you see what I'm saying.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll just add really quickly, we do that in reverse too. So with the companies that we work with, when you all do incentives, often we meet with them about the career fairs that they do and then connect them back to the universities. And I'll just add really quickly, Councilman Matheny hit on a couple of things that really resonate with me. In terms of economic development in the universities, both UNCG and A&T now have dedicated staff that work in economic development, and that is not just to say, hey, these jobs exist out here. That is to connect them to career paths and actually build curriculum around things we're seeing in terms of industry as part of our economy. So those are things that are happening now, and I hope that we'll take some of this energy around workforce and housing and infrastructure into the discussions that we're going to have during the rest of the retreat. Because remember, you are the chief administrator for the workforce board. And you have some elements there. The mayor mentioned the GAP program. There's several elements there. You're also going to hear from GTCC, who has built a curriculum around aviation. And certainly I'd be happy to, at some point, maybe during a work session, bring both A&T and UNCG's representatives from economic development to tell you about the curriculums they're building.
And the reason I ask is exactly what Mr. Matheny mentioned. You know, when we're out in the community, we ask the young people who are working, they're going someplace else usually. And I know that's anecdotal, but that's what we hear.
Yeah.
But we're also getting a point where we're going to have jobs in our community that will keep them here.
Right, that's the point.
We didn't necessarily have that a few years ago. So they were going to Atlanta, they were going to Silicon Valley. But as these jobs as these employers start rolling out their jobs, we're going to have more offerings to our college kids.
Exactly.
And hopefully the kids who went away to college, that they'll want to come back.
Boomerang.
Greensboro.
Boomerangs.
Brent, you mentioned Campus Greensboro and internship. Are they paid?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because I hear a lot of, I don't want an internship just for free. You're asking me to do free employment for you. And so without it being paid and being an incentive and helping them to get on a path to a career.
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, we have scholarships for nonprofits and also minority businesses to be able to hire interns within that program.
And they are high-level interns. They're not
They are.
They are actually working with people on staff and being mentored for a possible job, and a lot of those turn into job offers.
Yeah, that program offers you professional coaching, connections, mentoring. It's a really robust program that does more than just brings you on as an intern. It actually integrates you into our community so that you feel like you're part of it and you get the benefit of what this community is all about.
And that's a great concept, but if you're not on campus, how do you get there?
Sure.
Because everybody's not going to go to college. Everybody doesn't want to. And they want to get into the workforce, whatever reason. They need a skill and a trade, or an hundreds.
And there are opportunities for them as well in the Guilford Apprenticeship Partners. I mean, so we've got various levels, and we've got there. So, I mean,
but just talk about that, and it's a low number. And why is that?
But those are. It's what I said is it started at 11. Now it's up to over 100 every year.
Right. Over 100.
But those are
thousands of people.
Yeah, but that's 100. But then you've got a whole bunch of different years going at the same time. There's a couple hundred in the pipeline right now. And like Brent said, the GAP apprenticeship program is geared to kids who aren't going to go to college. Campus Greensboro is geared to kids in college.
Right.
So that they are, I think that there is a holistic approach to meet people where they are.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't hear much about it.
okay. Well, we'd love
So
to.
we don't hear much about it. And I guess I'm a little bit more connected than most average people. How they hear it. Well,
Probably through the school
are your
system.
intentional efforts. 'Cause, yeah, over 100, 200, that's great. But we can do better. We've got to reach where they are. We've got to change that $26,000 number. And we've got to find ways to raise that income up.
Well,
And that's part of the issue.
our role in that is adding jobs and investment, bringing companies who are adding jobs and investment. I think we've had a pretty good track record in that in the last 10 years.
And I know you have a bigger job. I'm just wondering, what is the concerted effort for that lower level job? And I'm not calling them lower level, but someone along that capacity. Yeah, we're going to go all out for the movies and Toyotas and B. And, we help Mr. Foster as well, but I think he faced some obstacles of even understanding how we could help. And we have to make that. some of those companies that want to stay here, get started here, stay here, and grow, to hire. He's the one I know for a fact is going to hire them. And I'm not saying Toyota do wrong. I know that. But I'm saying, what I'm looking at, I'm very disturbed by $26,000. How do we raise that?
Thank you. We're going to pause here for a second.
Can I ask one more question, Tim?
We're not.
What best practices have you seen in other communities and incentives that we could think about
If you
to
could
help
hold up
promote
on that
housing?
question, I promise you we're going to get there. We're going to take a 5-minute break to transition because there's a lot of work to do here. This literally we could have a 2-day retreat just on economic development alone. They want to take advantage of these experts here in your community in Greensboro while we have them, but we want to do it in a little bit more structured way so we can pull some of this content from you. So we're going to get into some groups around that. That is absolutely one of the questions for sure. So we're going to continue with it, but we could take a quick 5-minute break. We'll get you organized and move forward, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, and Chris?
No, all good. No, thank you for your attention.
Thank you,
I hope
Chris.
this was helpful in terms of where you're taking your energy and where you're taking your focus to support the growth of Greensboro. Congratulations on a wonderful last year and a wonderful last 5-6 years. But I think the best is yet to do. Guys, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. We're gonna allow.
If we could begin making our way to our seats, please, we'll get started. Thank you. That last conversation was incredibly rich, and we had an amazing, input from all the panelists that were here. And as I was sitting there writing my notes, there were several questions that came forward. And I'll allow everyone to work their ways back to their seats. Thank you. There were several questions that came forward for me. From a TIM perspective, what are micro trends? And as we think about planning and leading Greensboro forward, where's the demand now for skills? And how do they align with our current industries, and where are the gaps? We talked about advanced manufacturing and all of our strengths there. My question for Brent was, what are the next industries? If we think about strengthening and diversifying our industries here in Greensboro, what's next? What are we pursuing? You talked about life sciences. What else? What's next in the pipeline in terms of proactive pursuit? Recruitment efforts you talked about a good bit, expanding them as well. Overall, there was this repeated theme of a full perspective around economic development. Tim also talked about housing, and then he talked about the continuum of housing. The fact as we think about building housing, we need to think about market rate affordable, market rate rent, affordable, market rate purchase, market rate rent, affordable housing for rental and also purchase. So the thing that I want us to focus on now is, as we think about the city and the city's role and what we could possibly do to support all of this economic development effort from the chamber and all of the other departments, there are a number of touch points that came to mind. Again, the continuum of housing, infrastructure, transportation, water, and energy, safety, suppliers, making sure there's equity in the suppliers that we use, workforce development, strategic partners, planning, incentives, recruitment, retention, a number of different things. And so one of the things I want us to talk about now is, how do we get in front of that as a city? How do we think about building an ecosystem that really supports the economic development engine, and a framework that maybe works more smoothly and allows for more proactive engagement around that. So what I'd like to do is actually leverage the experts that we have here in the room and work in groups with them around some areas of focus for them, and have two, and of course one group will have three, two council members paired in each of those groups to delve deeper on each of those areas so that you can focus more clearly, ask your questions, but also come out with perhaps some ideas of vision around what you might want to see or how we might want to grow in those particular areas. Make sense? So, yes, group work. So, in group A will be with Tim, and that group will focus on continuum of housing, macro trends as it relates to skill gaps, and also where are the industries that are growing that might be ripe for Greensboro. Group B will be with Greg to focus on infrastructure, planning, and safety. Group C will be with Jeff to focus on workforce development, retention, suppliers, and engagement. And then Group D will be with Brent to obviously focus on retention, incentives, partners, and industry gaps as well. Really allow you time to go deeper with each of those groups. And we can do two things. We can do A, B, C, D, which I think is actually CD, which I think is actually a great idea because it gives you an opportunity to perhaps get into a group that you might not normally do, or we could allow you to choose which two are going into each of those groups. And I'll open the floor now in terms of what your preference is. How would you like to group up? Based on your interest, or do you want to do A, B, C, D?
What do you want to do interest? I'd rather do interest.
Okay.
I want to spend my time where I have interest.
Oh. I do want to, again, caution us to make sure that in our discussions we stay at the 50,000-foot level, because this is about not specific instances. This is really about forward thinking, and if we were putting an infrastructure together, an ecosystem together to really support the work of the chamber and others who are recruiting, to make sure that the win rate is higher, that all of the things that you discussed, there's a place for it once the deal is closed. Yep, I think we've got everybody here still. And so what I'll do is, let's get everybody in their groups first, and then we'll make sure that we've got equal numbers in each of the groups. And so, Tim? Sure, yep. So group A is with Tim. Tim, raise your hand again, please. That's housing, macro trends as it relates to skill needs and industry gaps. Greg, thank you, infrastructure, planning, and safety. Yeah, and we have stations. So I'll do this now. So Tim will be here. Station A is here, Group A. Group B is there. That's Group B. Group C is Jeff, who has workforce, retention, suppliers, and engagement. And then Brent is with Group D, and and D is here. Yep, thank you.
And how long do we have?
We have 15 minutes, so we're gonna give it our best shot for 15 minutes. Brent is recruitment, incentives, partners, and industry gaps. Please, it's really important that we stay on topic. Stay on topic. Facilitators, if you need me to come over and get people back on your 4 areas, please let me know.
I did bring my own chair.
Thank you.
I did. Nobody wants to come with Brent.
I was trying to explain to you, but that's when. Okay.
subject or some of these other that we hire. I mean,
Checking the validity of my statement on
I
something.
mean, it's not, I mean,
and wrap up.
But I'm talking now for fans.
If we could have all of our groups make your way back to our seats, please. Thank you, thank you. I loved the discussions that I overheard and had opportunity to participate in. I'm excited to hear some of the report outs and ensuing discussions. I think these topics are certainly topics that are important to each of you, and so we'll have discussions around each of them as we have the report outs. I think this one works. Very good. And we have one more group coming. How did you guys find the discussions? Good discussion? Very good.
Yes.
We're excited to hear. And we are coming. We'll start with our first group, which is Tim's group. Group A focused on housing, the continuum of housing, macro trends and skill needs and industry gaps. Who's the spokesperson for that group?
I guess I am.
All righty. Thank you.
I'm not sure we did exactly what our title called for us to do, but we hit some of the highlights. We talked about other places where incentives and things worked, and Tim was telling us about a program, California Competes, that was based off of a program, I believe, in Texas. It's similar to our investment zones and that, except that they target neighborhoods that need investment, attract out-of-state or move investments from one area to another area. And it's they target economic distressed neighborhoods that aren't on a growth trajectory, not to move people into where the neighborhood's already on growth trajectory, but they target those that aren't. We talked about housing and the importance that zoning and allowing deeper density, higher density plays, and that's something we've got to look at. Looking at converting parking lots to housing. Zach was telling us about something he's working on federally to convert vacant office space to housing and potential tax credits associated on that. We discussed the potential, if someone's willing to build housing on a current low-value property, paying low property tax on it, if they convert that as infill to housing of a greater value, could you keep the property tax steady for a period of 10, 15, 20 years at the lower value tax level of the property? To help incentivize builders to build there. We also we spent a lot of time talking about, we need to identify what we can control, what we can do, and then do it really well. Because we can't fix all of it, we can't address all of it, but we need to identify what can we work on, do it, and do it well. That was it.
Very good. What are reactions to what that group shared?
It was awesome.
Not your group, right?
Who said that?
Maybe it was Zach. It was our
There's only 2 males in the table.
Any reactions to what the group shared? Was anything that resonated with your existing thoughts? Anything that really stood out to you, specifically in terms of what they shared?
I like the idea of the parking decks or those lots owned by the corporate tax of keeping them low. Just sometimes it takes us to kind of throw something against the wall. Not necessarily that it's going to happen, but that it's going to catalyze and either move forward with that or something that's similar to that, and next thing you know, there's a plan that comes out of it, and there's an innovation and creativity, and most importantly, there's housing for folks who need housing, and it's affordable, or it's attainable, or it's across the layers, and so folks have a way to either move up into housing or move down based on what their needs are. And not really going to solve this issue of housing unless and until the housing supply comes up. I know that's not the only issue, but that's one of the key issues that's going to help with that overall supply-demand cost expense ratio. So I like the ideas that came out of Group A or Group 1, whatever they were. One.
Very good. Thank you.
I would like to, I know this is for council, but from a staffing perspective, this is really great to hear, and I don't want to put Chuck on the hot seat, but this gives me a lot of encouragement, especially as we start developing our legislative agenda. This gives us an opportunity to shape out the focus on what things that we're going to go after, but then even more so as we talk tomorrow about strategic framework. These are the types of things that I, myself, and the city managers and our department leaders really need to hear from you all when we start charting those things out. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other thoughts or reactions to what Group 1 shared? Okay. I think that I'll take that as violent agreement. Group B was with Greg, and the topics were infrastructure, planning, and safety.
Greg was our scribe. So we really focused on water and sewer and infrastructure. But one thing that we said is that we have to enhance local intergovernmental agreements, similar to the one that we just did with Pleasant Garden. That we need to have some guidelines to go by where people can expect. They'll know what we expect when they approach us for water and sewer. We need to foster improved relationship with state and local representatives to enable funding, because the type of money that we're talking about for water and sewer, especially if we're going to be the regional supplier, we are approaching billions of dollars, and obviously we can't do that on the backs of the ratepayers. Water quality, that we need to stay on the forefront of good water quality. We know that there's a lot of conversation and confusion around PFAS and PFOA, but the city of Greensboro has always taken a very aggressive approach to water quality, and we have to make sure that people understand that, and we have to continue our investments in filtration. Enhanced regionalization is the key to growth. Without water and sewer, Toyota wouldn't have happened. I think that was mentioned earlier. We supply most of the water and sewer out to the airport. Those aren't places that we get property tax off, but we're doing it for the betterment of our region. And we're also doing it, which I think is really unique, for the city of Greensboro to partner with Randolph County, I think is a great study, because we are two very different communities. Politically, we're different. One is rural, one is urban. But we were able to come together for one reason, and that one reason was jobs. That we knew that we needed to do something to bring better jobs to our area. And for that, we could put everything else aside and just work on jobs and water and sewer. It requires regional cooperation and regional cooperation that allows growth without take politics out of the conversation. Nancy, anything you want to add?
No, other than without water and sewer, we will have no.
Exactly.
It's really the bottom line.
Very good. Where are questions, comments, alignment with what was shared? Any reactions?
In agreement, 100%.
Anything to add there? Very good. And then for Group C, that was with Jeff. Workforce development, retention, suppliers, and engagement.
Oh, left the thing.
So we had life science, recruiting for life sciences companies, but in addition to that, looking at what we existingly have and how does that connect to the new opportunities. We talked about GTCC, so curriculum. So how are we kind of keeping a pulse on the things, and things are constantly changing? How do we kind of stay ahead of that and develop curriculum that will help individuals be successful? And we talked a little bit about that, where everybody's at different levels of where they are and what they want to be in. So you have some that may want to do a 4-year degree, some that might want to do a 2-year. But how do we really look at some of those certifications, so those NIMA programs that then would lead to a much more apprenticeship program? And then developing a career pipeline, and not starting a pipeline at a middle school level, but looking at it from an elementary level. That can be continuous growth. And then from an engagement standpoint, create different avenues for engagement. So looking at partners, stakeholders, champions, and trusted messengers in the community where that exposure and access can happen.
And I think we kind of covered it all. I mean, I think one of the things I think we talked about in that as well, when we look at, I think it was GTCC, when we talked about that, not only that, I think we go right back to, I think it was access. You know, that access is so critical, and I'm going to use that word to death, because if folks don't have access, so you may have GCC on the east side, but it doesn't focus on aviation. So how are you telling folks they need to get jobs in aviation when they can't get them? And so you have to, as you said, we need to do a needs assessment as well. But even with those internship programs, and I hear about GAP and all that, but GAP is only at a couple schools, so it's not really benefiting those we think it ought to benefit. We got to start looking at that holistically in order to help with workforce. And Mr. Foster was very adamant about the fact that what's missing now is focus on life science. He said those are the jobs that are really paying, that are coming out of RTP, those life science jobs. So how are we now helping to recruit jobs that focus on that and getting businesses who can grow to do life science type work so that they make the better income? Because those $26,000 a year jobs are not getting in this community. But it's not really, as we were talking with the consultant, she also said it's more of not just black and white, but it's also a socioeconomic and a class type environment where the lower class aren't seen in the higher class, and they don't get those opportunities that the higher class do. It's handed to them, whereas the lower class are not getting. And we've got to really be more intentional about how we engage those and get the word out by using our community leaders to also understand what we do and how we help get that word out so that these jobs are being, to our other communities, so people know about them. Because if you don't know about them, you obviously will never get one, or you'll hear about it too late. So I think we've got to really be proactive on that level. That's kind of what we talked about in a nutshell, I guess.
Okay. Call that a nutshell?
It's a big nutshell.
Okay. Anything to add? Any questions? This is the time to lean in on those topics. Thank you.
I might just add under the apprenticeship programs that we also need a focus on adult apprenticeship programs, not just high school students, because there are a lot of people that are no longer in high school that could benefit from these apprenticeship programs that can move from that are already earning the $26,000, in retail or whatever, that want to move up and improve their skills and can't go to school full time and support their families. And so I think an apprenticeship program focused on some of these same things, but with young adults that aren't in the school system at this point.
Well, that's even where GTCC falls into, because you still can have that 9-month certification. I mean, where they can get it dated.
But you got to be able to afford to go to school.
But that's the thing. It should not be a barrier.
I agree with you.
It should not be a barrier.
I'm not
so there's
disagreeing.
scholarships. Talk about some of the scholarships. Maybe help pay with. Maybe these companies can help us pay for some of that pay for the price of school. And that's what we got to have that open conversation about.
GTCC has a really good program where you can go to GTCC, I believe, for $500. It's and I don't know how many people know about that, but it is a great program for people who are looking to upskill or just to get a certificate. Again, getting to GTCC might be an issue, but they are trying to take the financial burden away by having you be able to do it for $500.
I think the key for me on that, and yes, I would agree, is, but if the program's a daytime program, then that means that I have to not be working those hours. And the nice thing about an apprenticeship or paid apprenticeship program is you can be earning money while you're getting that. And that's an important piece because people still have to pay their rent.
Yeah. Dr. Clark will be here in the morning for our first session. So I've asked him to talk about they do have remote learning options. There are also a few schools in the county that they've incentivized. I think it's even less than 500 that the students just have to pay for either books or some of the fees that they experience. But they do have a decent amount of remote learning options for students to achieve some of the degrees.
If you have broadband.
Yeah, that's another broadband again.
In the area that we really want to see more, like Tammy was talking about, if you already got a job and they want to go up higher, is it in those areas?
Thank you. Great discussion. I think the point of the takeaway is that it's all of those, right? It's not an either or. All of those things are necessary because when you talk about workforce development and professional development, you want opportunities for everyone at all levels within the workforce. And so it'll be a great discussion to have the president here tomorrow. To Group 3, thank you. The focus for Group 3 was recruitment, incentives, partners, and industry gaps as well.
So it was Hugh, me, and Brent, and we were talking about recruitment, retention, industry gaps, partners, of course, vision and best practices. We stayed at the higher level here. I need more emphasis on the economic development, but there needs to be better coordination of training opportunities, outreach to underserved populations, as, for instance, with aviation, and that, I think, is some of the discussion that's been going on. We believe that, there are a lot of transportation issues, and we need help from DTA in part in order to get people to the training and or positions. We need more bioscience training, and we need to get everyone to work together, universities, community colleges, the workforce system, and the county school systems as well. So, I think that there's a lot of overlap here where we're all kind of, in a way, talking about the same thing, and all of the things that we need kind of come back to in order to receive the true level of economic development that we want. We've got to have all of these.
All the pieces, absolutely.
Right.
Thank you.
Anything new?
Yeah, I would add to that just a little bit deeper conversation that we had regarding, and Tammy brought it up just now, about the training and the apprenticeships. We look at the disparity in the income gaps between us and, say, Mecklenburg or Durham County, and a lot of that is because of we're in a sense of transition. when it comes to our industries. If we had this conversation 15, 20 years ago, you might hear the terms furniture or fabric or finishes or textiles.
Tobacco.
And tobacco, and you don't hear those conversations right now. And so a lot of our non-school aged, more senior residents may have been with those organizations for 10, 15 years, and then they've slowly gone away, and now they need to be retrained. They need to get those additional skills so they can benefit from the industry that's going to be the driver for our economy for the next 30, 40, 50 years.
Very good point. Very good point. Thank you. Anything else to add for Group D or any of the other topics we've talked about around economic development? If not, thank you, Chris, for moderating a powerful panel. Thank you. I also want to thank all of our panelists who are still here. I think we have everyone still here. Thank you so much for participating and sharing and leaning in. And hopefully you got some teed ups for each of your areas as well. Thank you, and thank you for staying over a little bit as well. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have Mr. Funches here? Awesome. So thank you. Thank you for your patience. We'll transition now to Sam Funches, president of the Rotary Club, and Lisa Hazlitt, president of the Nussbaum Center. It's exciting. And they will provide an update about the Nussbaum Center and all the great things that are happening there.
I've tried that.
Exercise for the day. Switch up.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for having us. We appreciate this very much. 38 years ago, the city of Greensboro was instrumental in the founding of the Nussbaum Center. Our mission is turning entrepreneurs into business owners, or another way of putting that is that we help entrepreneurs monetize their ideas into successful and sustainable businesses. So why are we here? Well, Sam Funches, our CEO, will tell you, be careful what you say around me, because I'm probably going to quote it back to you. So when y'all introduced Trey Davis as the new city manager, the News and Record did an interview with him. And in that interview, they asked him for his vision of economic development in the city of Greensboro. Well, I read this vision, which I have quoted on the screen for you, and I sent an email to Trey. It was one line, and it said, "We're ready to talk when you are." Because what he said is what we do every single day. In 2024, the Nussbaum Center and its 10 in-house partners served 3,407 small business owners, up 13.5% from 2023. Our businesses represent various industries and various demographics. 77% of our associates are MWBE, 52% are African American, and 46% are women. Our largest demographic of business owners is actually African American women, 28% of our associates. Starting a business is the hardest thing you will ever do. The first year, you will lose everything that you can beg, borrow, and steal. The second year, you'll either make it back or you'll go out of business. And if you make it to year 3, you'll make everything back that you lost in year 1. Now, the Nussbaum Center is not designed to be anybody's forever home. Businesses move into the smallest space possible. They take advantage of the resources and support under our roof, and as their business grows, their space grows. Eventually, the businesses outgrow us, and they move out and a new business moves in and has the same opportunity as the business before it. And this has been our business model since 1987. And we know that our strategies and tactics work because we have the data to prove it. 79.8% of our companies are still in business 5 years after operation. Compare this to 20%, which is the national average. In 2024, our associate businesses generated $46.8 million in revenue, $21.9 million in payroll, and employed 179 full-time equivalent employees. Now, what y'all really care about is a return on investment from your dollars, right? So in 2012, the city of Greensboro gave the Nussbaum Center $1 million to renovate the old Carolina Steel office building in East Greensboro. That $1 million investment has created $214 million in revenue from associate businesses housed at the Nussbaum Center. You can see your results at work. The $2 million ARPA-enabled grant that you all gave us resulted in a $9 million construction project. Phase 1A will open next month. That $9 million construction project will be leveraged to create a $50 million construction project in East Greensboro. The Steel House is designed to serve mom and pop businesses who are the backbone of our community by providing flexible manufacturing space, short-term service agreements, and the ability to add or subtract space as their business needs it. The Nussbaum Center is the front door to starting a business. We are a safe space to land for real businesses creating real results. A partnership with the city of Greensboro would give us credibility, and it amplifies our voice and the voice of entrepreneurs and small business owners in Greensboro. With us today are Matthew and Nicola Harris. They are the owners of Relief Heating and Cooling and graduates of the Nussbaum Center. They're here to share their story with you and answer any questions that you might have about their experience at the Nussbaum Center. Also, Sam Funches is available to answer any questions about the center as well as the Steelhouse project. Matthew and Nicola? You guys, microphone.
Matthew, you may just start off with why you started your own business.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank Sam and Lisa for inviting us out here today and giving us the other mic. Okay, I just need to speak louder? Speak louder. Oh, check. Okay.
Don't be shy, Matt. Like you're talking to your kid.
Yeah, first I'd like to thank Sam and Lisa for inviting us here today and giving us the platform to inform you of our business and where we stand. 2015, I was laid off, and we started to develop Relief Heating and Cooling out of our home. It was me and Nicole, just two of us, one truck, and as we continue to develop the business, we see we was going to have a need for more space. So in 2017, I think Nicole met was one of our coaches that is still coaching us today from STBC.
SBTDC.
Yeah, that acronym there. And so he told us about the Nussbaum Center. And when we went there, you know, we had all of this resources, connections that really help us to grow. We started with 420 square feet and of space there initially, and we end up with, I think, 2,100 square foot by the time we left. The issue was we needed docking space, which they had. We needed storage, and as we continued to grow, you know, we were quickly moving we had too many different spaces, but we needed one central location. And to stage equipment and stuff like that. And I see they're really working on that now.
You're welcome.
But Nicole, did you want to add anything?
Well, piggyback off of Matthew, we're really thankful for Lisa and Sam and the facility, because just starting out as a small business, as you know, we would have had to have insurance, just a place for our company, to plan for employees. They even had the support for accounting, which we had no clue about. We just knew the standard. So all the help that we need to form a business, or just the information that we needed to know so we can stay in compliance as a heating and air company, we were able to get all that information from the Nussbaum Center. So we really thank them for just having that center where we can get started. And now, as Matthew stated, with the growth, now can afford to have our own building. But before that, without Sam, Nussbaum Center, I don't know where we would be today. But so we are very graciously thankful for that opportunity.
Now, how big of a building did you guys buy?
We're in 3,600 square foot right now, and we also have several storage and staging spaces, parking, gated parking for equipment and vehicles. And so it's, with that, if you combine it, it's probably about 8,000 square feet.
Good.
And how many employees do you have now?
We have 11 employees.
And you started with the 2 of you?
Yes. Yes. And then eventually we had our son that helped Matthew with the service department. Yes.
And how many vehicles are you up to?
Got 9 vehicles. Yeah, 9 vehicles.
And if you drive past the Nussbaum Center on a regular basis, when they were housed there, you may have noticed all of their vehicles. During COVID, Relief Heating and Cooling actually used some COVID dollars to wrap their vehicles so that they became mobile billboards for their business.
Sure did. It sure made a difference, because everybody then seen us, and now they would say, where did you go? so yeah. We're off of Manley Avenue, 123 Manley Avenue, right behind.
The antique. Is that the antique shop?
It says next to the new cookout.
Off of Market Street.
Right off of Market Street. Yeah.
Are all of your employees full-time?
Majority.
10 of them are.
Yeah.
One part-time.
Do you have any opportunities for local students, college students, to work with you?
We do.
We actually
marketing
have a student right now.
Yeah. Yes, we do. And that's Jose. Yes, he's a veteran. Well, he's active duty, and I guess he's a part-time active duty.
Yes, but we do have opportunities for that. And actually, we're actually working on that to probably have some kind of internship or something where we can bring them in maybe on the summers, or, just chattel. But we're working on that, yes. Now that we have the facility.
My son, Daniel, he taught at GTCC, HVAC, for about 6 years. And so we would like to do some kind of internship and training there, because we do have a building. We could set that up to do that. And so we would like to do that, because it's kind of hard trying to get qualified people that wants to do heating and air. And we've struggled last year trying to keep a full staff. And so we're, that's something that we as we continue to build, we want to do. Like to do.
Why do you think it's hard to get staff? I know several places that do training for HVAC. Why do you think it's difficult?
A lot of the people that we interview, they would say that they want to do this. It's something they want. But I think, we do residential primarily, and there's a lot of crawl spaces, a lot of hot attics, and when you get into the middle of the summer, some people just can't bear it. They don't want to, it is very taxing. It is very demanding, And in the summertime, we have to be there, and so when it comes to just being there, people just tend to fall off. It's nice they just want to know it, but then when
They don't want to work. They don't want to actually work. They want to know about it.
Right.
So you moved from 400 square feet to some 2,100 square feet at the Nussbaum Center, and now you're looking at about 8,000 square feet. Is it too early to think about future growth?
No, it's not too early to think about future growth. That's one of the things. Last year we finished 1.6 million. This year our projected 2.4, and so we're looking at a lot of different things in our pipeline. We're just taking our time in a sense to make sure that we do have the support staff to carry us through.
Are you certified MWBE?
No, we're not certified MWBE as yet. No, we're not.
Can I ask you why?
Yeah, why?
It's just something that we do have to work on. We've been getting the question, and yeah, we just haven't taken the time to pursue it, but it's something that we do want to, yes. Yes.
Because you're a rarity in the work you do because of the demographics that you are. That is something you need to,
We'll get that.
and I can connect you to the right department to get you on the path. I'd like for you to see you all do that. So way to also get work with the city.
So I think Sharon brings up a good point, because there are a lot of small businesses who they're working all the time and they're trying to get their business going, or they're trying to keep it sustainable, or and they don't have the time to take out of their day, because they are owners but they're also running their own business, they're also working in their own business. So I'm thinking that's something that we could help with in the city, because you may not have a moment to take away, but what do you think we can do to bring things like that to you? I don't know if some of the requirements could come to your facility, some of the things they have to fill out. I'm just throwing that out there, because small business owners are usually working owners.
Yeah, Senator can do that for you.
Yeah.
There's a person who does that.
Oh, okay.
So, there's already a person who does that. She walks you through the whole process, and she does.
Sure. So that's great to know. We didn't know that.
Yes, I think we just have to take the time and get connected to get it done, to get the application done.
Find a time, because as you said, we work in the business still, and that is one of the things we're working on through planning, to kind of remove ourselves from a lot of the everyday activities so we can have time to research and do those things, yes.
You want to make sure your business is successful. And just one other thing, if and I know what the answer is going to be, if you hadn't had the support of the Nussbaum Center, what do you think would have happened?
It's a good question.
Well, costs, right? The Nussbaum Center was so affordable. Cost for a business like ours, if you're renting, it's really up there. And so we had the costs, we had the support. It was easy to get connected with the right people. We needed the support for the business. We went over whether it was signs, we had IT people, the phones. So a lot of the support was directly in the Nussbaum Center. And so that made it so easy for us to get our business done without having to get additional costs. And so, and even as we, like Lisa said, when we wrapped our trucks, everybody just, the trucks were there all the time, but once they got wrapped and set out there, it was a big billboard there. That spot there is a great advertising spot for us. So it really reduced our expense when it comes to advertising, or even having to acquire things, just being there at the building.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
To the the Nussbaum Center also for the great work that you're doing and serving the businesses in the community.
Thank you, and we're happy to answer questions about the Nussbaum Center because Nicola and Matthew are just one example of the 3,000 entrepreneurs that came through our doors last year. One of the things that when we were building the Steelhouse vision, they were part of the type of customer we were looking to serve because in the Nussbaum Center we could handle their office abilities, but we could not handle their storage, and they're building HVAC systems in their homes, and so they have to set up the ductwork a lot of times and lay it all out to make sure that they have the proper materials before they go on job site. And the Steelhouse was really a product that was going to help them. They, unfortunately for us, but fortunately for them, they identified this real estate that worked for them, and then they have moved on to purchasing it. And a lot of you know that through entrepreneurship, it's really one of the greatest pathways to change your financial status in life, right? Because now not only do they own their own homes, they're also building equity in this commercial property that they are housing their business in. And that equity is irreplaceable, and we know that. And that's what we try and do every day with these entrepreneurs that we're setting up and helping grow.
Any questions for the Nussbaum Center? Or feedback for the Nussbaum Center?
You've done a good job.
Good job.
Thank you again for the great work that you're doing for the city of Greensboro.
Thank you very much.
So necessary and important. Thank you. And congratulations to you again. Thank you.
That's one thing. The African American had a big school. It's things. They had like 70% were minority. I said that was one of the first thing we seen that.
Okay, very good.
Americans are doing great.
Next, I'd like to introduce Scott Johnson, General Manager of the Oakwood Group. Thank you for being here. Please introduce your colleagues once you get here. Yep, all the way around. We look forward to learning about the exciting projects that you have going on within the city. They can use the podium?
If that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Where's the clicker? There. Ready to get started? First of all, welcome to the First Horizon Coliseum at Greensboro Complex, and we thank you for being here today, and we thank you for taking the opportunity to listen to our report and tell you what's going on with OVG and the future of the Coliseum. The main purpose of today is we're going to review a list of $20 million in capital improvements that the Finance Department and we have been working on for a bond in 2026 to prepare us for the 2027 and 29 ACC tournaments. We have a detailed list that we'll go over, and these are all things that Finance is capable of funding and has advised us of that. So that's why we're bringing it to you today and look for your approval. But first I wanted to say that we've had a great first 7 months with OVG. We initially started out in July. We converted 93 employees from city employees to OVG employees. We've since hired another 20 employees directly to OVG. We're sitting on about 10 vacancies. We're going to continue to do that for the next few months while we watch the economy. That's been a wonderful start. We then sold the name and title on the Coliseum to First Horizon. So we're the First Horizon Coliseum, $1 million a year for 10 years. So that's a fantastic sale. We had several fabulous concerts back in August with 2 nights of Zach Bryan, which were the equivalent of 4 concerts for us. It was that big. It was 44,000 people over 2 days. And then we announced the name of the new hockey team as the Greensboro Gargoyles, which is our ECHL team. We announced that we were getting a team in October, and then we announced the name in December, January. And we've had incredible response from the community. We have over 1,900 people that have placed a $100 deposit on a season ticket. That's probably double the number I would have bet on had I had the opportunity. So we're incredibly encouraged by that. We've had meetings with local sponsors, and the sponsors are excited for this. Cone Health is likely going to be a big sponsor of the team, and I think it's going to pay dividends for the team going forward. But we do have some headwinds coming. The next 5 months are going to be a challenge for us. I report to the War Memorial Commission, and Hugh and Sharon attend those, but it's a down concert year in markets like Greensboro. It's not a down concert year in Raleigh and Charlotte and Atlanta and Washington, but in markets our size, it's a down concert year. So we are conservatively watching expenses. We're going to sit on some vacancies right now. We're going to monitor the situation. We see better bookings starting in July, and Doug Higgins, who's with me from OVG today, he will tell you that it's similar situation in many different communities. Lexington, Kentucky, Knoxville, Tennessee, and several other markets. Savannah, Georgia, which has been a stalwart for them of late. So we're continuing to work on it, but we're going to monitor expenses and take it very seriously to see how we end the year. We look great on the books through the month of December, but it then starts to have the lesser activity over the next few months. And then we didn't start off January great because of the snowstorm. So we lost 50% of the attendance on the RV show and 40% of the attendance on the Monster Truck Jam. So hurdles to overcome, but we see great things coming forward. Hockey is potentially going to be a great boom for us. The women's basketball team, we also announced professional basketball that'll play in the field house during the summer season, which is not when the Swarm play. All that stuff is continuing to look great. So I wanted to first start off and talk a little bit about hockey. Greensboro Gargoyles, we unveiled the name. We had 1,000 people standing in line to show up at this event to name the team. And as soon as we said the name, I think 700 of them went and got in line to buy a T-shirt. So it was a fantastic experience. The day that we had this event, we started the day at 1,000 season ticket deposits, and we ended the day at 1,500, and now we're at 1,900. So this is exciting. You've previously worked with us to approve improvement packages just for hockey that's paid for by the city capital from the hotel motel tax. So we have purchased a brand new hockey dasher system and glass and netting that is all required by hockey these days. This is an NHL caliber system, so we have goals and plans to have an NHL preseason game going forward in the future once this is in. We've purchased the Zamboni, and we've also purchased some seat risers. We have one more component of this. The offices where the team will house themselves are the second floor of the Convention and Visitors Bureau building. We have to do a little bit of upfit over there. That's all budgeted within this category. But why we're here today is talking about capital improvements. And, you know, these are the events that are big for Greensboro and our heads in beds. And the more money that's spent economic development-wise, the more taxes that are paid in, which then allows the lower property tax for our community. So ACC tournament coming up in 2027 and 29. This is the final year of our current ACC women's tournament agreement. We hope to see them back in a couple of years. We're in our second year of hosting the ACC Gymnastics Championship. Last year was their inaugural year and an excellent event. And this is year 2, and we have that for another year. Obviously, the number of swimming and diving meets is exceptional for us. We have over 50 swim meets a year. We just acquired a major national meet yesterday that we'll be announcing in the next couple of months. The city's involved in with the state to plan the 2029 World University Games, which the Coliseum and the Special Event Center would both be used for that. And then, of course, the AAU Junior Olympics is another example of an event that brings 15,000 people to the community for about 10 days. So these are the reasons why we're talking about capital improvements, to continue to invest in the Coliseum. Every time we meet with the ACC or the NCAA, their answer is always, as long as your community's investing and continue to bring your facilities up to a high level, they want to be here and move forward with events. But I wanted to start off by saying some history in our competition. So these are interesting statistics, but the city of Raleigh and the Lenovo Center is getting ready to spend $300 million on a 3-year renovation of the Lenovo Center, which is where the Carolina Hurricanes play. Their owner committed to a longer-term deal to stay in Raleigh, and in exchange, he got the development rights around the arena. So he has plans on the table to build a $1 billion entertainment zone surrounding the Lenovo Center. You add to that, they also are funding a $500 million expansion of the convention center, a brand new Red Hat amphitheater because it had to move for the expansion, and a 500-room Omni hotel. This is a community that has the prepared food tax, and it has significantly more hotel room uses. So they're obviously able to go out and spend $800 million in a swath. Downtown.
Right downtown. Just checking. It didn't move. It didn't move, Zach.
So then that leads us to Charlotte and the Spectrum Center. And the city of Charlotte is getting ready to invest, or has already invested, $275 million in renovations of the Spectrum Center. Lots of different improvements similar to the things that we're going to need to do. They're also investing $650 million in the Bank of America Stadium, and then the team owner is investing another $150 million for an $800 million investment in that community's civic facilities. So, $1 billion in Raleigh, 900,000 and 9 million. I lost my mind. $900 million in Raleigh and $1 billion in Charlotte.
Where's the Spectrum Center?
Downtown. And then we come to our planned improvements, and this is the numbers that we're working with the city, but we have $20 million that is available to us, which again is non-taxpayer or property taxpayer dollars. These are dollars that are paid for by the hotel motel tax, an allocation that is dedicated to the Coliseum for improvements. This was something that was set up in 1990. So these are our plans. We're going to do some major renovations to the backstage dressing rooms. We're going to we plan to renovate the bathrooms on the main concourse. They are 33 years old and need attention. We're going to put some acoustical enhancements into the Coliseum, repaint the ceiling, repaint the walls, repaint the rails, bring a fresh look and a new approach for those ACC tournament people that have been coming here for a long time. And those are all the things related to the Coliseum. Then we jump to the Special Event Center, which is package 2. And we have a renovation of the lobby, which you see today. We have renovation of the bathrooms inside the Special Event Center, which are also 33 years old. And then we have painting and cleanup of cables inside the building. The package number 3 is infrastructure wiring. People don't see it, but we have copper wires for phone wires that go back to 1959 in this complex. And we have got to upgrade to fiber optics, and we have to come back into the current century with these type things. So we have $1.5 million or $2 million allocated to that. Package number 4 are exterior projects. This is the category we're not sure the money will hold out on, but ultimately, one of the things we wanted to do was replace part of the roof structure with a different material. I'll show you in a second. And then painting and lighting outside the building. Package number 5 is a special event center riser. I'll show you in a moment. We have 2 risers, 2 large seating system risers. One was replaced 2 or 3 years ago, and one is totally demolished and gone, and we haven't had the money to replace it. So we've added that to this renovation plan. And then lastly, the Coliseum sound system is 30 years old and will need to be replaced as a part of this package. So this is an example of the sound system. These are these big giant speakers that we put in the mid-90s, and new technology, a lot smaller, a lot lighter, and a lot better. But it comes with the price tag. You're seeing on that bottom right, you know, some of the equipment that powers what we have now, and mixer systems. So that's a major component for us, and that will pay dividends for the hockey team in any event that we have in the Coliseum. If you'll notice on the top left, you'll see some pipes and some duct work and things like that. There was a feature in the 1990 renovation to hide those things with some acoustical treatment, and the money was cut out at that time, so it's kind of an eyesore. And this part of this vision is to freshen up the inside of the arena and get it looking brand new and exciting for people to see. So we have designed this halo system. It's called a halo ring. It's really airplane cables and materials to hide that stuff. And we'll have to drop sprinkler heads down through it and do some different things. But it really cleans up. We'll paint the back walls, and we'll repaint the ceiling of the Coliseum. It's white, and it looks off-white right now from the dirt from all the monster trucks. So this is a photograph or a rendering of the exterior of the Coliseum. And what our hope was that with this money would be able to support what's called a Luca bond or a similar project. It basically makes it look like the Coliseum is stainless steel. It goes right on over top of the current EFA structure. However, I don't believe this amount of money is going to support this. So it's most likely we're going to be simply recoating and refinishing the EFA that's up there now, both on the Coliseum and the Special Event Center. It's quite a bit. We redid the EFA on the Aquatic Center last year. It's about $400,000, but it made a dramatic improvement to Gate City Boulevard. We'll do uplighting and some other things out here if the money holds out.
For the EFAs. I thought there were 2 tranches.
We have to put a sign up on the side of the building that says First Horizon Coliseum, and Marlene found a bucket of money just to cover about 200 feet there before the sign goes up. That's a small bucket. This is coating the rest of it, which will be probably over $1 million. And this is Special Event Center lobby renovations. This is just a quick snapshot, changing the colors, changing the flooring. Our flooring is completely worn out in the lobby right now. And this also adds a new passenger elevator. If you've been to the Special Event Center, it has a passenger elevator about the size of this podium. That's right. And it desperately needs to be replaced. So we have a glass enclosed elevator as a part of this project. This is an example of the seating riser system that we owned and replaced a few years ago. We have to buy a duplicate of this for the other side of the building. We've not been able to do certain events in the Special Event Center over the last few years that have negatively impacted our ability to generate revenue. And then lastly, on this particular note, a separate pot of money. So in 2020, OVG Hospitality renewed their concessions and catering agreement with the city. And in that agreement, they allocated $2 million towards a transformative, renovation type project or new space. The OVG has studied this, and in their other facilities, what they've determined is if you can build an appropriate super high-end level club, which only meets a certain demographic and certain business type that can fit there. But it would be about a $2 million club. We believe we can sell 100 admissions for $15,000 each a year, so it would generate about $1.5 million a year. And then we think it'll cost us about 1.1 or 1.2 to service those clients. And we believe we can generate a net revenue of $300,000+ a year, which will go towards reducing the deficit. So this is OVG's money from a concessions extension. And we are going to be sending a letter to Larry and other folks asking that this is how that money is allocated. The money's in the possession of the city right now. This is completely separate from $2 million that OVG committed towards a project in their facilities bid, and we are working on another project with them as well. But what it is, it's an ultra high-end club on the ground level of the Coliseum that people will come in. They'll have all their food and beverage included. It'll be super upscale, and you'll be able to walk to your seats. These 100 seats will be in the arena just outside of vomitory dedicated to these folks. This is how it sort of lays out with the seating. And these are examples of other clubs that OVG has built. This one particularly is in the Moody Center in Austin, Texas, which was built with the University of Tennessee. This is another view of that. So that's the level of club. So what we've found through the OVG study is if you build this upper level club for a certain demographic, and then we have suites that are serving other business clients, and then we have club seats, which are serving a smaller business client, and then we have opportunities for single night rentals of suites and other type things. So you really widen the spectrum of premium seating, and combined with more events, that allows you to generate more revenue. So we're going to be asking for that approval as well. And then we've talked a little bit about previously, we have a founder's room plan that we're putting together at the Tanger Center. The original founder's room, no one goes. It was really built sort of in the wrong location, so we need to repurpose that space. We have space within the envelope of the building down up under the grand tier, and we are proposing through the Tanger Center board to construct a new club in there, which would come from reserves that the Tanger Center has earned over the last 3.5 years. So that number is about $4.5 million that has gone to the city after paying debt service over that time frame. These are just a few examples of that. And so today we're here to ask for your blessing and approval to move forward with the city on financing the $20 million in the list of improvements. That's ultimately what the ask is today. Any questions?
Why is the $2 million or whatever, the 100 seat, the special, why is it only 100 if your capacity is 240?
We believe that's what we can sell right off the bat, is 100. If we could sell the 240, we would. But we have to start somewhere. Yeah.
But with the opportunity to
expand.
So the same club in Market Arena in Savannah, it's $20,000 a seat, and they only sell 40 of them, but they're all sold, and it's a big thing to do down in Market. We're a much bigger community. You would think with the movement of businesses here and the Toyotas and Boom Supersonics, there's a marketplace.
Zach, just to answer the question, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just from our experience, the higher in the club, the more expensive it is, the more exclusive it is. So you really want to cap that number. And as Scott said, it has a trickle-down effect, and it has a positive impact on all of your premium products. So again, the goal here is to create a super high-end and then kind of the entry-level premium product. But you've got to set the market, the bar high with a higher price club. So that's why it's just, to Scott's point, if we sell more than 100, we would, but really that's the right number to make the math work.
What's the entry-level club for us?
Right now it's the TFA club.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that lower level club, is it more pregame or is it, does it have views into the arena?
Not a view into the arena, so it's pregame, halftime. You can come in and out of it during.
Kind of like at Charlotte's guy, Spectrum Center.
Yes, that little bar in the corner on ground level.
Exactly.
Yes, that's the concept. But this would be a much higher level than that. That's a sports bar.
Right.
No.
So what's the interest fee again for this one, the new club?
We believe the price tag is going to be $15,000 a seat, but it includes your food and drink, your ticket, and your parking for all the publicly ticketed events, including hockey.
15,000 a year.
And it's not intended for the everyday person. It's intended for companies that want to have a super VIP experience for a certain number of people. Any other questions?
I just want to say that I'm really pleased with the way that the transition to OVG has gone. I was really pleased with the number of employees that you were able to retain. I think that says an awful lot on the efforts that you took to retain those employees. And, you know, coming out of the gate with the hockey and basketball and naming rights. I know, Scott, that you said that the concert market's a little soft in our spot, but I think you're certainly looking for revenue generators in other places as well. And, you know, I know that concert series will bounce back. You know, one thing, I think when somebody comes to Greensboro, we are a great audience. The enthusiasm, I believe that any performer who comes here goes away feeling really good, and that message gets around. Our fans are just some of the best, and I think that pays off.
So we feel pretty good about the hold starting back in July. There's some shows, particularly Pentatonics and Trans-Siberian Orchestra that skipped us this past year that we see coming back. We're working on a very large concert for October. We hope pans out. Of course, North Carolina A&T Homecoming is a powerful event for us, and we've done tremendous with that on the Friday and the Saturday night. So that's scheduled for October as well.
And, you know, having like Trans-Siberian skip us for a year probably isn't a big deal because it will drive the enthusiasm back up. Because when you come year after year, people drop out.
But the kiddie shows always do well.
Yes, ma'am. And I didn't mention, but the Tanger Center budget is right on track. We think we're going to do exceptionally well there. Last year, we projected we would generate $1.5 million over paying the deficit or paying the mortgage. Then we ended up at $2.2 million over, so that was an exceptional year. This year, we're budgeting around 1.7 is where we think it will fall, barring some different things. So it's going in the great direction. If you got one more minute, I thought I'd take a second to talk about proposed two-rink practice sheet.
Real quick, when are you coming to ask us for the
I guess I'll let Larry sort of answer that. At the end of the day, to do this work before the ACC tournament in 27, we have to hire architects and design and go to bid this fall to be ready come January of 26 to start doing the projects and spending the money. The city's advised me they would likely go to the bond council in January, and then the bonds are all actually sold later.
So you all don't feel compelled to respond to the question right now because you can't in this format. We are working with them, and we know the timeline, so yeah.
I think OVG was just wanting to get the concept in front of you officially today and see if you had any particular pushbacks or anything that struck you as needing further evaluation. And as Scott mentioned, Councilmembers Holston and Hightower have already seen this because it's been presented to the War Memorial Commission. So this was just a good opportunity to have all of you in the room together at the same time.
So if I could take one more minute. So a project that we've mentioned to many of you that had the opportunity to sit in on some meetings back in the fall, but with hockey coming to Greensboro, if you know anyone that does hockey in Greensboro, you would know that the current ice house over on Wendover is a disaster. It's a wonder. Nancy can verify this. It's a wonder it's still open. It's a sand-based system, and it's a horrible place. But it's the only sheet of ice we have in Greensboro, and they are fully booked. So the hockey team's coming, and right now they don't have a place to practice. They will likely be driving to Cary, North Carolina, or over to Winston-Salem in their old annex. So one of the items we've brought forward is the potential to enter some type of partnership with OVG and Zoyer Sports and potentially some other partners to build a double ice rink sheet. So 2 different rinks beside each other, a little bit of seating, bathrooms, dressing rooms, and then ultimately some type of restaurant or sports bar. Where this gets built remains to be seen. We have land across the street where the old Coliseum Motel was. That's an opportunity. Could be another part of the city where something like this makes sense. So we just wanted to put it out there. We brought it up before. It seemed like we had good general interest from the council. Ultimately, it's going to take some scenario to put all the money together. So if we built the double rink sheet, we think Zoyer and OVG may be in for $7 or $8 million. Ultimately, the city might need to be in for $10 million or so, give or take, and maybe we can find some other partners. We believe it's a $20 to $25 million project. And ultimately, location would play a major role in that. But we see, and we brought this up to the city, hockey's growing, a massive sport that's growing. Figure skating's growing. People are all interested in ice sports in the Olympics. And presently, right now, we don't really offer that as a community. Parks and Rec doesn't offer it. It's sort of, clubs that have to go. High Point University has 3 club teams for hockey, and they need a place to practice. So we're going to go visit with Nito and ask him, would you like to be a part of this facility? He probably says no, he'll build it in High Point himself. Yeah. But it's an opportunity for us to put more partners together. So this is an idea that continues to float out. We're exploring some different things. We'll come back to you in the future with more information. But ultimately, we're going to need to figure out a funding source if this was something that you chose to move forward with.
How big of a property does that need to be?
I think it's probably 5 acres. We are sitting on about 2.1 acres over here, so we know we would need to buy some more land, which would be a great improvement to Gate City Boulevard if this was the right site. So there's some other things going on in the corridor that we think all these things added up, we could get some nice development on the Gate City Boulevard corridor.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Scott and Dale. I have to be sure to return for a hockey game. Now we'll shift our gears slightly a little bit to focus more deeply on finances. This will be an important update as we end day 1 and head into day 2 tomorrow to talk more specifically around decisions on priorities. Sure. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll return with Larry Davis, our Assistant City Manager, Marlene Drug, Finance Director, at the podium to talk about a finance update. We could take 5 minutes, please, and return at, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So before I start our two very brief presentations, I guess I should note, for transparency purposes, Marlene and myself and Doug Higgins and Scott Johnson met yesterday and talked about some of the budgetary challenges that we might be facing at the Coliseum the second half of the year. And one of the things that we did talk about was heat and electricity. So, it was very expensive. Just as it was expensive at your house the last few months, it's been expensive here as well. So they may have taken me too much to heart when I said, well, let's be sure and try to control that. So I may be the reason why some of you are having to wear, some of you are wearing your coats. So I will try to correct that for tomorrow. Let them know now's not the time to save money.
How much is
So, conversations about economic development and infrastructure and investment ultimately both informs and is responded to through the budgets that you adopt and the financial strategies that you pursue. And so I wanted to take just a minute and just basically share a couple pictures with you about what the last couple of years have looked like budgetarily as council has pursued a variety of commitments and priorities and what we've tried to do as staff to implement that. So this is kind of one picture to kind of take away from the day. Essentially what you've got here is the last 2 years. The top line is revenue and the bottom line is expenditure. And I think to take away from here, the point to take is these two lines are converging. You see in fiscal year 22 and 23, revenues in the general fund outpaced expenditures. Both were growing at a pretty healthy clip, but revenues were still above expenditures, which is where we always want them to be. You'll note last year the numbers got awfully close. That blue line and that red line almost meet for last year. So even as our revenues continue to grow, our expenditures are growing at an even faster pace. And that takes you back to all the conversations you've been having today about economic development and the ability to generate revenue without having to necessarily generate offsetting expenditures. Things like conversations you had about dense development and how the more dense development is, the less expensive it is to our bottom line. So that's part, to me, this sort of closes the loop on a lot of the conversations that y'all were having earlier today. Over the last couple of years, as I've mentioned, our revenues have grown by about 21% over those 2 years, but you see expenditures outpaced it over those 2 years, growing at 24%. Some average annual numbers there for you just to look at. I won't go through with them. Again, the main point is expenditures are growing a little bit faster than our revenues are. Where has that growth occurred? Well, across the board. We had growth in personnel, growth in operations, and growth in debt service. Why did our personnel costs go up over the last couple years? Well, it's been a combination of things. Yes, we added positions over the last couple years. We've added positions in fire. We've added positions in Office of Community Safety, or now Department of Community Safety. We've added positions in the Development Review Team, all designed to meet priorities as established by City Council. We also had a very intentional change in our compensation structure, particularly over the last couple of years, with minimum wage increases for both general employees as well as police and fire. Particularly within police and fire, you know, we had structure adjustments in the last couple of years. You remember those conversations? We talked about it in work session. We talked about it at council meetings. Some rather significant increases in those 2 years to try to be more competitive, and both from a recruitment and from a retention perspective, but particularly in the areas of police and fire. We've talked a lot, Budget Director John Decker, he talked a lot over the last couple years about inflation increases as well as programmatic increases. We just pulled out a few for you just to take a quick look at. Just in the last 2 years now, just from 22 to 24, streetlight budget up 40%, building and grounds up 30%, utilities up 35%. Again, one of the reasons why we turned the heat down. Support for GM 911 up 22%. Parking fund, it was during this year we added a new parking deck came online. We had to underwrite its debt service. So a big increase just in those 2 years packaged in our maintenance and operations. And of course, debt service, which comes about when we are approved and sell bonds. Over the last couple of years, you see debt service went from 26 million to 41 million. That's 56% increase in just a 2-year period. We knew it was coming. I mean, that's part of why we sell bonds. But just as a reminder, for our purposes, relatively large bond referendums in recent years. 2016, 126 million. And then 2022, 135 million. As we borrow those funds, pay them back over time, our debt service numbers have gone up. We have been increasing property taxes over the last couple of years to support that. So, questions on any of this? Again, just trying to kind of remind you what a lot of those initiatives that we've been focused on the last couple of years have meant budgetarily for the general fund in starting from 22 to 24. And the reason we did 24 because it was our last completed year. So that's why we don't have numbers for the current year.
Yes, just real quickly, going back to the slide where you had the street lights up, 40% or something.
Yes.
Have you tracked how much of that is due to, for instance, growth or additions versus just inflation?
I haven't, but I'm sure transportation has. I imagine it's almost all due to rate increases. Probably some new add-ons for new lights, but I'm guessing a lot of that is just pure rate increase. But we can get the specifics on that, so thank you.
That'd be helpful.
I'd also be interested whether Duke's made any progress on switching us over to LED.
LEDs. Okay.
Because I think I feel like they're kind of dragging a little bit there,
Okay.
and that could help us save a lot of money.
Okay.
Larry, could you explain the ED incentives?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
that's money we like to see that we've spent, but you can see that in fiscal year 22, our actual outlay for incentives was only about $700,000. Whereas by the time you get to 23, 24, we're at about 2.4 million. So those are the incentives that are going out to underwrite a lot of the economic development that y'all talked about earlier today.
So that's actually a good thing.
Yes.
Because we have more economic development coming in.
Right.
And there's usually an offset somewhere that I know that we can't use the word rebate, but, use a different word. So it offsets that 2.4 million.
Indeed it does.
It's in a revenue column
Right,
somewhere
exactly.
else.
But when you just look at the expense side and you're trying to figure out why did we categorize these as operational expenses, why did they go up 21% in just 2 years? That was part of that increase. A good increase for another reason.
It's a little different though, like utilities, that's just inflation. And street lighting might be most inflation, but
Right.
the ED incentives, the payments is higher because we have more businesses that have met their incentives.
Exactly.
Which means that they've made payments somewhere else. So it's a little different than like diesel.
Fair enough.
Oh, finance lady.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions? Second brief presentation. Councilmember Hoffman, but others have asked about our unfunded liabilities and how we manage that and what are their impacts. So I'll talk very briefly about that. It is something that honestly we haven't talked a lot about previously, but it is one of the factors that we are reviewed from a bond support perspective. It is one of the things that the LGC looks at. It's one of the things our bond counsel reviews with us. So it is something to be aware of and how we go about trying to manage this.
Anytime we come before the local government commission to approve our bond, or we look at these unfunded pension liabilities, which is why I asked Larry. It's nothing that we generally have ever talked about, but I thought we should look at it.
So we have 3 of them, essentially. We have law enforcement's officer special separation. We have our local government employees pension plan, and then we have something called other post-benefit trust, or OPEB, as it's shortened. The first 2 are state mandated. We don't have a choice. We participate in them. The separation allowance came into play in 1987, I believe, was the first year when that law was passed. OPEB is basically the ability to purchase your health insurance through the city after you have retired until age 65. So, for example, if you're, I'm going to just pick a number out of the hat, 61, and you decide to retire next year, if you so choose, you can purchase your health insurance through the city at higher rates, but nevertheless better rates than you would get if you were out there on your own trying to buy health insurance until you reach age 65. That is not a mandated benefit. We choose to provide that. So again, this is one of the factors that the LGC looks at our overall financial condition. They do want to know that we do have to report the unfunded liabilities to them. We get evaluated, and it is one of the things that sort of factors in along with our economic conditions and our revenue structure that ultimately determines whether we're AAA or not. Couple comments on our management of these that we've received recently. S&P said that we had affordable debt and retirement costs, including our OPEB benefit. Moody's said that our pension and OPEB liabilities were at a very modest level given our overall government revenues. So as you can imagine, those are the kind of statements that we like to see and like to hear. So just a couple numbers. I know we're late in the day. How do we go about, for us, where do we stand compared to some of our peer cities? You see for law enforcement, our actuarial, if you can believe that word, calculated liability is somewhere around $40 million. We have about $8 million set aside in a trust that can't touched from, none of our creditors can get to it.
I'd already got some money. I got some money.
It cannot be accessed by either our creditors or Councilmember Hightower. So you can see our liability is funded at about 21%. Again, you don't have to do that. You can simply do pay-as-you-go, which you see both Durham and Charlotte do. Neither one of them have a dime set aside for this. Whatever it is they owe that day, that comes in and that goes out. And you may say, well, then how do they get away with that? How do they get AAA ratings when they have no planned pension for this? Well, it's one of several aspects that go into our evaluation. Charlotte and Durham are apparently strong enough in the other aspects of their economy and the revenue streams that when they go before the LGC probably doesn't like to see this, but in the end, they're like, you know what, you're so strong in other areas, you still get AAA. But you see we kind of fall between, Raleigh has some funds set aside. They're 14% funded. Winston-Salem is at 43%. Our what's called ledgers or our state pension, this will be quick. Everyone is at 82%. Now, how did that happen? Well, because we all pay into the same system, and that's the level at which we are required to maintain our coverage. So all cities that participate in this are at 82%. I will note, though, the way we fund this, as part of the budget you adopt every year, is employees, 6% of their paycheck goes into this system, and we match that, or we contribute along with that, and you see the numbers for us now. For general and fire employees, we contribute 13.6% of their salary, and for law enforcement, we contribute 15%. So this is a huge benefit. This is a huge part of our budget. Believe it or not, there was a time, if you worked here long enough, when it was 6 and 6. It was 6% from the employee and 6% from the employer. Those days are long gone. I personally believe at some point the pension system is going to have to consider whether or not the cap on employees needs to be increased. Because right now, anytime they need more money, anytime they come back to all of our local governments and say, we're not making enough money to pay all the pensioners, we have to increase what we're contributing. But the employees don't. The employees have been at 6% forever.
We have more retired employees in the system than we ever had. And, in the past, the employees that were working were help funding the ones that were retired, and that just is completely flipped.
Right.
And I know, being on the Ledgers board, that we have employees former employees reach out and say, when are we going to get a cost of living increase or whatever, if we were to do that, that has to come out of our budget. That would just be more money that we would have to pay through the property tax rate. When the pension fund is well handled by the state of North Carolina, but we still, they're still losing money on some accounts, and so there's no way for the state ledgers board to do a COLA across the increase. It would have to be individual cities, and that just isn't happening. Now with the teachers are handled a little bit different.
Right.
They did get a cost of living last year, but the legislature paid for
Right,
it.
yes.
They would not pay for the general
The other local government employees, yeah. The last unfunded liability is OPEB. Again, that's other post-employment benefits. That's, again, your health insurance between your retire date and age 65. Now, you'll look at Winston. Winston is 100% funded for this. Isn't that fantastic? Doesn't that sound great?
It does.
How did they go about doing that? They stopped offering the benefit. They sunset the benefit in 2010. So if you are hired by the city of Winston-Salem after 2010, you no longer have this benefit.
And this is the insurance one?
This is the ability to buy insurance through the city after you retire, but before Medicare. So that's one great way of limiting your liability, is to just simply stop providing the benefit. We're not recommending that move at this point. Interesting, Winston did that in 2010. This is purely speculation on my part. I guess it was one of those never waste a crisis moments. You'll remember 28 and 29 were not good years for any of us. They were able to make the case to their elected board at that time, let's get out of providing this benefit. So anytime you're talking about somebody who's thinking about going to work for us or Winston, and they start talking about starting pay, remind them about this. Mayor, those are my presentation.
Any questions?
Teeth are chattering.
So thank you.
That's not as common as the teeth chattering.
Whatever you said, thank you.
That wasn't the fact, that was our teeth chattering.
So just to keep moving, and I apologize in advance, there's going to be a lot of numbers on these slides because that's kind of how you track a lot of this stuff. And I'm not here to actually ask for money, unlike some, but this is really just a snapshot of where we are and where we're going with some major infrastructure. And I just want to point out some highlights. First off, I'm going to address just some major things that like the general public sees. Water and sewer lines, they turn on the water faucet, they flush the toilet, it comes out, goes away, that type of thing. Drive on streets, because they're out there. We all drove on one to get here, or rode public transportation on one. And then, of course, we're in public buildings all the time, rec centers, libraries, et cetera. This is still technically a City of Greensboro public building as well, even though it's privately operated by OVG. Bottom line, we have a lot of stuff. I won't bother you without these numbers, but it's a lot. All of y'all are aware of that. So when we talk about maintaining these things over time, there's roughly 3 buckets of stuff that we do. There's things that we do every day. We go out and we clean streets. We run water and sewer service calls when somebody's lateral's stopped up or they're having some type of issue. There's just routine things. We do pest control. We wash windows. We clean carpet. We do things like that. On the roadway side, they do street sweeping. They repaint the lines, stuff like that, work on traffic signals. We also have a lot of stuff come up that you don't really expect and plan for, but you know is going to happen. You're going to have potholes. You're going to have storefront glass broken in a building if you run a business or if you have a public facility. You're going to have plumbing problems. You're going to have roof leaks. Anybody that's been with the city long enough knows we're always going to have some kind of roof leak somewhere, sometime, somehow. Yep, and so really over time, the city budgets for, we know some of this stuff's going to happen. through the city manager's office, work of staff, council's priorities. That type of stuff's funded pretty well. But then we go on to the major replacement of aging assets. That's resurfacing of your streets. That's rehabilitation or relaying water lines, sewer lines, and it's replacing what we call end of service life, like a roof on a residential house might last 30 years. If you're in a house 30 years, you're probably going to have to replace your roof. Public buildings are kind of the same. Elevators eventually get to the point they can't be serviced anymore. They have to be replaced, things of that nature. And that's where we talk about there's never enough funding to go around. So bottom line, how do we determine that? We use a lot of different metrics for different things and basically look at asset condition, age. Just because something's old doesn't mean we automatically replace it if it's still working fine. There's just a lot of thought and process through a lot of technical people in the organization that go through that. But essentially we come down to what we need to do a year kind of to be on a sustainable pace. If we replace 1% of our water lines a year, then our average water line age would be essentially 100 years old. Not discounting a little bit for new development might drive that down to 75, 80 years, but still relatively old. Sewer, the same type of situation, a little bit less. That's more of a 50-year lifespan on average. Roadway, right now, if a citizen calls up and said, on average, how often am I going to see my street paved? Well, of course, it depends. Depends on traffic, depends on how, the size of the street, things like that. But in general, if you're in a residential neighborhood, about once every 50 years, give or take. We think that should probably be better than that. Again, on building stuff, sometimes you have new stuff that doesn't work. I mean, who's bought a refrigerator that didn't last as long as the avocado green ones you still see rolled out of some neighborhoods that have been running since 1955? New ones last 5 years. Same type of thing with our building components. So we try to keep up with what we think is a reasonable expected life. Some things fail, we replace them then. Some things we plan to. So how are we doing now compared to 5 years ago? It's a question the manager's office asked me to kind of address. And this is a busy graph. There's a lot of numbers. So in the not Carolina blue is where we were in 2021. And in the not Clemson orange is what we're asking for in the budget this year. So as you can see, over time, the city council, and again through the budget work, and dedication to sustainable infrastructure has increased funding, but of course inflation's made things cost more. But essentially, other than the water, which is just slightly lower now as far as amount that we're replacing, we're looking to replace probably about 27% of what our true goal of 100% would be of that 15 miles. So that's kind of how this graph works. On the sewer side, doing a little better. Cost hasn't increased as much. Water line replacement's a little more expensive, a little bit more intrusive than sewer line, having to run temporary water. It's complex, but in the end, increased funding in both has yielded more results on the sewer side. But still, we're about 69% of our way to the goal on sewer. Roadway, again, annual maintenance funding has gone up, but of course asphalt has gone up tremendously with petroleum being the main ingredient. But again, we're still doing better than we were 5 years ago as far as trying to meet that goal. We could obviously do better. For the end-of-life components on facilities, which is a group that I more directly manage, council's appropriation of some of the ARP money, some of the other funding is paid for a roof on the library, on the sportsplex, and there's many planned upgrades on the Cultural Arts Center that have been funded but haven't happened yet. So that's why there's such a dramatic increase. We have a lot less deferred on the facility side. We still have a gap. So I'm going to transition from this slide to the one that actually has the numbers on it. And these numbers are pretty big, but it basically shows to meet those goals that were described, what the ask would be for this year, and it's about $59 million total. The budget asked for about 26, so not quite half, and it shows the gap in each of those areas. So again, we're doing okay. I mean, you can see we're doing better than we were 5 years ago as far as being on the pace. I think with the everyone's interest in infrastructure, opportunities for alternative funding when it comes up, like ARP, COVID relief, things like that. I think that's helped us. But if you don't have the ongoing annual maintenance, you're not ever going to catch up without having some of that one-time funding, which again is where bonds come in. We've worked with the finance department and others on a lot of these initiatives. But really, that's kind of where we're at. Like I said, not bad, could be a little better. That balloons over time, as y'all all know. If you don't spend money today, you just need to spend more money tomorrow. And that just increases. And of course, we've been dealing with this for years. We still do a good job of, in my opinion, of fixing the things that need to be taken care of on a day-to-day basis. Potholes still get filled. Broken windows get fixed. Elevators that are out of service maybe don't get fixed as fast as we would like, but they do get fixed, and we try to do that as best we can. So again, that's really just where we're kind of a snapshot. But I would point out, just talking about the major things you can see, this doesn't talk about traffic signal maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, bridge maintenance, water and sewer plant maintenance, things like that y'all all know, having seen, agenda items come in, have a tremendous price tag. And some of those big price tickets are why this day-to-day really can't be sustained, because a lot of that's regulatory driven or just has to be done. So it's not like everyone hasn't been collectively doing a good job. I think the city's in pretty good shape. Again, even doing a little better than we were 5 years ago, and certainly taking care of near-term needs. I thank everybody for your attention. I know it's late in the day, and that's all I had. But I'll be glad to take any questions if y'all have any.
Any questions? How can we get more sidewalks moving?
Primarily through federal funding. The transportation TIP process, Mayor Pro Tem could probably speak to that even better than I could, but it's a long process. A lot of our transportation funding, as you know, is a 80% federal pass-through state funding, and that's just a process of prioritization.
What have you seen from federal?
Nothing that y'all haven't yet. I mean, I think a lot's still just really up in the air. I don't know if Chuck will maybe talk about some of that tomorrow with his comments, but there's a lot of things are moving. It's impossible to say.
No, one side.
Understood.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you need to know, because
Yeah, and we do get a lot of, we do get funds from when the NCDOT has a project, they sometimes build in the part about sidewalks being done as well. So we get from both pots.
yeah, but for us, if we already have sidewalk projects out there and on the list, and that's not part of that, so that's still something we got to get done, especially in areas where we're growing and people need walking.
Yeah, we got people walking in the middle of Battleground all the time because there's no sidewalks. They're walking up to the bus stops and down to where they work at Westridge and New Garden Road, and there's no sidewalks. And I know on East Greensboro it's the same thing.
Yeah, outside.
Yeah, thank you.
And if the repaving is a concern, you say 50 years to repave?
That's just on average for residential. That's a ballpark. Some get paved quicker.
That street in my neighborhood, I've been out there 50 years.
Yeah, because I'm in neighborhoods here, and they haven't had their streets paved at all. And they have those snakes that run through.
Any final comments or questions for Larry or Kitty? Guys, thank you so much for the update. Now we know what's coming. This concludes the content for the day. Thank you all for leaning in, for engaging, for collaborating with one another. We will start tomorrow focused on 2 of our 4 themes. As you know, we talked about growing groundbreaking today. Tomorrow we'll focus on governance and goals, and we'll move to some action around strategic priorities and direction for the staff going forward. As a part of our checkout, I'll just do a quick round robin to ask you guys to give us a reflection on the day. 1 word, sentence, but quick and succinct on checking out with us today. And then I'll ask the manager and mayor if they have any final comments.
Comprehensive.
Comprehensive, yes. Good.
Small groups were good.
Good. Glad you enjoyed it.
I'm sorry, that was hyphenated.
It was just me and you.
Final comments, please. Succinct. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the group work.
Good data.
Good data.
Informative.
Informative. Very good. Very good. Any other comments?
Yeah, well, what's my one word?
Cold.
I like the collaboration.
Do you like the collaboration? Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think there's been enough council collaboration.
More collaboration.
More strategy discussed amongst. It's a city council retreat. We've been told a lot of information, but we haven't really talked about our collective goals as a council. And I think that's important.
I think one of the things we might do.
Goals and governance.
Well, I look forward to tomorrow.
So, and not only that, I think maybe we'll reframe tomorrow. Our attempt to do that today, Councilmember Matheny, was the points in which we asked for your reflections after each of the sections. So there was space provided for that. You have to lean in and take advantage of it.
So maybe we can work on that tomorrow, not cut the council members off.
He did great today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Anything else? I'll need a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Holston. Do I hear, who was the second? I'm sorry. Second, Nancy Hoffman. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Please turn up the
8:45 tomorrow. Thank you.
It's getting warm now.
8:45 tomorrow, and we're going. You did.
Or I
And we are going to be working on the heat tomorrow.
Coffee.